What is going on? What is going on, guys? What is going on? We are live for what should be a very exciting night of boxing. Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney live on DAZN pay-per-view tonight from the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. And guys, I have to tell you, the build-up to this fight has been less than spectacular, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what we get in the ring is going to let us down. So let's try and keep things optimistic for this one. I know that it hasn't exactly played out the way a lot of people would have liked it to in the build-up to this fight, but let's try and keep things on an optimistic plane, and we never know what we're going to be in for tonight. We might actually be in for more of a treat than we realize. And in any event, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia will finally put the talking to bed. They will finally get in the ring and settle their differences one-on-one. Now, I think conventional wisdom here says that Devin Haney is going to win this fight comfortably, and he's going to do so on points. I know that a lot of people in the poll that I posted about this fight felt the same way. But let's see what actually happens in the ring, because the reality is that Ryan Garcia is actually a decent fighter underneath all of the hoopla. He does have a lot of attributes that could potentially give Devin Haney problems. Ryan Garcia, at his best, I believe, could actually be a dangerous operator at 140 pounds. He can fight inside and outside. He has power. He's got faster hands than Devin Haney. And truthfully, the fact that he didn't make weight for this fight could potentially give him an advantage because of the fact that he hasn't drained himself down to the same extent that Ryan Garcia or that Devin Haney did. I know Showbiz was talking about this actually on one of his videos yesterday, saying that Devin Haney looked drained at the weigh-in. And truthfully, I can actually see some logic there. I think that Devin Haney probably had to cut down more severely than Ryan Garcia did, especially because he actually made the weight, unlike Garcia. I don't personally believe Ryan's antics, drinking beer on the scales, all this kind of stuff. I mean, they're showing highlights of this right now, and the reality is he didn't make the weight. He got fined $1.5 million supposedly for failing to do so and lost his shot at the title. So I don't personally buy into the idea that this was a deliberate way to get an advantage over Devin Haney. I think Ryan Garcia hasn't prepared himself as well as he should have for this fight. And unfortunately, I think it's going to compromise what could have otherwise been an entertaining fight, because don't forget, these guys have 3 amateur fights, amateur wins apiece against each other. And so I think that it's a real shame that Ryan Garcia has seemingly not taken this fight as seriously as he should. But with that said, we are going to have a full undercard of fights as well. The main event being, I think, the clear standout on this card, but we are also going to get Arnold Barbosa Jr. versus Sean Mccom in the super lightweight division, Bektabir Melikuziev versus Pierre DeBaum in the super middleweight division, John Ramirez versus David Jimenez at super flyweight, and Charles Conwell versus Nathaniel Gallamore at light middleweight. Now, there was a whole pre-show of, or rather a whole portion of the show that was streamed on YouTube as well. Now, as I always say, guys, with these as well, for anybody who's just tuning in for the first time for one of these streams, the reality is that we will not be actually showing any footage of the fights themselves. We will not be able to do that because, of course, YouTube copyright will not like that. So what we will instead be doing is covering the fights as commentary, live commentary over top of the fights themselves. Whether or not you guys are watching or just listening to me, I appreciate you all either way. Sam, what's up? How are you doing? Hope you're going to stick with us for the whole time, because this should be an entertaining show. I appreciate you for tuning in. And guys, like I say, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, who knows what we're going to get. I could even see a situation where Devin Haney goes out there and knocks Ryan Garcia out early, especially if Ryan comes forward. He's very aggressive. If Devin Haney isn't too weight drained, I think there's a possibility we might actually see a knockout, and potentially even early on in this fight. And I think another possibility, which hasn't really been covered, I think, that much, but which could still quite possibly come to fruition, is I could see Ryan Garcia actually getting in here and doing something crazy to try and get himself basically disqualified intentionally. So I could see him come out and start throwing some low blows in front of the referee. I could see him come out, maybe even like Mike Tyson against Holyfield, biting. I could see him spitting. I could see him doing all kinds of shenanigans, headbutting. I think really anything could be fair game at this point, given the way he's behaved at the weigh-ins, at the press conferences. I don't think anything is completely off of the table at this point as far as what Ryan Garcia might do here. And I think if he does come out with the attitude that he's just going to try and get out of the ring as quickly as possible, then I think the chances of a Devin Haney KO early on in the fight, they increase exponentially. So right now on the pay-per-view portion of the show, which has started as of 8 o'clock just a couple of minutes ago here on the East Coast, we have Clarissa Shields, Kate Abdo, and I was about to say Sean McCormick. I don't know where that came from. Now I'm about to say Sean Strickland. My brain is not working here. But we are actually seeing the commentary panel just basically breaking down the full card, showing what's coming up, showing the full fights that we will be seeing on the main card. Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney is the main event, but we have, like I say, 5 fights coming up on the undercard as well. Sean Porter, that is exactly right. And I don't know why I was thinking of Sean Strickland. I literally don't know. But anyway, there you go, guys. I'm not even drinking, so just forgive me for that. But anyway, the main commentary panel here, guys, they're just going through the card. I have to say as well, in the background, it does look like the rumors were true. There are a lot of empty seats available for this one. A lot of empty seats, actually, it looks like. Now, I know traditionally people don't show up to these cards until the main event or close to the main event. But when I was looking on the Ticketmaster website, even about half an hour ago when the show, the undercard, had already commenced, there are a significant number of tickets still available for this card. So despite what Eddie Hearn and Oscar De La Hoya have been saying, this card is not a sellout. I don't think it's close to a sellout. And even though they might try and claim that it is, that's going to be because I think they've blocked off sections of tickets, moved people around, whatever. But I don't think they actually have come close in any way, shape, or form to actually selling out the full capacity of the Barclays Center. And the reason I think that's significant is because it shows that boxing fans are not willing to just put up with any degree of trashy promotion. And I think that's a good thing because Ryan Garcia has tried his best to, I think in his mind, promote the fight by engaging in all of this wacky behavior, and it hasn't really worked. And I think I'm not alone in saying that it's actually turned me off to this fight more than it's made me more interested in. So Yaliev versus Robert Helenius. That is an interesting fight, but Yaliev, I think, wins that one. I think Robert Helenius probably had his last hurrah against Anthony Joshua as far as being in a competitive fight. And I think Yaliev probably beats Helenius. Maybe not as easily as AJ did, and I don't know if he knocks him out in one round like Wilder did, but I think Yaliev probably wins that one still pretty convincingly. But we will see. We will see. Yaliev is a prospect that I've only just recently become aware of thanks to one of you guys messaging me on Instagram, actually, and letting me know about him. And I have to say, I've been quite impressed with what I've seen in the fights that in the footage that I've seen of him just on YouTube. So he's a guy that I will be following more closely from this point on. Helenius also, it's going to depend on whether he may or may not be using any performance-enhancing substances, because obviously he failed that drug test after the Anthony Joshua fight. So I think Robert Helenius' career is on the downward slide for sure. And I don't expect him to win that fight. But you never know. You never know. Stranger things can happen. So we're just waiting for the first fight on the undercard here to kick off. Adeola Deepa and Ariel Helwani are just talking us through some of the particulars here, guys. Oh, Adari, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the message and for letting me know about Yaliev, because like I say, I wasn't familiar with him before. And truthfully, I don't check my Instagram that much because I don't actually post any stuff on there. But yeah, guys, if any of you want to message me on there as well, I will do my best to reply I will start checking it more often, truthfully, because like I say, I don't actually check it that as often as I probably should, just because I don't actually post anything on there at the moment. But maybe that's something I should start doing from this point on. So, guys, if you are just following this live, if you're not watching the pay-per-view, which is airing on DAZN, we are just, like I say, listening to Adi Oladipo and Ariel Helwani hyping up the card before we get into the undercard portion of this. The prelims, like I said before, they aired on YouTube, but the actual 5-fight main card has commenced right now on DAZN, and we are getting ready for fight number 1. I don't know if this Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney negotiation that they had at the press conference was real or not, like as far as Ryan Garcia being fined $1.5 million for missing weight. I don't know if that's a real thing because in truth, contract negotiations usually take place behind the scenes. And even if people agree to something at a press conference, like unless there's actually a signed contract and an agreement. Ghetto Genius, how is it going? Yeah, I appreciate you joining me. Summer in Colorado, Tyree. And they have yet to return it somewhere in Colorado. Who's they? Ghetto Genius, how's it going? Appreciate all of you guys tuning in to the live stream as well. I think though, like I was saying, that with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney and this weight issue, I'm not sure if that was an actual contractual thing that was agreed or if it was just a handshake that was, made at the press conference. Because if it was just a handshake agreement, I would take with a pinch of salt that Ryan Garcia is actually going to forfeit $1.5 million when push comes to shove. If it was something in the contract, then that might be a different story. But it could also just be promotional hype for this. But regardless, either way, I think missing weight by Ryan Garcia was very unfortunate and extremely unprofessional. And I think that is not something that's going to help the promotion of this fight. I think it's understandable that a lot of people were hesitant to buy tickets for this one because I think me and a lot of other guys felt like the fight was going to potentially get canceled. I mean, when the fight was first announced, and before all of the promotional stuff happened, I did look at buying tickets. I was there actually when the pre-sale tickets went live. And I decided not to buy them because I didn't want to book flights to New York, hotel, and then tickets to the show, and then risk Ryan Garcia pulling out or being pulled out of the fight. And I think a lot of people probably felt the same way, were very hesitant to actually invest into this one. I think one thing, though, that does go under the radar a little bit here, guys, is that Ryan Garcia actually does hold several amateur wins, 3 amateur wins over Devin Haney. So that has to, I think, be factored into the equation a little bit because it's not as though Ryan Garcia is a complete novice. It's not as though, and I think that's something that gets lost, I think, a little bit because of how he behaves outside of the ring and in the buildup to this fight. But at his best, he actually is a serious operator who could potentially cause Devin Haney problems, who does have wins over him in the amateurs and losses as well. But still, I do think Devin Haney needs to be careful in this fight because Ryan Garcia might actually go in there and do some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, if he's legitimately on drugs in this fight, then I think there's a very real possibility that he does get himself disqualified. If it's all just part of the promotion, we'll see. I will see. You will see. That is exactly right, Myth Rendier. They did split the amateur series. And I mean, truthfully, it doesn't necessarily matter that much because it's a completely different sport, really. I mean, 3-round fights have a totally different strategy to, a good example of that actually is if you look at Beterbiev against Usyk in the amateurs, Beterbiev lost that fight because, well, basically he doesn't have, I think, the skill set to beat someone who has high volume output like Usyk did in the amateurs. And the reason why I bring that up, though, is because professional fight fought over 12 rounds is a completely different sport, a completely different ball game. And I do think Devin Haney is probably more suited to winning this fight than Ryan Garcia stylistically. I do think even at his best, Ryan is at a disadvantage in this fight because I think he will struggle to get through the clinching, the holding, and the outside game of Devin Haney. I would make Ryan Garcia a significant underdog even before he was seemingly going off the deep end. But I also think, his team deserves a lot of the blame here as well, including Oscar De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins, his whole team, Derek James, because it's not just a individual sport. It is actually a whole team of people that are around the fighter, and they are supposed to have his best interest at heart. So when he is allowed to get into the ring in this particular shape, a lot of the blame, most of the blame has to go to Ryan Garcia himself. But I also think a lot of the blame has to go on his team as well, because they should not have allowed him to get into the ring in this position. And quite frankly, if he really is as bad as he appears to be, then I think it's very shameful that people have just put the need to get a payday over actually what's best for the fighter and what's best for his long-term future. But we will see. Haney verified that Ryan paid up too. Well, I mean, I guess that's very honorable of him. I will say that. There was a contract drawn up, according to Dan Raphael, but it seems the actual amount agreed upon is way different from the press conference. See, that's the thing that concerns me a little bit. And we saw this with the Tim Tszyu Fundora situation as well, where there was a rematch agreed verbally, supposedly. But if it's not in the contract, especially in the world of boxing, there's no guarantee that it will actually be honored. And so who knows what actually happened behind the scenes. But the New York Athletic Commission is also, I think, probably one of the less scrupulous athletic commissions in boxing. The Vegas Commission is not great either, I don't think. But the reality is that I think everybody involved, the promoters, Eddie Hearn, everyone's going to have blame, I think. The only person who I think comes out of this looking good is Devin Haney himself, who I think has behaved as close to a model professional as I think you can in these circumstances. I think he probably is the least to blame out of everybody in this whole situation. The reality is I would have still preferred to see him face Teofimo or Matias, or Tank or Pitbull or anybody, to be honest, in that top group rather than Ryan Garcia. But be that as it may. So, okay, guys. So the first fight is coming up next. Charles Conwell, Nathaniel Gallamore in the light middleweight, super welterweight, whatever you want to call it, division. This one is a 10-rounder. So we are going to be getting this one underway in just a couple of moments' time here. This is going to be the first fight on the main card. Joe Martinez is giving the introductions here for both fighters, neither of whom have made their ring walks. Yeah, here I have Haney. I'm going to go wide points decision for Devin Haney. I think it's going to be as one-sided as the Regis Prograis fight, in my opinion. I think it's going to come down to what does Ryan Garcia do early on in the fight. And I think if Ryan comes out and just tries to throw everything at the wall in the first round, and he's just hyper aggressive, almost to the point of maybe even trying to get himself or risking getting disqualified, then I think there's a better chance that somehow Ryan Garcia actually lands a lucky shot and maybe he can do something. Or there's also, I think, an increased risk that Devin Haney gets a knockout early on, because I do think Devin has underrated power. And I think if someone's going to stand and trade with him, they are going to find out that he's not as pillow-fisted, I think, as a lot of people think that he is. But if Ryan Garcia actually tries to box a little bit here, make Devin come to him, personally, I think we're looking at a wide points decision for Devin Haney. As I say, probably as one-sided as the last fight against Regis Prograis, but we will have to see. So, guys, we are getting underway. Zhang versus Yaliev. Yeah, who knows? That could be a fight that could actually happen at some point soon. I agree, Mithrandira. Even if Ryan is trolling, I don't think it reflects well on him at all. So, guys, as I say, we are getting into the first fight on the main card here. Charles Conwell is now making his way to the ring. Nathaniel Gallamore is already in the ring. This one is a 10-rounder. And like I said, you can see a significant number of empty seats at ringside as both fighters make their way to the ring. I expect many of those will fill out as we progress through this card. and get closer to the main event. But as I say, right now, Charles Conwell is a significant favorite in this fight, by the way. Nathaniel Gallamore is a big underdog, at least on paper. And we'll have to see how this one plays out over the 10 rounds. Gallamore's record on paper is not bad, but Charles Conwell realistically is the prospect here. So I would be surprised if Conwell loses this fight. You do occasionally get, but on these Matchroom shows, you very rarely get the prospect being upset. It happens from time to time, but it's not huge number of cards where that happens, truthfully. So anyway, guys, super welterweight. The first fight on the card, Joe Martinez is reading out the particulars. Both fighters are now in the ring. We are moments away from the opening bell in this fight. $200 on Haney to win. I would say that is a good bet. Yalia versus Joe Joyce. It depends if Joe Joyce loses some weight. I think if he does, then he's going to still be a dangerous fighter. But Joe Joyce needs to be in a lot better shape, and he needs to learn to move more. So Nathaniel Gallamore, fighting out of Chicago, just being introduced in his corner, wearing the Jamaican colors by Joe Martinez. His record, by the way, in case you guys don't know, stands at 22 wins, 7 losses, and 1 tie. Charles Conwell being introduced. He's the prospect in this fight. He's 18-0, fighting out of Cleveland, Ohio. He also has 13 knockouts on his record as well. And this is the opening fight on the main card. It's being fought as well at the super welterweight limit. Conwell is in green and black. Gallamore, as I say, in the Jamaican colors. I'm expecting a win from Conwell here. Referee has both fighters in the center of the ring now, going over his final instructions. He wants a clean fight. Adara, you're Jamaican as well? Gallamore and Conwell. All right, guys. Here we go. Round 1 underway. The opening bell has sounded. I apologize as well. I said earlier that Gallamore was in the Jamaican colors. It was just a Jamaican shirt. He's actually wearing the orange shorts. Conwell is wearing green and black. Gallamore is trying to take control of the center of the ring with his jab. Conwell is not backing down. Both fighters just circling each other, shooting out the jab, trying to take control of the real estate in the center of the ring at this point. Conwell and Gallamore. It's that jab from Conwell. Both guys fighting behind a high guard. A little bit of feinting going on from Gallamore. Not any significant action up to this point. We're about a minute through round number 1 now. This is a 10-rounder. Conwell using his jab, going to the body with a right hand. And Gallamore fires back. Gallamore is he looks to be a little bit longer in his legs rather than Conwell. Conwell a little bit more compact. Both of the guys are in the center of the ring right now. Not a huge amount of volume, just a jab being thrown out by Conwell. Gallamore comes back with a left hook. Jab and a right hand to the body connect from Conwell. Gallamore with the jab coming back, but he leaves himself open and he gets hit with a 1-2 in the head from Conwell. This is all going through in the center of the ring right now. Both guys trying to collect the real estate here. Uppercut connects from Conwell. Conwell popping out that jab again. Conwell showing some decent head movement as well. Gallamore fires back with the jab and a hook. It's been a fairly competitive fight so far. Conwell comes through with a couple of shots and including a jab. He keeps trying to target the body of Gallamore. Gallamore is the taller fighter. Conwell is the shorter. And so that means the midsection of Gallamore is a more open target for Conwell with these jabs and right hands to the body. Conwell misses with a 1-2. Just out of range is Gallamore. Right hand misses again. Conwell keeps going up top and then to the body, alternating jab and right hand to the body. not connecting in that exchange, but he is now on the front foot, walking Gallamore down. Gallamore just sending out his jab, being backed into the corner, but he's sending out his jab to try and buy himself space. Big shot landed on the head of Gallamore from Conwell. Conwell now managing to make Gallamore cover up. Conwell targeting the body, going up top with hooks and uppercuts. This is a good exchange in favor of Conwell. Conwell very possibly won that round on the basis of that last exchange. Managed to do the most significant damage of the fight so far. Let me know, guys, in the comments how you scored that one. But for me, Conwell very possibly won it on the basis of that exchange at the end of the round. Prior to that, I would say things were fairly even. The biggest difference, I think, was that Conwell was having a little bit of success targeting the body of Gallamore. Overall, though, I would say that was a close round in favor of Conwell. It's going to be interesting to see how Gallamore recovers because he did take some big shots. Now, it looks like there's some swelling or reddening under the eye of Conwell as we see him being worked on in the corner. His eye it's a little bit red. They've got the end swell and they're putting some Vaseline onto his left eye. There doesn't appear to be a cut, but it does look like there's a little bit of reddening, as I say, on his eye. The bell goes to sound to open round number 2. Gallamore coming forward. Again, the action taking place in the center of the ring. Gallamore using the jab, doubling up the jab. Jab firing in from Gallamore again. None of these punches really connecting or doing significant damage. Gallamore misses with a few more shots. Conwell firing out the jab. Misses as well. Misses with a straight right to the body. Uppercut lands well below the belt from Conwell. Doesn't look like it did significant damage, but it was a heavy uppercut targeting the body. Now, Gallamore, he's coming forward with the jab. He's using a lot of single jabs, but they're being blocked by the gloves of Conwell. Conwell keeps trying to hook his shorts up as well. It looks like his shorts might be falling down. And in doing so, it is allowing Gallamore to have a little bit of an opening. Now Conwell rocks Gallamore's head back with an uppercut. Gallamore gets hit again with a jab straight down the middle, but he comes back with a pair of jabs of his own targeting the body of Conwell. Action once again taking place in the center of the ring. Conwell coming forward, keeping his head moving. High guard. He goes up top with a hook. It misses. Gallamore gets underneath it. Hooks and uppercuts landing now. Conwell has Gallamore backing up. Gallamore is not getting tagged with all of these shots, but some of them are getting through and they are heavy. It does appear that Conwell has the heavier hands between these two fighters. Gallamore is now on the back foot. He's the taller, longer fighter. He has the reach advantage, and he's using his jab, but it's not really being effective at backing Conwell up. It doesn't look like the jab is actually causing a lot of damage, and that's largely because it's not piercing the high guard of Conwell, who now comes forward, lands a right hand, uppercut misses again. He's trying to use that jab to pierce the high guard of Gallamore and then land some of these uppercuts on the chin. Going to the body with the jab is Conwell. 42 seconds left to go in round number 2, guys. Gallamore coming back. A couple of jabs of his own. Not really doing any significant damage, though. Jab misses from Conwell. Again, action in the center of the ring. Hook, left hook misses, but uppercut lands from Gallamore. He connected with a nice uppercut there on the chin of Conwell. Conwell walking forward. He's got Gallamore backing up. Gallamore using his length to try and keep Conwell at bay. Now Conwell has Gallamore spinning or pivoting back towards the center of the ring. Gallamore firing out the jab, the right hand. Conwell comes back with a flurry of combinations. Big power shots here to end the round. Gallamore was in a little bit of trouble there. It's the second round in a row where he's eaten some big shots right before the final bell. Nothing disastrous. It's not like he was about to go over, but still, second round in a row where that's happened. And I think that's going to make the judges take notice. Gallamore doesn't want to keep ending every round by eating a flurry of combinations, especially because Conwell has the heavier hands here. Gallamore's jab has been reasonably effective at keeping Conwell to the outside. It just hasn't done a lot of damage. And like I say, not a lot of the shots have actually got through. They haven't connected very often. So we will have to see what he is able to do from this point on. It is a good fight so far. Both guys, I think, have had some moments of success. It hasn't been completely one-sided. I would say Conwell's probably up 2-0 at this point on my scorecard, but it has been reasonably competitive. Okay, guys, round number 3. Gallamore is going down. Well, he did get tagged a couple of times, guys. Round number 3 is underway. Gallamore, once again, he's using his jab, his length. He's connecting a couple of times on the chin of Conwell. He's on the outside. Conwell is the shorter fighter, but his jab is actually getting through reasonably often. Ooh, it's that body attack, though. Those left uppercuts and that right hook. Heavy, heavy hands from Conwell, and now he's unloading on Gallamore. Gallamore is getting hit too often here. Big hook, left hook missed, but it connected there. Conwell is beginning to unload on Gallamore. Gallamore Crusoe might be going down if he keeps getting hit with bombs like that. Another uppercut lands. Multiple uppercuts landing here to the head, right on the chin, which is allowing Conwell to unload hooks as well. Gallamore needs to be very careful here. He needs to back up, I think, and get on his bike and start using his jab, because he is getting unloaded on in the center of the ring, and he's not clinching either. He is just getting rocked here. Conwell is rocking him at will, and Gallamore needs to either clinch or he needs to get out of the way, because he is just getting hit far too often right now. He is not doing a very good job of either backing Conwell up or getting out of range himself. He's standing close on the inside without holding and without fighting Conwell off of him. So this is not where he wants to be. Now Gallamore is, I think, trying to get back on the outside. But Conwell is just those hooks. They're very heavy. Hook, hook, uppercut. Power on all of those shots from Conwell, and you can see Gallamore is starting to fade here. He comes back and targets the body of Conwell, but he is breathing heavy. He is not moving his feet as much as he was in the first 2 rounds, and you can see why. Big uppercut, right uppercut connects straight on the chin of Gallamore. Conwell targets the body again. The biggest difference in the fight is just the heavy hands from Conwell and the fact that Gallamore just can't get out of the way here. He's a tough man, but he needs to stop getting hit with all of these big, heavy shots, or he's going to, at the very least, be drained and falling behind on the scorecards. But at worst, he's going to find himself on the canvas before too long if he keeps getting unloaded on like this. You can see the output of punches really dropping from Gallamore in this round. Conwell coming forward now. Gallamore is trying to get on his bike and move around the outside. Uses a couple of jabs, one to the head, one to the body. Another jab to the head from Gallamore. Under 10 seconds to go in the round now. Another jab from Gallamore, and the final bell goes. Now, to Gallamore's credit, that was the first time in the fight where he hasn't ended the round with a big or eating a bunch of combination punches. But the problem is he spent most of the 3rd round getting hit almost at will by Conwell, and that is not a good thing, because when the shots are as heavy as they are, you risk, even if you don't get put on the canvas, you risk having all of your stamina drained out of you. And I think we're starting to see that from Gallamore at this point. So if Gallamore is going to do anything here, then he needs to come out and back Conwell up, or get on the outside and actually reestablish his range control, which he did a little bit better job of in the first 2 rounds. But the way things are going right now, this is firmly trending in Charles Conwell's favor. All right, round number 4 about to get underway. As I say, the fight is firmly trending in Charles Conwell's favor here. The referee has actually sent Gallamore back over to the ringside physician. They were having a look at his eyes, but they are sending him back out to continue round number 4. Jab straight after the opening bell from Conwell. Conwell mixing up the jab to the head and the body. Gallamore firing back with a jab of his own. Gallamore is trying to come forward here. He landed a right hand, but he ate one in the process coming back at him. Conwell just showcasing those heavy, heavy hands. Body work from Gallamore there, though. He did connect with a shot above the belt. Good body punch there from Gallamore. Conwell coming forward. Gallamore trying to keep him off with single jabs. Right hand connected on the chin. Conwell connected on the chin of Gallamore. Uppercut missed. Right hook, left hook, right hook rather connected from Conwell. Conwell, if he can keep using these heavy shots in combination, these jabs, uppercuts, and alternating hooks, it's very difficult for Gallamore at this point to keep up with all of these punches and actually keep his guard in place and not get hit. Gallamore manages to back Conwell up, but he's not actually landing a lot of volume. Trying to go to the body a little bit, but in the process, eating a big uppercut from Conwell. Left hook misses from Gallamore. Conwell able to counter. Now Gallamore trying to land uppercuts of his own. He's got Conwell backed up. He missed with a right hand there. Jab misses from Gallamore. Conwell firing back with a couple of jabs of his own, just landing on the gloves and on the forearms of Gallamore. Gallamore trying his best to take control of the center of the ring. Conwell is just a heavy-handed man, though, and he's not backing up. Gallamore is trying to fight on the front foot here. He's trying to establish control of the real estate in the center of the ring, but he is eating a lot of punches. He is paying a heavy price to do so, and Conwell is just making him pay every time he takes a step forward. Conwell unloading to the head and body now. Big shots connecting on the chin of Gallamore. 52 seconds left in round number 4. Another big shot lands from Conwell. Conwell is just having a lot of success alternating to the head and the body, but mainly targeting the head at this point in the round. And that face of Gallamore is going to be seriously marked up if he keeps eating big bombs like this. He tries to fire back with a couple of 1-2s of his own, but good head movement from Conwell. Get himself out of the way there. Now Gallamore trying bravely to come forward, but he needs to move his head off of the line. He's just walking straight forward with his head, a very easy target for Conwell to reach. Conwell showing some decent body movement there, getting underneath of Gallamore. But Conwell also coming forward very straight, but because he has such a significant power advantage over Gallamore, Gallamore is just not able to back him up. We're seconds away from the end of round number 4, but I have to say that was another round in favor of Conwell, very likely, and it is looking like he is heading towards a dominant points decision if the fight keeps playing out in this manner. And we got round number 5 coming up here, guys. It will be very interesting to see whether they have another look at Gallamore in between rounds, because the doctor looked at him at the beginning of round number 4. He's got even more marking around his eyes at the end of this round. Now, it's nothing significant. He doesn't have a huge swelling, and he doesn't have any huge cuts, or any cuts for that matter. But he definitely did not do himself any favors as far as his defense was concerned in that last round. You can see there's the left eye rather, of Charles Conwell is very bloodshot. It looks like he must have some burst blood vessels in his eye. It looks to be very bloodshot. They're using the end swell on him to try and reduce swelling underneath his lower eyelid on the left-hand side. Round number 5 is now underway, guys. Alan, I appreciate you tuning in and with the compliment as well. So round number 5 is underway, guys. Gallamore has done well to come back in this fight and actually stay on his feet, but he is in each round taking more and more head and body shots, and it is wearing his stamina down. He does well to get himself out of range, uses some footwork there, but he ate a left uppercut from Conwell in the process. Conwell just coming forward relentlessly. He missed with a right hook there, comes back with a left hook, both of them missing. Now Gallamore actually doing a decent job keeping Conwell off him by using movement while being able to fire back with a right uppercut as well as a counter shot as Conwell just keeps coming forward. That right uppercut from Gallamore, that is a decent weapon. He's been using it to target the body of Conwell, but Conwell is not backing off. He's just coming straight forward. But Gallamore is actually having the better of this opening minute of round number 5, I would say. Conwell coming forward relentlessly. If there's one knock on Conwell, it's he's not using a lot of head movement or body movement or feinting himself. He's coming straight forward. He has a lot of power and he's able to hurt Gallamore, but he's not doing a very good job, I think, of moving his head off of the line either. He's just standing straight and forward in front of Gallamore, and it's just his power is tiring his opponent out. But he does get hit there with a nice left hook from Gallamore, rocking back Gallamore's head in the process, though. The counter shot coming from Conwell. Nice right hook landing from Conwell there. Single shot, left hand, and now a right connect from Conwell. Big left hook misses. Another left hook connects. Another left hook connects. Now Gallamore is in trouble. He's against the ropes, and Conwell is starting to tee off. Flurry of punches coming in, uppercuts, hooks, all targeting the head of Gallamore. Gallamore is backing up. He is rocked. He is getting rocked back here. The referee is stepping in. He is very close to stopping this fight. He's looking very closely. Gallamore is in trouble here. He is all over the place. Conwell looks like he might be able to put him on the canvas. Gallamore is falling into Conwell, doing his best to stay on his feet. He does. The referee splits them apart. It looked for a moment like the referee was considering stepping in there because Gallamore was very close to not being able to defend himself anymore. Conwell now just unloading with more hooks. Gallamore's nose is busted open. He's getting hit with uppercuts, hooks, every punch you can think of, but they're all connecting on the chin. Now Gallamore is getting clobbered in the center of the ring, and the referee is very close. The referee nearly got in the way of this exchange. It's all one-way traffic at this point. Gallamore has got 10 seconds to survive round number 5. Conwell just coming forward, trying to hit with a big left hand and a big right. Both of them missed. Gallamore somehow managed to pull his head back and get out of the way, and he gets out of round number 5. Now the referee is actually coming over. He's talking to him. He's warning Gallamore about the holding. He's telling him not to hold. The ring doctor is up on the apron as well. So I think Gallamore needs to be careful here. The ring doctor, it looks like, is going to look into his eyes again once the corner has done their work, because I think Gallamore, if he's able to come out and defend himself as poorly, or rather, if he can only defend himself as poorly as he did in the end of that last round, then I think the referee is going to look closely at stopping this fight, because as each round goes on, Conwell is pulling further and further ahead, and Gallamore is just taking more and more punishment at this point. So we'll see what happens in round number 6, but we're midway through the fight, and it's firmly in Charles Conwell's favor, who's the undefeated prospect in this fight, 18-0, and it looks like he is very close to handing, Nathaniel Gallamore his 8th loss in 20, or against 22 victories, I should say. All right, guys, so we are underway, round number 6. Picking up where we left off at the end of round number 5, with Conwell coming forward and unloading hooks, uppercuts, combinations. Gallamore firing back. He's very gamely standing on the inside, but he is having to lean in and just lean into Conwell because he is getting rocked with everything. I would like to see Gallamore actually hold in the clinches a little bit more than what he is, because otherwise he is just going to get beaten up very badly with these shots coming from all angles. Now Gallamore is trying to work the body of Conwell a little bit himself, but he's not having any success. He just doesn't have the power. Conwell is not respecting his power. He's walking Gallamore down, backing him up, and he's just going to the head, going to the body. The referee has stepped in. You can see Bernard Hopkins in the crowd reacting. The referee has actually stepped in to stop the fight. Bernard Hopkins in the crowd, very unhappy with the stoppage. He looked exasperated. I have to say, the referee probably stopped the fight, in my opinion, prematurely in that particular exchange. But if you consider the overall trajectory of the fight, I think the issue was that the referee was really looking for an opportunity to step in. And unfortunately, Nathaniel Gallamore provided him with one. There were instances earlier on in the last round in particular where I think he could have stepped in sooner than he did. But the referee was basically looking for any excuse to step in and stop the fight. It looked like, as I say, a premature stoppage, but when you take into consideration the entire trajectory of the fight, I think he saved Nathaniel Gallamore from needless punishment here. And I think he probably did the guy a favor because he was just getting unloaded on. So Charles Conwell improves to 19-0 with a 6-round referee stoppage of Nathaniel Gallamore. Nathaniel Gallamore now falls to 22-8-1. I believe the referee probably could have stopped the fight earlier on. I don't think he needed to wait until this point in the round. And as I say, you could see Bernard Hopkins in the crowd standing up, looking very exasperated. I don't think he liked the stoppage, but I think Gallamore can't complain because he was not doing very much at all to try and get his opponent off him. And I think the referee probably did him a favor by saving him from taking any more needless punishment. Yeah. Mithrandir, I agree with you. Hopkins used to be one of my favorite fighters when he was active, but you're right. He says a lot of strange things, and in his role as a promoter, I don't think you can really complain about that stoppage too much, truthfully. The fight could have been stopped sooner. It wasn't, but ultimately, Gallamore was not defending himself. He wasn't going to win the fight. There wasn't really any instance where he had Conwell hurt or in any kind of trouble. He was behind significantly on the scorecards, and I think he was just saved from taking unnecessary punishment. So next up, by the way, on the card, I believe they haven't officially confirmed this, but I believe we will be getting John Ramirez against David Jimenez at super flyweight as the next fight on the card. That's actually for the interim WBA title as well. The WBA, of course, known for having as many belts as they can possibly have in each weight division. So this one next between John Ramirez and David Jimenez will be for the WBA interim super flyweight title, that prestigious belt that everyone is looking for. This was also Charles Conwell's 14th KO in 19 fights. You could see that he has power. Conwell's weakness, I think, is that he needs to work on his movement because against another power puncher, I think he would have been in much more difficult circumstances because he did not move his head off of the line a great deal either. He didn't move his feet. Maybe that was just because he didn't respect the power coming back at him from Gallamore. But I think if he was in there against a guy who could really hit back or a guy who had slick movement, I think Conwell could have struggled a little bit. I think he's got a lot of power. He's got very heavy hands, but I think he does need to improve his movement. Otherwise, he's going to struggle when he gets in there against the very top guys in this weight class, guys who can move, guys who can punch and move, could all potentially give him problems. Having said that, with those heavy hands, I think he is going to give people problems as well, especially being able to work the head and the body like he did here in this fight. So like I say, guys, Charles Conwell emerges victorious, going into the crowd now to shake the hand of Bernard Hopkins. I guess they wanted to try and get a highlight reel knockout for Conwell, who's the golden boy prospect here. Oscar De La Hoya is at ringside. Oscar is wearing some kind of shiny gold suit with a brown shirt. It's an interesting look from Oscar. Oscar De La Hoya, I think, has been a very poor manager, promoter, whatever, for Ryan Garcia in the build-up to this fight. And I'm disappointed. Well, I'm not disappointed because, frankly, I should expect nothing less. But given Oscar's own outside of the ring struggles, I would have thought and hoped that he would be a little bit better of a mentor figure for Ryan Garcia as far as trying to help him avoid falling into those same pitfalls. But realistically, if Ryan Garcia, I think, is going to have any success, he needs to get out of his current setup, and he needs even Derek James, because obviously Derek James wasn't able to exert the right level of discipline over Ryan Garcia that he needs in order to perform at his best. So Ryan Garcia needs help, and I think he needs to get some different people around him, and that might be different promoter, different trainer, but the whole thing is not working right now. Even if he somehow comes out and beats Devin Haney, I still think that he needs to make a lot of changes if he wants to prevent his career from going off the rails. But we will see at any rate what happens, guys. So we have 3 more fights between now and the main event, as we are watching a promo package for the main event coming up. John Ramirez and David Jimenez at super flyweight. And then after that, we have Pierre de Baum against Bektemir Melikuziev at super middleweight. The co-main event, such as it is, Arnold Barbosa Jr. versus Sean Mccom. and then Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. That's another thing I will say about this card, which disappointed me, is that number one, the undercard was announced very late in the game. And number two, it's quite frankly a fairly thin undercard. Not, I think, as good as the PBC show, which, for whatever you want to say about PBC fighters being inactive, I thought the undercard for that show was very solid. And I think, truthfully, it was probably up there in terms of competitive and exciting fights, and maybe even better than some of the Saudi shows, truthfully. But now we're getting treated as well to another interesting or uninteresting interview with Chris Mannix and Ryan Garcia as we buy time before getting into the next fight. If Ryan loses, what are the odds that Oscar and Bernard don't show up for the press conference again? I think one of them will show up for the press conference, but I could see both of them, or one of the two of them, not showing up. I figure one of them would show up, surely. But you never know, and I think it will depend what Ryan Garcia looks like. If he gets KO'd early on, then maybe they won't. But that's a bad look as well. I mean, if that's the attitude that your own promoter has, then I think you need to get out of there as quickly as possible. Get some new people around you. Get some people around you who actually care about your well-being. Because at the end of the day, don't forget, these guys are taking a significant amount of money out of his pocket. Like, it's arguable, and I would say it's realistically, Ryan Garcia is the biggest star that Golden Boy has on their roster. And so for him to be losing a significant percentage of his purse to these people who are around him, who are supposed to be helping him, and they're not doing their job at this point in time, they're allowing or enabling him to get into a position where he is, number one, becoming a laughingstock, and number two, Ryan Garcia, let's be realistic here. He could get seriously hurt in this fight. If he really is as bad as he looks, he could get seriously hurt in this fight. Now, hopefully that won't happen. And I think the likelihood of that is mitigated significantly by the fact that Devin Haney is not a devastating knockout puncher. It's not as risky a fight as it could be. But let's just pretend that Ryan Garcia was in here against Matias, coming in this kind of shape. I mean, he could be seriously hurt. In the worst case scenario, he could potentially suffer career-ending injuries in this fight. At the very least, career-altering injuries. I just think his team deserves a lot of the blame here. Everyone involved, with the exception of Devin Haney, I think, is not covering themselves in glory by allowing this farce to take place. Now, if Ryan Garcia comes out and somehow looks like miles better than we thought that he would, okay, maybe then in that case, this was all part of the mind games to try and get inside Devin Haney's head. But even if that happens, why couldn't he have just come out and prepared properly for this fight, behaved like a professional, and not engaged in this because the reality is a lot of the stuff that he was saying was very crude. It was very crass. It went well beyond just promoting and selling a fight. I thought it crossed the line numerous times into being, extremely tasteless. And I think Ryan Garcia, it's just, the whole thing was a mockery of the whole situation, because you can't be coming out and saying that you're dedicating the fight to Jesus in 1 second and then saying some of the things that he's been saying all over the place in the next. It's just, the whole thing is not a good look at all. No matter what happens in this fight, this promotion could have done without the whole sideshow that's gone along with it. But as I say, guys, we are about to get into the second fight on this card, Ramirez versus Jimenez. And let's get this one underway. Yeah, Mythman here, you might be right. I mean, the whole thing is a mess, right? Because when you have such bad relations that your own promoter and you, the fighter, are having a public argument at the press conference, you can only imagine what things must be like behind the scenes if that's how they're behaving in front of the camera. KO for Haney. But, Crusoe, I assume you're talking about KO for Haney? I think that's possible. So, Johnny Ringo, if Ryan was incapable to change under Eddie Reynoso, is he capable of change? I like to think just on a basic human level that everyone is capable of change, but I think Ryan Garcia has certainly proven that he has a lot of demons in the closet, and either he is an extremely sociopathic, narcissistic individual who has serious problems, or he is having some kind of mental breakdown and needs some help. But in terms of who, because Oscar De La Hoya said that he needs military style discipline. If there's anybody that can actually provide that to him that Ryan Garcia would actually listen to, then maybe he can change. I think the problem that Ryan has is that he has, because of his profile, the ability to attract some of the top trainers. But the thing I worry about, and I don't know the answer to this question, so you guys will have to make your own opinions on this. I'm only speculating. But Ryan Garcia brings so much earning potential along with him, at least he does up to this point, that it's questionable to me whether even some of these top trainers, for example, Derek James, whether they want to actually impose the type of discipline that Ryan Garcia needs, or whether they're just there for a payday, knowing that he will probably lose this fight, that they can wash their hands of him whenever his career is finished and pocket some money in the process. Now, I would like to think that's not what is going to happen, but in order for him to get his career on track, he needs a trainer who, number one, can actually get through to him, number two, can impose strict discipline, and number three, isn't just here for a payday and willing to let Ryan Garcia, destroy his career and his potential just so that they can earn some money. And I think, unfortunately, there are a lot of trainers who have the ability, but who probably would just like to collect a paycheck in the process. Because the reality is, I have to say that is what I believe Derek James is probably doing at this point. I don't like to say that, but I mean, a reputable trainer like Derek James, why would he want to be associated with this? You could see at one of the press conferences, he was talking to Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia was going on one of his tirades, which I won't repeat on here, but he was making very derogatory comments about a woman in the audience. And this was at the last press conference, and Derek James was mouthing to him. You could hear this on the microphones. The microphones picked it up. He was basically saying something like, don't say that, don't speak about women like that, something like that. So he was trying to rein Ryan Garcia in a little bit, but the reality is, the only thing I can think is that Derek James is just here for a paycheck and he doesn't actually care what goes on. Rod, you've got Ryan all day. Well, that's a big call. I mean, if Ryan comes out and wins this fight, I will be shocked, but Mythrandir James has one foot out the door. If Derek James doesn't leave Ryan after this fight, I would be surprised. I think probably Derek James, if he has any self-respect, is going to want to wash his hands of the circus. Is it casual that you've got Ryan? I mean, I guess if everybody picked Devin Haney, and you honestly think that Ryan Garcia has a chance to win this fight, then don't let that dissuade you just because most people are picking Devin Haney. I mean, upsets happen. It's possible because he does have amateur wins over Devin Haney, and he does have attributes that can give Devin problems. I personally think it's extremely unlikely, because even if he lands a lucky shot, I mean, I would be very surprised if Devin Haney gets put on the canvas and doesn't get up. And I would be very surprised if Ryan Garcia can win a points decision over Devin Haney. So to me, I really can't see anything other than a Devin Haney win, but let's see. Bernard's off his head. Yeah, so for a guy who has preached discipline throughout his entire fighting career, I certainly hope that that's not the case. Johnny Ringo, Ryan Garcia and Robert Garcia. That would be a good pairing. I like Robert Garcia. If he could actually get through and impose, the discipline that Ryan Garcia needs, then yeah, I'm all for it. I think the question is whether Robert Garcia would want to deal with this, because I don't imagine he needs the money. Robert Garcia is quite a patriotic Mexican. I will say that. I know that he really likes the Mexican fighters to do well. Yeah, Tim Zhu. That's right. Mythrandir. Tim Zhu. Tim Zhu and Ryan Garcia. That is the fight that we need to happen instead of this one. No, I'm joking. I like Tim Zhu though. I do, but I think that Ryan Garcia here looked too drained. Spider Goat. He's going to be punching like he was at 135. Well, his defense certainly is not Floyd's. Or Devin looks drained. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I misread the comment. Devin looks drained. Ryan is going to be stronger and faster. Well, I don't know. We'll see. It depends how Ryan has actually been training, because he shows up on the scale drinking a beer. But the thing is, if he has been drinking all through training camp, then that is going to ruin a lot of the fact. Because the thing is, if he's coming in overweight, then that means he hasn't had to kill himself to diet down as much as Devin Haney has. But if he's drinking all through camp, then that's a lot of the benefit is going to be out the window. So it's going to depend basically on what Ryan has actually been doing behind the scenes. And we won't know until after the fight, I think, what is actually, going on behind the scenes. No, it's all right, Mr. I appreciate all of your comments. So you're always betting on Devin almost every fight, Rod. So yeah, I think Oscar is funny in the sense that, basically it's like watching a train wreck. But I just, the thing that frustrates me about Oscar is that he has dealt with a lot of these demons himself. So I would have liked to see him do a better job of mentoring Ryan Garcia, but it seems like he only cares about getting as much money out of him as possible. Asad, how are you doing? So I appreciate you tuning in. So guys, just to update you on where we are on the card here, since I got a little bit sidetracked with my diatribe about Ryan Garcia, we are just about to get underway with fight number 2 on the card, which is John Ramirez against David Jimenez. This fight is, both fighters rather are in the ring. John Ramirez, 13-0, 9 KOs. He is wearing some kind of red. It looks like it's a some sort of, I'm not sure, some sort of shogun or samurai kind of inspired outfit. Red and black. He's in the ring being introduced. Both fighters are about to be read out their final instructions by the referee. So we are just about to get the second fight on the main card underway here, guys. We are just about to get the second fight underway. John Ramirez, 13-0, 9 KOs. David Jimenez, 15-1. Super flyweight. The referee is just reading out the final instructions to both fighters. They touch gloves. We are about to get this one underway. It is for the WBA super flyweight interim world title. A bit of a tongue twister there with the WBA belt, but we are seconds away from the opening bell here, guys. Both fighters just getting their last-minute instructions from their corners. Round number 1. Jimenez could cause the upset. Saludos, Jesus. How are you doing? I appreciate you tuning in. Whoa! A slip. A slip. It looked like there was a knockdown right with that first punch. It looked like Jimenez had Ramirez down with that first punch, but the referee ruled it a slip. We'll have to look at the replay there. It literally happened with the first shot of the round, but be that as it may, Ramirez coming forward now. He was the one on the canvas 8 seconds into the fight, but now both fighters tied up in the center of the ring. All right, guys, let's get this one underway. Ramirez, very lucky not to have been scored, I think, a knockdown early on in the fight. Jimenez coming now with a hook. Both guys in the center of the ring. Jimenez using that left hook. He's trying to, because the right hand of Ramirez is protecting the chin, not the temple. His hand was kind of low, and Jimenez was using that left hook to hit Jimenez clean on the chin. Now Ramirez looks like he's recovered a little bit from that early knockdown, trying to reestablish some control here. Ramirez using that jab, trying to use that jab. Jab coming out. Both fighters, by the way, wearing the same exact black and red gloves with skeleton sort of hands on them. Jimenez ducking down low, trying to establish control of the center of the ring. Throws a right hand to the body. Ramirez responds with a right hand of his own. Ramirez firing out the jab, piston-like, but he is not able to connect. Now, both guys in the clinch in the center of the ring. A body shot exchanged from each man. Ramirez wincing a little bit at the end of that exchange. It looked like that body shot, that hook to the body from Jimenez, might have actually hurt him just a little bit. Both guys firing back with their jabs now. Very nearly an upset at the beginning of this round, with Jimenez putting Ramirez, or at least looking to put Ramirez down on the canvas, as both fighters now clinch in the center of the ring. We've got 30 seconds left in the opening round now. All right, guys. Scrappy coming forward now, popping out that jab. Ramirez jabbing to the body of Jimenez. Jimenez firing back with a jab of his own. Both fighters exchanging jabs, 1-2s. Right hand connecting from Jimenez. Left hook misses from Ramirez at the end of the round. Scrappy missed with a left hook. Heads back to his corner. I'm curious to see the replay now of that knockdown or slip 8 seconds into the opening round. Let's see what happens. I agree. You are right, Mithrandir. I'm going to do some more videos. I'm going to do some tier lists and rankings, focusing on some of the lighter weight classes coming up in the next couple of weeks, because you are right. The action in the lighter weight classes is in general much faster and more exciting. I mean, they're more skilled, more coordinated the lower down you go. There is no question about that. Okay, so here's the replay. No, it wasn't a knockdown. Okay, now that I see the replay, it looked like there might have been a right hand that had caught Ramirez on the chin, at least when it was in full speed. But watching on the replay, it was a slip. It was not a knockdown. So we are underway in round number 2 now here. Jimenez looking to cause the upset and coming forward very bravely. Both guys now clinching in the center of the ring, but trying to exchange some uppercuts to the body in the clinch. Right hook misses from Jimenez, or rather from Ramirez. Jimenez firing back with combinations on the chin. This is all taking place in the clinch in the center of the ring, with both guys trying to sneak in some little shots here and there. Ramirez spun Jimenez all over the place. Scrappy with some nice footwork there to get Jimenez out of position, but he wasn't really able to capitalize with a lot of big impactful shots. Jabs being exchanged from both fighters. Competitive action so far, guys. Scrappy pushing the head of Jimenez down there. Referee doesn't step in to break it. Both guys trying to land some uppercuts on the inside. Action in the center of the ring. Ramirez using that jab to try and get some distance. Uppercut, left uppercut, misses from Jimenez. Jimenez using both guys kind of leaning in with their head a little bit. They're going to need to be careful of this. There's an opportunity. It looked like a little bit of a headbutt there from Jimenez. Accidental. But both guys are trying to exchange on the inside. Both guys are leaning in with their heads, so they're going to have to be careful. There's the possibility that someone will get cut in a clash of heads if this type of action continues. Center of the ring again. Now, Jimenez trying to push the head of Ramirez down as Ramirez tries to go to the body. The referee is now trying to step in and separate them. Jimenez landing a little uppercut at the end of the break, but Ramirez using his jab now. Jimenez trying to work Ramirez to the body. Good action in this fight so far. More competitive than the Charles Conwell fight, which preceded it. In terms of 50-50 action, I would say Jimenez working the body of Ramirez. Ramirez got hit on the chin as well there. Nice shot from David Jimenez. Ramirez on the back foot, trying to use his jab to create separation while Jimenez walks forward. Large sections of this fight are basically being fought inside of a phone booth here, as both guys try and physically outmaneuver each other with wrestling and clinching while going to the body and then trying to come up top occasionally to the head while our opponent's guard is down. Big left hook to the body missed from David Jimenez. Ramirez managing to get out of range, trying to come forward with a right uppercut of his own, but he missed. Jimenez landing a right hand. Combination connected from both guys. in that last exchange as the bell goes to end round number 2. All right. Good action. Good action in that second round, guys. Jimenez, the underdog in this fight, definitely doesn't look out of his depth here. I would say he has a reasonable chance if he can keep fighting like this, if he can keep this pace up. All right, guys, round number 3. We are going to get that one underway momentarily. The big thing in this fight so far has been basically the fact that both guys have been trying to outmuscle each other in the clinches. Both guys have basically been trying to use their physical strength and then target and work the body. All right, but it's been fought at tight quarters is the point. And we are underway now with round number 3, guys. More action going on the inside. David Jimenez probably getting the better of this exchange in the center of the ring as both guys trying to control this real estate with hooks, uppercuts, combinations. Neither guy wanting to back down from these inside exchanges. It's being fought inside of a phone booth, as I say. Wrestling and clinching going on now in the center of the ring. Jimenez is probably getting the better of this exchange, I have to be honest. Good shots, though. Jimenez now doing some decent work here, I have to say. Another shot lands from Ramirez. Jimenez keeping his hands at his side. Nice jab being snapped out there by Ramirez. Halfway through or nearly halfway through round number 3. The underdog Jimenez probably having his best round of the fight up to this point. Not fighting like the underdog at all. He is trying to come forward and win these exchanges on the inside. He's trying to dominate Ramirez physically. Working Ramirez to the body. Ramirez firing back. Jimenez needs to be careful not to get caught with these hooks, though, as he leans in with his head while trying to work Ramirez to the body. He's ducking his head. Very low is Jimenez. And as I say, he needs to be careful and not allow himself to get opened up by these hooks, because the lower he leans in with his head, he's going to be vulnerable to hooks coming up top. Scrappy Ramirez needs to be careful, though, of just getting overwhelmed by the volume coming from Jimenez. Jimenez is leaning in with his shoulder now, just boring his head and shoulder into Ramirez, trying to push him back, trying to show that he won't be intimidated. But Ramirez is being able to use that in close to come forward and throw hooks back in the direction of Jimenez. Referee splits them up as they were clinching in the center of the ring. Ramirez now showing some nice footwork, trying to goad, or rather Jimenez trying to goad Ramirez to come forward with some nice footwork, dancing on the outside. Now it's back into the clinch. Referee separates them. Jimenez, 10 seconds left in the round now. He's exchanging with Ramirez, landing the better shots, but Ramirez did land a nice left hook of his own. And it looks like the round is going to end with both fighters against the ropes. Jimenez, for my eye, had the best round of the fight so far, or his best round of the fight so far, round number 3. They're also showing live odds on the screen. Devin Haney is now a minus 800 favorite over Ryan Garcia. And I have to be honest, even at those odds, I think it's still a decent bet to bet on Devin Haney, just because I think it's still extremely, extremely likely that he gets the victory in the main event. Normally, I wouldn't probably be tempted by odds as wide as that, but I'm so confident that Devin Haney wins this one. I think it's actually worth looking at. Who would I match Charles Conwell up with next? Well, I think he needs to be put in with somebody who is probably not too much of a mover. I'll continue that after we get in round number 4, but I think he needs to be put in with someone who's not going to expose his slow-footedness, so not a massive mover and probably not a massive puncher either, but also somebody who's going to be a step up from Gallamore in terms of the level of opposition. So round number 4, I'll get to some specifics in a minute, but round number 4 is underway here. Jimenez walking forward and trying to back Ramirez down. Clinching going on the inside now. Chris Mannix's scorecard, by the way, has it 2-1 in favor of Ramirez, which I think is probably a fair reflection of what happened. I think that's probably, I probably would have scored the 3rd round to Jimenez, if I'm being honest, but 2-1, I think is probably fair. Ramirez firing back. Both guys exchanging in the center of the ring now. Jimenez showing some decent footwork at times, but he's just leaving himself very vulnerable. He's leaning in with his head a lot, and he's leaving himself very vulnerable to hooks coming back from Ramirez. But the thing is, Jimenez's volume has been such that Ramirez hasn't really been able to take advantage of it very much because he's been busy covering up from these right hands and left hands, which are targeting the body, his body. Ramirez tries to go to the body of Jimenez there with a left hand. He tries to go to the head. Both shots miss. Both guys now in the clinch on the inside. A couple of little cheap shots, or rather short little not damaging punches connecting from Ramirez. But Jimenez coming back, targeting the head, just boring forward. He's like a bulldozer in here, just plowing into Ramirez, working him to the head. He's got Ramirez backing up, working him to the body. Ramirez is up against the ropes. Jimenez is working Ramirez over here. He's got him up against the ropes. He's going to the body. He's connecting to the head. This is very impressive work from Jimenez here. He's got Ramirez right where he wants him, and he's just controlling him physically in the clinches. That's something which Ramirez is going to have to work on here. He's going to have to get himself out of the way, or he's going to have to do something so that he's not getting mauled in the clinches here. He's being backed up against the ropes. Working to the body there, Ramirez able to connect with Jimenez to the body a couple of times, but Jimenez just keeps firing back. He's going to the body. Both guys trying to work the body here up close on the inside. 20 seconds left in round number 4. And Jimenez, as he just can't seem to get off the ropes here, is doing his best to throw leather and trade with Jimenez. Now Ramirez manages to pivot out of the way. He's got Jimenez trapped up against the ropes, and Ramirez won that last little 5 seconds of the round with that exchange. But prior to that, he was getting held up against the ropes and worked over by Jimenez. Ramirez managing to land a few shots of his own. It's not like it was all one-way traffic, but definitely I think Jimenez is holding his own, and arguably I think he could have won those last 2 rounds. So I think there's a decent argument that this fight is currently 2-2 on the scorecards. David Jimenez, the underdog here, is acquitting himself very well. And Scrappy Ramirez, probably his biggest weakness here, or rather his biggest disadvantage in terms of how the fight has played out thus far, has just been the fact that Ramirez looks to be the physically stronger, or at least the physically more aggressive on the inside in the clinches. Now the bell goes to start round number 5 of this 12-rounder. Big action in the center of the ring now. Both guys just trading leather. Both guys extremely tough, not afraid to give a shot. VA Money Group, he's leading with his head. Yes, he is. The referee doesn't seem to have given him any warnings, but it's something that he needs to be careful of, because otherwise, if Scrappy Ramirez can actually get some work done on the inside, he's going to be able to get hooks through clean on the temples of Jimenez, because it is true, he's leading with his head. And as I said earlier, there's the potential for Ramirez to get worked over here if he's not careful. He pivots off the ropes, able to get out of danger, trying to reestablish his jab, but the jab keeps coming back as well from Jimenez. Now Ramirez tries to unload a 1-2. The shots don't connect, but Ramirez doing a little bit better there to get himself off of the ropes. Big left hook missed from Jimenez. Referee disentangles the fighters from the clinch. On the break, Jimenez managed to land an uppercut on the chin of Ramirez, who complained to the referee. Scrappy looking at the referee. Arguably a little bit of dirty fighting going on here from Ramirez, or rather from Jimenez. Hitting on the break, leaning in with his head. But it does seem to have rattled Scrappy Ramirez off of his game a little bit here. Now they're back in the corner, clinching, pushing, shoving. Scrappy Ramirez using that forearm into the throat of Jimenez. It's getting a bit rough and dirty on the inside. Referee warning both fighters to calm it down. Jimenez coming forward. Jimenez unloading on the inside on Ramirez. Jimenez getting the better of this exchange with 50 seconds remaining in round number 1. Ramirez countering, coming backward with overhand rights, connecting on the head of Jimenez. Jimenez doing well, though, on the inside during these exchanges, which are taking place in the center of the ring. Hook land, right hook landed from Ramirez there on the break. Jimenez using some good footwork to pivot out of the way. Johnny Ringo, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of the compliments and all of you guys tuning in on the commentary. But returning to the action, Ramirez managed to land a couple of shots, but then gets put straight back on the back foot as Jimenez just comes forward. The thing with Jimenez is that he appears to be physically stronger than Ramirez, or if not stronger, then at least dirtier on the inside. And whether or not Ramirez is actually physically weaker, I'm not sure. But the problem is that he does not like these rough tactics that Jimenez is using on the inside. He's leading with the head. There's a little bit of hitting on the break. Both guys have been guilty of that. Ramirez has been using that forearm into the throat of Jimenez. But as we get into round number 6, this fight seems to be very close on paper. But the underdog Jimenez has, at the very least, I think, put Ramirez on notice that an upset is a very real possibility here. Ramirez just needs to get his head back into the game, not be thrown off by the dirty and disruptive tactics of Jimenez, because as the underdog, I think you want to get your opponent into a situation where he is out of his comfort zone, where he looks frustrated. And that's, I think, what you're seeing a little bit from Scrappy Ramirez here. He doesn't look very comfortable. Even as the favorite in this fight, it just does not look like he is having his way with Jimenez in the way that he will have wanted to. So the referee, or rather the bell rings and the referee brings the fighters together to start round number 6. Ramirez tries to use that left hook to keep Jimenez from coming straight forward. But right away, they get back into the clinch. Both guys trying to work each other over to the body, with Jimenez having his back to the ropes, but unloading on the body of Scrappy Ramirez with hooks and uppercuts. Scrappy is trying to control the arms of Jimenez in the clinch, wrapping his arms around, and the referee steps in to separate them. But immediately Jimenez comes forward with a jab. Ramirez firing back with uppercuts, hooks. Straight right hand gets through from Scrappy Ramirez. Ooh, nice body work there from Jimenez. David Jimenez plowing forward, leading with his head. Ramirez allowing his hands to be tied up while Jimenez fires back and works him to the body. Scrappy Ramirez tries to go up top with hooks while Jimenez has his head ducked in low, leading with that head. They don't connect. The language of the fight, I think, is not very positive for Ramirez here. His body language, he looks frustrated, and he is allowing himself to be worked over now against the ropes by Jimenez. The saving grace for Ramirez, I think, is these are not all clean punches that are landing. Some of them, it has to be said, are kind of slapping side of the hand punches. But Jimenez has now managed to back Ramirez up into the center of the ring, and he just connected with a big uppercut, and he connected as well with some hooks and an uppercut to the body. Ramirez fired back, but he missed more than he landed there. Again, David Jimenez is working Ramirez over here. It's very hard to tell in these exchanges how many of these shots are actually landing, but to my eye, it looks like Ramirez is not coming off the better in these exchanges. Jimenez seems to have the advantage in good chunks of these exchanges. Now, with Ramirez being the favorite, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges score this one, but I think David Jimenez is acquitting himself very well in this fight, and I think you could make an argument that he's ahead here. It also depends what kind of work the judges are preferring. Ramirez firing forward with a jab, trading leather in the center of the ring. Jabs popped out and missing from both fighters. Uppercut and body shot connecting in the clinch from Jimenez. Jimenez is getting his shots in here. He is just unloading to the body of Ramirez. Ramirez looking a little bit sorry for himself at the end of the round, it has to be said. But like I say, it's not as though these shots are all being turned over and landing flush with the knuckles. Some of them are more glove, or rather with the side of the gloves, with the palm, slapping shots, which are attempting to catch, I think, Ramirez wide, but instead they're kind of slapping shots that are landing on the arms. So we will see how the judges score that one, that round in terms of what work they preferred. But Ramirez, it has to be said, is not landing clean shots probably any more effectively than Jimenez is. Tim G, you think it's going to be a draw? I mean, I could see that. It's hard to separate them. It's hard to separate them at this point in time. Ramirez feels like he can only land on the inside, but he looks better on the outside. Ramirez needs to, I think, get out of these phone booth exchanges. JJ, you're waiting to see if anything happens or if they're just going to throw a million punches, where it's been a very high volume fight so far. Round number 7 is just underway here. Ramirez now has Jimenez backed up against the ropes. At this point, I could see any one of 3 possible outcomes. A draw is not out of the question, or, oh, Jimenez looked like he had gone down, but it was ruled a slip by the referee, so Jimenez was not knocked down. The crowd is not happy. They're chanting for Scrappy, but the referee has ruled that it was not a knockdown, and so both fighters now left to fight it out in the center of the ring. Even though it wasn't officially a knockdown, Ramirez seems to have gotten a second win from that. Some confidence from the visual of seeing his opponent on the canvas. And now we have both fighters in the center of the ring. You can just see that head of Jimenez leaning forward so much. Ramirez, if he could find some accuracy with his hooks, I think would be able to land flush on the temples of Jimenez. Jimenez needs to be careful here. He's boring forward with the shoulder. He's got Ramirez backed up against the ropes, but he's not landing clean with a ton of shots. One thing about this, though, is that as Jimenez manages to work Ramirez over with more and more shots, I think it's going to be hard for the judges to ignore the fact that Ramirez looks like he's the more frustrated, uncomfortable fighter as Jimenez manages to connect with more and more shots. Both fighters not wanting to back down on these inside exchanges. We've got a minute left to go in round number 7. Jimenez getting backed up by that jab, or rather Ramirez getting backed up by that jab of Jimenez. It's not connecting, but it forced Ramirez to take backward steps. Both guys circling in the center of the ring. Jimenez coming forward, working Ramirez over to the body. 30 seconds left to go in this round. Ramirez just looks tired in his face. It looks like Jimenez is the fresher, more aggressive fighter, whereas Ramirez, his face is marked up, and it looks like he has a little bit of a stamina issue at this point just from eating all of that body work. Ramirez on the out. It looks like there's blood also coming out of the mouth of Jimenez, or rather of Ramirez. Blood coming out of the mouth of Ramirez. Bell goes to end round number 7. Whew. Well, guys, that fight, or this fight rather, not a lot of damage necessarily, but both fighters showing a lot of heart. And they're also airing a promo for Subriel Matias against Liam Paro. Matias, I think, would have been a much better opponent for Devin Haney, in my opinion, than what we are currently getting. But maybe that's a fight that could happen at some point. Ramirez, it's true, VA. It has looked a little bit like MMA at this point. There has been a lot of situations where it looks like they are basically up against the side of the octagon. And Jimenez is looking for a takedown. Attendance, Jesus, it's hard to tell. There are quite a few tickets still available online, but it looks like the ringside seats are starting to fill up, at least on the camera side. But at the same time, you can only see a very low down portion of the arena. Only really about 5-6 rows at ringside. The lighting is very dark, so it's very difficult to tell. My guess, though, would be that the attendance is not great. It's not empty by any means, though. All right, so by the way, we are in round number 8 here. Ramirez being pushed back, or rather Jimenez being pushed back against the ropes by Ramirez. Jimenez now up on the cards, according to Chris Mannix, and I tend to agree with that. I'm not scoring it exactly round by round as it goes along, but it's just the body language from Ramirez. It's not good. It looks like he's fatiguing more. It looks like Jimenez just is having the better of these exchanges, and I think that will probably factor into how the judges score them, because it just looks visually like Jimenez is getting the better of Ramirez. He's mauling him physically. And it does at times look like it's an MMA fight where Jimenez is trying to go for a takedown and Ramirez is trying to stop him. He needs to get back onto the outside because he's not really winning these inside exchanges. Jimenez on the inside has been very effective at neutralizing Ramirez's body work, his head work, and even though it's been leaning forwards with his head, Ramirez just hasn't been able to land very much effective work, in my opinion. So we have got 1 minute to go now in round number 8. Scrappy Ramirez fires out his jab, and he needs to start winning these rounds, because if he doesn't, he's going to get himself into a situation where he needs a knockout or at least a knockdown to win. And instead, it's Jimenez coming forward. Jimenez doing some nice work to the head. Now Ramirez firing back. Ramirez with a nice 1-2, pushing Jimenez back up against the ropes. Not a lot of shots being actually landed in this clinch, but what shots are landing? They are coming from Jimenez back towards Ramirez. 30 seconds left to go in the round as Ramirez is getting worked over to the body by David Jimenez. Scrappy needs to either clinch or get out of the way here. Jimenez now on the back foot. He's dancing around the ring. He's doing his version of the Ali shuffle. And it's not a good look because it's making Ramirez look slow on his feet. Ramirez tries to get through with a 1-2 to the head. He misses and he goes to the body. Those body shots connect, but it's not going to be enough to win the round, in my opinion. Jimenez going back to his corner, looking very confident, strutting his way back to his corner, literally dancing his way back to his corner. Ryan Garcia, by the way, is warming up with an orchestra in his dressing room. There's a couple of people, or rather there's 4 people playing classical music in his dressing room. There are violinists in his dressing room. I don't know what he's doing here, because the more I see of this type of thing, like, this is doing nothing to play psychological games with Devin Haney. The more I see of this, the more I think it's possible we are going to get some kind of bizarre situation where Ryan Garcia gets himself disqualified here. The more I see of Ryan's antics, especially as we're now only an hour or an hour and a half away from the actual fight, I think the possibility of a disqualification is increasing the more I see, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. All right, so we've got round number 9 underway here. Garcia is delusional, or rather has delusions of grandeur. Yes, that's the only way I can really make sense of what he's doing here. He's just seems like a completely narcissistic individual, and I don't know what we're going to get in the main event. But like I say, I think the possibility of a disqualification is increasing the more and more I see of Ryan Garcia's behavior. Austin, I appreciate that. So round number 9 is underway, guys. We got 2 minutes and 19 seconds left in the round, and body shots are being exchanged from both fighters. Jimenez, in my opinion, will be looking to win this fight on points if he can have a couple of more rounds in the bank and avoid getting put on the canvas and stopped. If Ramirez wants to win a points decision, especially if he wants to win without the help of some favoritism from the judges, he's going to need to get some work done here over these last 4 rounds, because the preceding 2, 3, 4 rounds, in my opinion, have been pretty solid in favor of Jimenez. Now, both guys are here exchanging body shots in the center of the ring, up close and personal. Jimenez just boring forward with that head, but so far, Ramirez has not been able to really exploit the vulnerability, I would say, of Jimenez having his head so in close and unprotected. I would like to see Ramirez just take a step back, but the reason why he hasn't been able to do that is because Jimenez is targeting the body and forcing Ramirez to keep his guard low and his arms close to his midsection to try and protect himself from these body shots. Now, because both fighters are very compact physically, both fighters are shorter men, their arms are able to basically protect their chin and their midsection at the same time. They're both short, so the distance from their waistline to their chins is not as big as what you would see in the heavyweight division, let's say. And the result of that is both guys on these inside exchanges are trying to protect their midsections and chins at the same time. And it's meaning that if either guy would just step back and use some hooks to the temple, I think they could land. Now, Jimenez working the body of Ramirez over here again. Ramirez trying to walk forward and pin Jimenez on the ropes, trying to use his strength, but he needs to actually throw some punches here. 20 seconds to go now in the round, guys. Round number 9, as Jimenez just keeps working. He's just not slowing down at all with this volume. Ramirez is just looking tired, and he is getting worked over here. The last 10 seconds of the round are going to elapse. All Jimenez here. He's just unloading. Not all of those shots connected. They didn't all do damage, and a lot of them were slapping punches that landed on the arms on the side of Ramirez. But Ramirez didn't fire back with anything of substance of his own in that last 20 seconds. And so even if you argue that Jimenez didn't really land anything massively effective, I think it's very difficult to argue that Ramirez won that exchange at the end just simply because he wasn't really able to throw a single impactful shot. And Ramirez, Jimenez, even if his work wasn't entirely effective, the volume at some point is going to count more than the inactivity of Ramirez. Charles Conwell versus Brian Mendoza would be an interesting fight because Brian Mendoza can actually move a little bit. Jimenez has this. Ramirez check hook is there all night. Yeah, I agree, but it's okay. Round number 10 is underway. Jimenez just comes rushing out of the gates, and he is just plastering Ramirez now. Jimenez has come out very aggressively. He doesn't want to give Scrappy any room to breathe here. Now, Jimenez gets pushed down to the canvas by Ramirez. The referee helps him to get back to his feet. Whew. All right, guys. The commentators on DAZN are saying that this is a close fight, very difficult to score. But from my point of view, Jimenez is clearly winning here. I don't see this one as being, quite frankly, remotely close at this stage. I think Jimenez is dominating. And the reason why is because on these inside exchanges, he is just basically being able to slap Ramirez around, and slap is literally the right word, I think, to use here. They're slapping shots. They're not Mike Tyson-esque concussive blows, but the volume of these punches combined with Ramirez's inability to actually back Jimenez off him and land anything impactful of his own, that's, I think, where the problem is coming from. And as you can see, if you're looking on the screen, the official punch stats, 542 shots thrown by Jimenez compared with only 417 by Ramirez. So a substantial advantage in terms of punches thrown by Jimenez. And as I say, they're not all landing and they're not all doing damage, but there's just a really big margin in terms of the volume. And Ramirez here in round number 10 just looks tired and fatigued. He's trying to fire back with some hooks, but it just, all it does is put Ramirez, or rather Jimenez, on the back foot. He's able to shuffle his way around the ring and look pretty decent doing it. Nice jab thrown out there by Jimenez, but Ramirez is able to get himself out of the way. VA, you don't want to see Jimenez in the... Again, Austin, Ramirez is, if you're talking about which fighter is which, Ramirez is the one in the red, and he's the one that is probably down on the cards. I'm not sure if that's what you meant. VA Money, this might be the dirtiest fight you've ever seen. It is a very rough fight. Both guys essentially looking a little bit like they're in an MMA fight here at times. A lot of forearms being used, a lot of clinching. Ramirez getting backed up again onto the ropes with 15 seconds left to go in round number 10. Working Ramirez over to the body is Jimenez. Now Ramirez finally has some success going to the body himself as the final bell goes. It looks to me like this one is going to go to the scorecards. Neither guy, I think, has looked super, super close to landing a knockout punch. But if it does go to the scorecards, I think Jimenez is going to come away with the upset victory. It's worth noting as well that Scrappy Ramirez has one of the trainers in his corner who cornered Regis Prograis against Devin Haney. And I was not very impressed with their game plan in that fight. So I have to say that the corner work, I don't think here from Ramirez has been exceptional. I appreciate that, Crusoe Bauer. Garcia is very cringe. I agree. Tim G, Scrappy has messed up this one. He didn't need to take this fight. Well, I applaud him for taking a dangerous fight, but he is very close to losing this one. So we've got round number 11 underway. Scrappy has got Ramirez pushed up against the ropes. The referee is trying to break them out of the clinch. There's been a lot of clinching in this fight. Ramirez tries to land that left hook, but it misses. Jimenez misses with a big left and a straight right hand of his own. Double jab from Jimenez. Scrappy coming forward on the front foot. Scrappy looking a little bit more active in this round. I think he realizes that the fight is starting to get out of reach here. All right. Now Ramirez has Jimenez backed against the ropes, but it's actually Jimenez who's probably landing more shots here. Chris Mannix's scorecard on the screen, I think, is fairly reflective of the trajectory of the fight. In my eyes, 98-92, Chris Mannix has it in favor of Jimenez. I think that's probably more or less a fair indication of how the fight is played out. Ramirez just hasn't got the power. He hasn't got the volume. He hasn't really done anything. Even his accuracy hasn't been tremendous. And Jimenez just been outworking him with volume. He has tremendous stamina. Ramirez now in the center of the ring, boring forward with that head. 1:18 left in round number 11, guys. And Scrappy needs a KO in order to pull this one out, in my estimation. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it either because, as JJ says, I don't think he has the power to get Jimenez out of there. Jesus, I mean, I think that he's taking this fight. He's staying active, but this is not a great performance from Scrappy. And unfortunately, he is very close to losing this one. He's got 4 minutes left to stop Jimenez, in my opinion. At the very least, he needs a knockdown. But Jimenez is just using these clinches very effectively to maul Ramirez on the inside, doubling up, tripling up on the jab, and driving Scrappy back up against the ropes while Jimenez works him over to the body. Little shots coming back here and there from Ramirez, but nothing dominant, nothing which is going to have David Jimenez backing up. 30 seconds left in the round now as Scrappy Ramirez tries to throw in some little weak uppercuts to the body in the clinch, but it's just nothing that's doing any kind of significant damage here, guys. Both guys trying to exchange on the inside to end the round. 10 seconds left, but it's Jimenez landing hooks and being more successful, being more aggressive and effective here, as he has done for most of the fight. Scrappy gets him back up against the ropes at the end, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. So we have 1 round to go here, guys. Scrappy Ramirez needing a knockout seemingly to get, well, at this point, an upset, truthfully, because even though the pre-fight odds had David Jimenez as the favorite, Scrappy Ramirez is now the underdog. They are not showing the live odds on the screen, but if they were, I believe it would be substantially in favor of David Jimenez at this point. They're showing in the background Devin Haney getting his hands wrapped. Devin Haney, to his credit, has remained cool and calm and collected throughout all of the noise, and there has been a lot of noise coming from the Ryan Garcia camp. Probably he can hear the noise of those violins playing in Ryan Garcia's changing room. I'm kidding, but Devin Haney looking very calm, professional, cool, collected. Unlike Ryan Garcia, it literally looks like there's a circus going on in Ryan Garcia's locker room. I literally don't know what they are thinking, but at any rate, round number 12 of this fight, Scrappy Ramirez against David Jimenez. David Jimenez, the pre-fight underdog, 3 minutes away from pulling off the upset here and putting his career onto another level with his upset victory. He's got Scrappy Ramirez pushed back up into the red corner. He's working him over to the head, to the body. He just connected with a right hook right on the chin. Ramirez just looks like he's trying to fight out of a takedown attempt in MMA rather than actually throw shots, throw hands. He's trying to get himself back up onto the back foot, but Jimenez is just not giving him any space to breathe. 2 minutes left to go in this fight, guys. David Jimenez is going to improve, I believe, to 16-1 if he can just survive the last 2 minutes of this fight. Scrappy Ramirez, 13-0 currently, but he is going to take quite possibly the first loss of his career. Now, with 2 minutes to go, Ramirez is up against the ropes, not eating a lot of leather, but also wasting valuable time. At this point in the fight, Jimenez probably can afford to hold on and clinch as he has done throughout much of the fight. But at this point, if he can just avoid hitting the canvas, he probably wins this one. So let's go and, from Ramirez's point of view, not waste time. Jimenez trying to drop the head of Scrappy down with uppercuts to the body. And it looks like a cut has opened up on the the right eye of Scrappy Ramirez. I'm not sure if that was from a punch or from a headbutt. It could have very easily been from a headbutt because Jimenez has been leaning in the entire fight. I said it earlier on in round 2 or 3 that at some point there could be a clash of heads and a cut opened up. I don't know exactly if that's what happened there. It was hard to see, but it was in one of the clinches. That's the last thing that Scrappy Ramirez needs from a visual point of view, having another cut opened up. But Ramirez has got 1 minute left now, 50 seconds left. He needs to do something, but Jimenez is just coming forward like a bulldozer and just letting the leather fly. Ramirez pushes him back up against the ropes, but Scrappy has got to do something here. The referee's shirt, by the way, for what it's worth, is completely ripped open on the back. I'm not sure what happened there, but his shirt is completely ripped open. Scrappy coming forward. He's trying, but he can't disentangle his arms from Jimenez, who's using the clinch very effectively. Scrappy is just being able to land some little tiny shots to the body here, some little uppercuts, but it's just not effective enough. That's the problem here, guys. He's got 20 seconds, and he cannot afford to be doing exactly what he's doing here, getting wrapped up in the clinch by Jimenez. Jimenez, if he can just hang on for 10 seconds, as you see the battered and bloody face of Ramirez. This is the face of a man who is about to lose a points decision, in my opinion, as he gets, again, worked over by little combinations from Ramirez, or rather from Jimenez. David Jimenez and Scrappy Ramirez embrace in the center of the ring. The body language is very much that David Jimenez rather, believes he's won this fight. Scrappy goes back to his corner, half-heartedly raising his arms, but I don't think even he honestly believes he did enough to win that fight. A big uppercut landed, and it looks like a headbutt that opened up that cut on the right eye of Jimenez, or rather of Ramirez. It's difficult to tell even from the slow motion replays, but I think it was a headbutt, an accidental headbutt. So it was a headbutt. It was a headbutt where the crown of the head of Jimenez connected with the orbital bone of Scrappy Ramirez and caused that cut to open up. It was frankly surprising that it took this long, because Jimenez was coming in with his chin. I mean, look, the reality is Scrappy Ramirez has got everyone in his corner here. He's got Malik Scott in his corner. He's got Zurdo Ramirez in his corner. He didn't perform. That's the bottom line. He got beaten up. He got bloodied. Ultimately, I think Scrappy Ramirez just did not deliver in this fight. Credit to him for taking it when he probably didn't need to. But he unfortunately did not deliver a great performance here. JJ, Scrappy looks like he had a fight with a whippersnapper. Yeah, Scrappy, it doesn't look great, right? So Scrappy was red. Scrappy was red. Ryan will not show up, Crusoe. Well, honestly, that wouldn't even surprise me. It would not even surprise me. What was the name of that fight? Maybe you guys can remember. It was a heavyweight. I'm pretty sure it was a heavyweight fight. The guy who fought F.A. Ajagba somewhat recently, like in the last 2 years, 3 years. In the last 2 years, I think it probably was. What was the guy's name who fought F.A. Ajagba, got in the ring, and then disappeared, literally like got in the ring and then walked out of the ring before the first bell and literally just went back to his locker room? It genuinely wouldn't surprise me if Ryan Garcia decided. I mean, I don't think it's probably going to happen, but I genuinely wouldn't be stunned if Ryan Garcia did something like that. All right. 116, 112. Unanimous decision. Okay, so these are the scorecards. Unanimous decision. WBA interim super flyweight champion. Okay, so David Jimenez pulled off the upset, which I'm glad that he got the verdict on the scorecards, because in my opinion, it would have been a robbery if they'd given it to Ramirez. But David Jimenez won this fight. Guys, are you surprised? How many of you guys thought that Jimenez had a chance in this fight? Asad, I remember you saying earlier on that you thought Jimenez could cause the upset. So Asad, credit to you, because you were right. I was probably leaning towards Scrappy before this one. David Jimenez won. That's right, Austin. Yeah, he won and he deserved to. He won and he deserved to. Scrappy Ramirez, didn't show up, truthfully. It wasn't a great performance. But David Jimenez, he took his opportunity with both hands, becomes the WBA interim champion, and improves his record to 16-1. Whew. I'm a bit out of breath after that one, guys. Very entertaining fight. Both guys showed a lot of heart. James, hello. How are you doing, James? Glad to have you joining us. Scrappy acted like he thought he won. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he really believed that or if that was just an attempt to try and influence the judges, but he really should have been trying to influence the judges with his boxing in the ring rather than just celebrating. Because if he legitimately thought he won, then I don't know really what he was doing in there, because I think it was just very hard to score that in his favor when you look at the fact that he was cut, with the fact that he was on the back foot a lot of the time, with the fact that he was getting dominated on the inside, with the fact that he was outlanded or rather, at the very least, threw a significantly lower volume of punches than Jimenez did. So, yeah. So, Austin, Scrappy Ramirez was the fighter in red in the last fight that we just watched. He wasn't, so that's not Ryan Garcia. No, it's Scrappy Ramirez in the fight that we just watched for the WBA interim super flyweight title. Now we're getting an interview in the ring here from the winner, Jimenez. Let's hear what he has to say to Chris Mannix. They're just talking about how it's the second time he's caused an upset on a Golden Boy show. What has he got to say for himself? You thought I was doing something so I didn't get banned. I don't understand. Okay, guys. They're just doing the interview. Oh, you thought this was the Ryan fight. Oh, okay. No. So this is not the Ryan fight, Austin. Ryan Garcia is coming up next, or not next, rather. Sorry, there's 2 fights still to go before Ryan Garcia. There's a super middleweight fight after this, and then we have Barbosa against Mccom in the super lightweight division. So we have Pierre DeBaum, rather. I can't even speak. I'm out of breath after that last fight against Bekdazir Melikuziev at super middleweight. That one is coming up next. We've already seen them warming up. So good for Ramirez, or rather Jimenez, here, because he dominated. As far as I'm concerned, like, it was close early on, but as the fight went on, he became more and more dominant. And now he's got the interim title, so good for him. You can tell it means a lot to the guy. He's very, very happy, and he should be, because it was a very good performance. But guys, we got 2 fights, as I say, coming up until Devin against Ryan. I just hope that Ryan somehow, against all of the odds, can actually do something. So they're just asking. I'm just listening to the interview, by the way, with Jimenez. He's speaking Spanish, and he's just answering Chris Mannix's question as far as who he wants to fight next. He's just saying, he will take any fight. He's just basically saying, he didn't call out anyone in particular. So who would you guys like to see David Jimenez fight next? He didn't call out anyone in particular. He just said he will basically fight whoever. Whoo! Guys. That was a good fight. It was a good performance. And I think, I don't know if he's going to be able to go on and beat one of the top names at Superfly. One of the Japanese fighters. But it was a good performance against Ramirez. I don't know. We'll see. Bekdazir Melikuziev against Pierre DeBaum. One of the better names, in my opinion. Ryan looked pretty good in sparring, but they were just short clips. Johnny Ringo. I mean, if Ryan looked really good in sparring beyond just short clips, I would be very surprised. I think that Ryan's only goal in this fight seemed to be to promote it. Well, at least in his mind, promote it. It just, I don't see any way that Ryan Garcia was taking this one seriously. I mean, that's just the bottom line. As I see it, it's just very difficult to argue that Ryan Garcia was taking this fight seriously, because at a certain point, you can't just make excuses for him and say, well, he missed weight intentionally. He lost his title shot. his whole promotion for this fight, including an interview that he gave, which aired at the very beginning of this pay-per-view, was about how this fight was for the world title. It's not. He lost a bunch of money. He didn't even do a good job of promoting the event. And the fact is, that's not my opinion. You can literally go on Ticketmaster.com yourself, search for this fight, and see for your own eyes, with your own eyes, how many tickets are available. It's nowhere near the success that Ryan Garcia against Tank Davis was. But I think Ryan must have bought into his own hype to such a degree that he believed any kind of circus and scandal that he caused would be good publicity. And the famous saying, any publicity is good publicity, has been disproven with the promotion of this fight, in my opinion, because Ryan Garcia did his very best to cause as much interest, let's say, in the fight as possible, but it hasn't translated into actually people wanting to go and watch it live. That's the bottom line. And Austin, I agree with you. And I don't want to question somebody's religious beliefs, but the reality is that when Ryan is talking about his Christian faith and talking about Jesus in one sentence and then coming out with some of the stuff he's been saying in the next sentence, it's very hard to take him seriously, to be blunt. And like I say, he did. So that's the thing. He created negative publicity. There's a term in wrestling, and I used to be a big like WWE fan back years ago. And there's a term in wrestling, which is, I don't know, some of you guys might know this, but it's go away heat, which basically means there's a difference between heat as in we want to see you lose, which is what Floyd Mayweather had, and heat, which Ryan Garcia has, which is go away heat, which is we just don't want to see you. We don't want to see you lose. It's not like we're buying the pay-per-view to see you lose. You've just completely turned us off and we don't want to see what he's doing. I appreciate that, Austin. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best here, guys, to make these fights as exciting as possible. I appreciate that some of you guys are watching them on the screen on DAZN Live, and some of you guys are just listening to my commentary. So I'm doing my best to try and make them as colorful as possible. So as I said, Bektemir Melikuziev against Pierre DeBaume is coming up next at super middleweight. Beck the Bully is a big favorite in this fight. I can't remember the exact odds, but he's a minus like 1,000, something like. He's a pretty wide favorite over Pierre DeBaume. It's probably going to be a one-way traffic in this fight, I would think. But having said that, we did just get an upset in the last fight, so you never know for sure. Kate Abdo, Sean Porter, not Sean Strickland, like I said earlier. I don't know why I said that, but Sean Porter, Kate Abdo, and Clarissa Shields being interviewed here, building up the next fight. I have to say this. I kind of feel sorry for Clarissa Shields right now because for all of her talent as a boxer, for all of the accolades that she has from an athletic point of view, it can't be very easy to watch Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano eclipse her in terms of star power and get to be on this Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson card in Dallas, because that fight is going to do huge numbers, in my opinion, on Netflix. And it's going to be in front of an enormous crowd who are going to get to see arguably the two best women's fighters in boxing, arguably the most competitive fight that can be made in women's boxing. Certainly, I'm a little bit biased because Katie Taylor is the Irish fighter. I would like her to win. But that rematch is a fight that is going to be seen by a lot of people. It's a great look for women's boxing, but I do feel a little bit bad for Clarissa Shields that she's not getting that level of a spotlight shone on her. I don't really know what's the reason for that. I don't know. Maybe you guys can mention this in the comments, talk about this in the comments, what you guys think about this. But For whatever reason, Clarissa Shields just can't seem to connect with people. She's tried to get her name out there. She's tried to be, I think, a colorful character, but it just doesn't seem to be working. And people, I think it's partly due to the fact that the competition just isn't there apart from Savannah Marshall. I have Instagram. I don't really post on it that much. Yeah, Bektemir can punch. I agree. Jose Arroyo, it should be a good fight. I do have Instagram. I don't really post on it very much. Maybe I should start. I just have it, but I don't actually post on it very much. It's just my username that's on YouTube. So it's just at Brendan Unboxing, but I literally don't even use it that much. So feel free to follow me on Instagram if you want to, guys, at Brendan Unboxing. I will probably start posting some stuff on there at some point. But for now, I just want to focus on mainly on building up the YouTube side of things, which has been, it's been really fun and exciting. And you guys make it worth doing, honestly, especially doing these live streams. I really love covering the fights and doing the actual live commentaries, which is something I never really thought that I'd do. I didn't really realize that doing these live play-by-plays would actually be something that people would want to listen to, but I enjoy doing them. So I really appreciate you guys tuning in as we're just still listening to Kate Abdo, Sean Porter, and Clarissa Shields talking about the upcoming fights. Basically just killing time until the next fight. It looks like, for what it's worth, there seems to be a decent number of seats now filled with fans in the lower bowl of the stadium. It's kind of hard to tell for sure because the lights are very dark. So I'm wondering if what they've possibly done is move a lot of people down from the upper deck to the lower bowl on basically essentially free upgrades to their seats. I don't know. That's just speculation. But when I looked online, there were quite a few seats still available. There still are. But it does look like, from what sections of the arena you can see, that there are a decent number of fans. But as I say, the lighting in the arena is very dark. So it's really hard to see how many of these seats are actually filled. Johnny Ringo, yeah, I don't blame you for not having to zone. Austin, you want to follow me? Yeah, so I'll just put my IG in the chat here. So my IG is just at Brendan Unboxing on IG. It's the same as on YouTube. Brendan Unboxing, yeah, is my IG handle. Johnny Ringo, I appreciate the fact that you don't have DAZN, because DAZN, in my opinion, has some very unnecessarily predatory practices as far as the way they handle their subscriptions. They're the only subscription service that really tries to lock you in, of the major ones, that tries to lock you in and not let it basically be very easy for you to cancel. All of the other subscriptions, whether it's Paramount Plus, whether it's Peacock, whether it's Netflix, whether it's Amazon, whether it's pretty much every other streaming service you can name that has any substantial number of subscribers, makes it much more easy to cancel than DAZN. And I don't really like that. I don't really like the fact that they try and tie you into a contract. I don't think that's really very forward thinking of them. And it truthfully doesn't surprise me that a lot of people don't want to subscribe and pay when they kind of have that business model. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate you for following me on Instagram. As I say, I will probably get around to posting a little bit more in the future. Now, we are getting into the third from final fight on the card, guys. There are 3 more fights left. The main event, Arnold Barbosa Jr. against Sean Mccom, and Beck the Bully, Bektemir Melikuziev against Pierre de Bomb. That is the fight that is going on right now, or about to commence right now. Pierre de Bomb making his way to the ring, wearing the red, or rather the yellow shorts with a red or an orange waistband. Pierre de Bomb, he is in the ring, warming himself up, but he is going to be in for a tough task against Bektemir Melikuziev, Beck the Bully. But let's not speak too soon, just because we had an upset in the last fight. So you never know. But here is Beck the Bully from Uzbekistan. So many fighters now coming out of that part of the world. One of the best prospects in the heavyweight division also coming out of Uzbekistan. Beck the Bully making his way to the ring. He is wearing a sombrero. And he is decked out in a black and neon green color scheme. Black shorts with high knee-length white socks, black gloves, shorts and gloves accented in neon green. Beck is a big favorite in this fight. 66% of fans are predicting Melikuziev to win this fight. 34% going for Pierre de Bomb. I'm surprised that it's that many, to be honest with you. Sad David Jimenez, yes, he impressed me a lot with that fight, and I think he's probably earned himself another world title fight. Gabe Rosado. Well, we're going to see, I guess, what happens here, because if Pierre de Bomb can actually pull off the upset, I will be very surprised. I'll be honest, but let's see what happens. All right. Getting the introductions now from both fighters. Joe Martinez, who also, as you guys may know, does a lot of ring announcing for the UFC, filling in for Bruce Buffer from time to time. But Bektemir just having the mouth guard put in the corner. The judges and referee Ricky Gonzalez all getting ready for this bout to commence. How many rounds do you guys think this one's going to go? How many rounds? So you can type it in the chat, guys, your predictions for this one. Who do you have winning the fight? Pierre de Bomb fighting out of France. 22-0-1 record with 12 KOs. He's in good shape. I will give Pierre de Bomb that. He is in good shape, and he has a good record on paper. But Melikuziev has got to be a significant, well, he is a significant favorite here. He's 13-1. He's got 10 KOs as well on his record. So, in theory, the stronger, more powerful puncher. But, guys, let's get this one underway. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Hopefully we don't have, or rather, I guess Melikuziev is hoping that he's not going to get upset again here. But I personally think that's quite unlikely. Let's see how this one plays out, guys. Referee just going over the final instructions now. Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Referee tells them to touch him up. Final instructions going. De Bomb. Melikuziev. Third fight on the card from the main event, or rather, third fight from the top. So we have this one. We have one more, and then the main event coming up to end the show. Asad, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. So, guys, this is a 10-rounder, and the first bell has rung. So we are underway. Beck the Bully against Pierre de Bomb, or de Bombay. But Pierre de Bomb has got a big challenge cut out for him here, and he is immediately onto the back foot. Trying to use his jab, but missing, not connecting with the jab. Beck the Bully fighting out of the southpaw stance. Using that right southpaw jab, not connecting. Both guys being very cautious to let their hands go. Both guys trying to find an opening, not exposing themselves rather to a counter. Melikuziev is significant favorite in this fight, guys, and he connects with a straight left hand out of the southpaw stance on the chin of his opponent. Jab coming back from de Bomb. Well, I appreciate that, Austin. Thank you for the shout out on Instagram. I appreciate that. Woo. Beck. Nice body shot there. Gets his head out of range as well, rather. Tangled feet there, almost sent DeBom to the canvas. But he was able to get himself back under control, keeping that guard nice and tight, nice and high. Bekdemir looking very focused, very aggressive, throwing out that jab. You can tell he's got power. That jab is vicious. He just looks very strong coming forward. Snapping out that jab, very physically strong man. It goes without saying. You can really tell shots coming back from DeBom. Bekdemir walking him down into the corner now. Bekdemir coming forward, looking very compact, very tight, using some nice footwork to get out of the way there. Pierre is using his hands, but he is not managing to get Beck's respect thus far. 35 seconds left to go here. Beck is looking, I would say, much more confident and comfortable. He's walking forwards and stalking his opponent, who is being very cautious and understandably, I think, concerned about the power coming back in his direction. So he's up against the ropes now. He's in the corner, trying to use that jab just to keep Bekdemir off him. Already a cut opened up on the left eye, or the right eye, rather, of Pierre DeBom. Not sure exactly how that cut opened up, but it already is going to require work in the corner. And I have a bad feeling about this one already because Beck the Bully looks very calm, very confident, very focused. And you can see the evidence already on the face of Pierre DeBom, who really needs, I think, to be able to keep Bekdemir just from walking him down and walking him forward. Oh, I appreciate that, Austin. That would be very kind of you. If you're able to do that, that would be much appreciated. Any shout outs are always appreciated because I know you guys could be tuning into a lot of different people, and I appreciate you taking the effort to follow me. I'll follow you back as well, Austin, as soon as I get off of this stream here. But Bekdemir Melikuziev looking very confident, very calm, a very good opening round for him, even though he didn't land a ton of shots. But he's already got a cut opened up on the eye of Pierre DeBom, who comes out. And so we're underway in round number 2 here. Pierre DeBom trying to snap out that jab, but Bekdemir Melikuziev fires back with a straight left out of the southpaw stance, connecting on that injured eye. Melikuziev is just being very, very calm and confident. He's looking for his opening, and you can tell he's going to inflict vicious damage when he finds it. He's using that jab. Big, powerful jab coming out from Bekdemir. Melikuziev has got Pierre DeBom up against the ropes. Bekdemir Melikuziev has got a vicious body shot connecting, and it sent Pierre DeBom wobbling. He didn't go down, but he was wobbling from that body shot. Melikuziev is going to be in a very good position here if he can keep landing this level of work to the body. DeBom gets his head pushed down now. 2 minutes to go in round number 2. Melikuziev looking very confident, but he is, in fact, having to be careful because Pierre DeBom is actually throwing some leather back of his own jabs and a straight right hand. Again, it looked like there was a little bit of tangling of the feet. Melikuziev out of the southpaw stance. Pierre DeBom in the orthodox position, and it looks like, once again, the feet got a little bit tangled there. DeBom slipping, or maybe there's a little bit of wet canvas because he slipped. He was wobbling a little bit all over the place. But he is managing to get Bekdemir's respect a little bit with his jab and his straight right hand now in the center of the ring. Beck firing out the jab out of the southpaw position, doubling up the jab, tripling up the jab now. But Pierre DeBom, he's not backing down. He's firing back. He is willing to exchange here. But Bekdemir seems to have the heavier hands. It goes a long way when you have much heavier hands than your opponent because you can do a lot more damage with an equal number of shots being landed here. I appreciate that, Austin. That's very kind of you. I mean, don't trouble yourself in the middle of the fights as well. But I appreciate all of the effort that you're going to. So thank you very much, Austin. But I want to let you guys know now that the doctor is actually calling Pierre de Bomb over into the corner, and he's examining that cut on the eye, which is very deep. It's on the eyelid. It looked momentarily like they were actually considering stopping the fight. It's somewhat reminiscent of Tim Tszyu against Fundora, actually. Not quite as bad, and it's not on the top of the head, but that eyelid is quite sliced open. So the referee was looking to potentially stop the fight. They've elected to allow it to continue going ahead at this point in time. But yeah, guys, need to be careful here because the referee and the doctor are looking very closely at the possibility of stopping this fight. Body shot lands there from Bektemir. Debombe firing back. Bell goes to end the second round. Now it's going to be very interesting to see what they do in the corner here because that split eyelid looked fairly significant, and they're going to have to, I think, get their very best work done in the corner here. Try and stop the bleeding and try and prevent the referee and the doctor from stepping in to potentially stop the fight here. I will say one thing. The bleeding is not as substantial as it was in that Tim Tszyu fight because I made the comparison between Tim Tszyu and this. Well, the difference here is the blood is not actually stopping Pierre de Bomb from being able to see. There's not a ton of blood, but it is a very deep cut on the eyelid. I appreciate that, Austin. Thank you very much. Like, you need to go out of your way to do this, but I really appreciate that. It is very, very nice that you are willing to go out and try and help me here because any help growing the channel is, of course, much appreciated. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Austin, very much. Any way we look at this fight, though, guys, Melikuziev really needs to be, or rather, Pierre de Bomb really needs to be careful here. We're in round number 3, 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the round. Referee telling them to watch the head clash there. Beck the Bully coming forward, trying to use his jab. Single jab, not connecting. Hook missing. Pierre de Bomb firing back, though. Pierre de Bomb, he is giving as good as he gets, really, in terms of volume. The power, though, is coming from Beck the Bully. Another little tangling of the feet there. Beck the Bully has Pierre up against the ropes. Pierre using his jab, his uppercut to the body to try and back Beck up. But Beck's high guard very effectively absorbing these shots with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Both guys aiming some big hooks. Right hand, straight right hand, or rather straight left hand out of the southpaw position. Couple of straight lefts landing. That jab connecting as well from Beck the Bully. He's managing to move his feet, get in and out of range. Managing to show some nice head movement there to avoid shots coming back at him. Trying to just pierce the high guard of Pierre de Bomb and then look for an opening to land something big here. But Pierre de Bomb is using his own jab and his right hand. Even if they're not landing, he's trying to keep Beck the Bully honest and keep him off him. And if he's able to do that, then he will at the very least reduce the effectiveness of these shots coming back at him. Managing to rock the head of Beck the Bully back there. I have to say this offense from Pierre de Bomb is effective enough that it's reducing the volume coming back at him from Beck the Bully, who needs to, I think, up the tempo just a little bit here. Ooh, big left hook connected. Big body shot as well from Beck the Bully, but Pierre de Bomb comes firing back. Melikuziev is landing big shots, but he's eating some big shots as well. Pierre de Bomb is not wanting to back off at all. Melikuziev is being very, very effective with those heavy body shots, but there's not a lot of them. And so as a result, he hasn't yet been able to do significant damage to Pierre Debom, who's now backed into the corner. But he knew that the round was coming to an end. Fortunately for him, he was actually backed into his own corner. Unfortunate, so he didn't have to go very far at the end of the round, but unfortunately and significantly, there's a lot of blood pooling in that eye where that cut is from his eyelid. So I imagine it's probably causing him some significant vision problems at this point. He's not bleeding all over the place, but the amount of blood that's pooling into his eye, I think, is probably making it very difficult to see out of that right side. I think that's probably something which is going to continue to give Pierre Debom problems if he isn't able to, or rather if his corner is not able to stem the bleeding. He's going to have difficulty seeing out of that left eye. Melikuziev is going to continue targeting it as well. It looks like they've got the bleeding under control momentarily as we get the bell underway to start round number 4. But I expect that we are probably going to get some significant action here that's going to open the cut up once again. Bektomir Melikuziev using that straight left hand out of the southpaw stance. His power shot, and that's the problem for Pierre Debom, is that that power left hand out of the southpaw stance is connecting repeatedly. Ooh, on the chin, on the body, Melikuziev managing to land. But as I say, that's that powerful left hand out of the southpaw stance, which is connecting on that cut. And that's where Pierre Debom is going to have significant problems as he's backed up against the ropes here, trying to fight his way out of this difficult position here in round number 4. Beck the Bully coming forward. He's unloading leather into that, straight into the high guard of Pierre Debom, who is managing to absorb those shots so far. Another straight left lands from Beck. Melikuziev using that straight jab out of the southpaw stance. But Pierre Debom managing to pivot out of the corner, come back with a combination of his own. The referee splits them out of the clinch, and now we're a minute and 45 seconds left in the 4th round. Beck the Bully and Pierre Debom in the center of the ring. Both men trying to establish control of the center of the ring. Nice pair of uppercuts landed from the Frenchman. Melikuziev eating a pair of big shots on the chin. Now, Beck is coming forward behind his high guard, and the result of that is he's being able to be split right down the middle of his gloves with a couple of uppercuts, eating some nice uppercuts, eating a hook and a couple of hooks there. But Pierre Debom is going down onto the canvas, not from a knockdown, from a slip. He was momentarily down on the canvas, but unfortunately for Beck the Bully, that was not going to be scored as a knockdown. We have 45 seconds to go now in round number 4. All right, guys. Here we go. 30 seconds left to go in the round now. Pierre Debom trying to get his way out of the corner here, trying to use his straight right hand to back Bektomir Melikuziev off of him. But Beck is coming back with that straight left hand. You can see the blood all over the back of Melikuziev, but it's not his blood. It's coming out of that eyelid of Pierre Debom. The Frenchman beaten and bloodied, but still fighting back with all he's got as he gets pushed back up against the ropes. And the bell goes to end round number 4. All right. It's that cut here, guys. That cut. It's again another situation as well where the corner is in a difficult spot, because if they don't get the cut under control early, or rather if they do get the cut under control early and the fight carries on and it can no longer be stopped for a no contest, and it does get stopped later on and it goes to points, their guy might lose the fight when it could have potentially been stopped for a no contest earlier on. And so that's, I guess, an interesting question that the corner has to make a decision on, whether they want to call the doctor over and try and get the fight stopped earlier on, or whether they want to try and allow their fighter to keep going. But the reality is that he's now in a position where, if I'm not mistaken, if the fight is stopped after this round, it will go to the scorecards, and he's increasingly finding it difficult to see He's increasingly finding it difficult to see. Melikuziev has got a little bit of marking around his own eyes, but it's not anything substantial. There's no blood. He's not cut. So this is round number 5 of a 10-round fight. Round number 5 is underway here. Bektomir Melikuziev in the black shorts with the neon green accents. Pierre de Baume, the Frenchman, wearing the yellow shorts with a red waistband. The yellow on his shorts now is being splattered with the blood coming out of that cut eyelid as Bek the Bully continues to unload with that straight left hand out of the southpaw stance. Now it looks like Melikuziev is actually cut substantially on his own eyelid. It looks like that was from a clash of heads, but a big cut has opened up on the eyelid of Bektomir Melikuziev, and Pierre de Baume slipped again. No. Is it a knockdown? Yes. The referee has scored that as a knockdown. Pierre de Baume was on the canvas. Pierre de Baume is on the canvas just as Bektomir Melikuziev was opened up. So that will count as a knockdown. He's been on the canvas multiple times, but that is the first time that it counted as a knockdown. He has been knocked down in this round. Melikuziev tries to go to the body. He's coming forward aggressively now. He smells blood literally as well as figuratively because both fighters are cut and bleeding here. Both fighters with significant lacerations to the eyelid. So both of these guys are now going to want to press the action. The referee is calling timeout. The referee is calling timeout, and he's looking, or rather, sending Bektomir Melikuziev over to be now looked at by the doctor. It looks like that cut is fairly substantial. It's a pretty nasty gash on the eyelid. Oh, wow. It's a big cut on the eyelid. They're going to let the action continue, but it is a fairly substantial cut on the eyelid of Bektomir Melikuziev. So both guys now in danger, realistically, of being not allowed to continue because of these cuts. Both guys, I think, need to step on the gas here because the fight could be stopped at any point in time. So all of these rounds are becoming very crucial. Melikuziev is coming forward now very aggressively. He's trying to land 1-2 combinations and then use his footwork to get out of range, whereas Pierre de Baume is trying to snap his jab out and connect and score points in that manner. But here's the thing. Melikuziev coming forward on the front foot, looking very aggressive. Now Pierre de Baume is on the canvas again, but it was not a knockdown. He was very clearly thrown to the canvas or pushed to the canvas by Melikuziev. But Melikuziev then connects with a big shot to the body, and he pushes Pierre de Baume down to the canvas again. Pierre de Baume has gone onto the canvas about 5 times now, but only one of them has actually been scored as a knockdown. He's slipped, he's tripped, he's been pushed down multiple times. Only once has he actually officially been knocked down, but it's not a good visual, and every time he has to climb off of the canvas, it's burning energy as well. But Beck is really trying to step on the gas here. 20 seconds left to go in the round. He unloads and lands with a left hand, rights and left combinations now raining in from Melikuziev. Pierre de Baume is wobbling all over the place. He's been hurt. He's been wobbled. Melikuziev is holding him up at this point. Big swinging hook misses. Whoo! I don't know if this fight's going to go on much longer because either there's going to be potentially a knockout or the referee and the doctor are going to stop this fight due to the severity of the cuts on both fighters' eyelids. It's hard to tell who's cut worse. They both look bad. Actually, so seeing the cut on Pierre de Baume, actually, Melikuziev's cut is significantly worse. Bektomir Melikuziev's eyelid is severely cut to the point where it's running almost the entire length of his left eyelid. His left eyelid is almost hanging off at this point. Someone just put a huge bet on Ryan Garcia. He just went, really? I wonder who that was. Maybe it was Drake. He's always supposedly always placing huge bets, although some people think that he doesn't actually place those bets, that it's just advertising for various betting brands that he works with. But, wow, I'm surprised someone put in a huge bet on Ryan Garcia. Either they know something we don't, or they're trying to lose some money. I don't know. We'll see. Again, Melikuziev being looked over by the doctor and being allowed to continue again, it looks like. But the doctor was checking on him once. All right, so round number 6, guys. Round number 6 is underway. The fight, as I say, could potentially be stopped after any one of these rounds because they keep looking at the eye of both fighters. Melikuziev in particular looking the worse for wear, at least as regards to his cut. But Pierre Debombe is doing his best to try and frustrate Melikuziev, make it at least so that he has enough coming back at him in these exchanges where he can't just step forward into the phone booth and tee off with no resistance. There are punches coming back from Pierre Debombe, who again, his knee touches the canvas, and the referee rules it once again a slip. Pierre Debombe has been very, I think, fortunate not to have some more knockdowns officially ruled against him, because he has been down on the canvas. Either his knee or various parts of his body have been on the canvas a lot, but only one of them has been officially scored a knockdown. So Melikuziev now eating some nice body shots from Pierre Debombe. Debombe coming back in this exchange with Melikuziev. Melikuziev has got him trapped up against the ropes, but he ate a nice headshot there. The Frenchman fighting back. He's not wanting to surrender easily. He was a substantial underdog before the fight in the pre-fight odds, but he's made it, at the very least, a lot more competitive than the odds indicated that it would be. Bektemir is probably winning the fight on points, but he's not having his way as easily as the odds indicated that he would. Nice southpaw jab from Melikuziev there. Doubling up. 1 minute left in round number 6 now. Some good clinching, or rather some clinching going on. Melikuziev forcing the head of Debombe down. Even though the cut on the eye of Debombe is smaller, it's bleeding a lot more. So his corner is seemingly not doing as good of a job, or the cut is somehow bleeding a lot more. But the reality is that Debombe's cut, while smaller in reality, is actually bleeding substantially more than the cut on the eye of Melikuziev. Even though Melikuziev, as you can see when they actually show close-up, it's a much bigger cut. Now the referee is warning Melikuziev about leaning in with his head. We don't need any more head clashes. They touch gloves. 10 seconds left in round number 6 now. Melikuziev throws a big left hand, straight left, and another big straight left. Very aggressive left hands being thrown. Pierre Debombe managing to catch up. Pierre Debombe, when he goes back to his corner, looks the much more fatigued of the two. He's the much more fatigued looking fighter, but the reality is that he's doing just enough in each round to keep Melikuziev off of him and keep him from a situation where he's just able to back him into a corner and tee off at will. So we have got round 7, 8, 9, and 10 to go in this one, guys. Very interesting, Crusoe, that someone has put in a big bet on Devin Haney. Like I say, they either know something that I don't, they're just betting on a gut feeling, or they want to lose a lot of money, because for me, I personally can't see anything other than a dominant Devin Haney win. But if someone is betting on Ryan Garcia big, we'll see. We will see. We will see. Round number 7, guys. The bell rings as Bektemir Melikuziev comes out with a big 1-2 combination. Immediately met in the clinch in the center of the ring by Pierre Debombe. The Frenchman wanting this win badly, even though he's outmatched. Melikuziev is using his physical strength as well on the inside. He's using his strength. But Debombe is not a weakling by any stretch of the imagination himself. He is holding his own on these clinches. The problem I think that he has is that his hands are not as heavy. His volume is probably not quite as high. And overall, his skill level is just a little bit less than what Melikuziev has to offer. But having said that, the fight is still somewhat competitive. Melikuziev there landing with a nice right, or rather a nice left, a trio of nice left hands landing from Melikuziev. And a 1-2 combination connects as well. Debombe not throwing enough back to earn Melikuziev's respect at this point. Debombe using that jab just to try and push, not jab, but actually push with his lead left hand. The head of Melikuziev out of the way, tries to follow up with a right uppercut. It misses. The left jab landing from Debombe. Right hand connecting. Now, Melikuziev looked like he connected with a shot, but Debombe getting connected multiple times now on that cut. He was wobbling on his feet there as he got clipped by Melikuziev. I don't think that was a stumble. I think he got clipped clean with a shot there. He was wobbling. Big shots now landing from Melikuziev, but Debombe is firing back with 1 minute left in the 7th round. This is a 10-round fight, but Melikuziev had to do, or rather, Debombe had to do very good work to get himself out of the corner there. He's breathing heavily. He's got blood coming out of his eye as he connects with a left hook on the cut eye of Bektomir Melikuziev and another right-left hook combination connecting. Melikuziev goes to the body, connects. Pierre Debombe goes up top, misses. Ooh, big right hand, straight right, did land on the chin of Melikuziev. Again, Melikuziev gets his head rocked back, and he needs to be careful because those two punches landed right on the cut. All right, guys. Melikuziev and Pierre Debombe scrapping it out. But Melikuziev, Bek the bully, he seems to have the advantage. The Uzbekistani fighter probably 3 rounds away from a points decision victory unless he somehow gets stopped in this fight, which I don't expect him to based on how I'm seeing it play out up to this point. But let's see what happens, guys. It's really impressive corner work, I have to say, by his team managing to get that cut under control because, like I said, and actually it looks like there's a second smaller cut opening on the eyebrow of Pierre Debombe on the opposite eye, not the one that has been previously cut. It looks like he's got a smaller one possibly opened up. Uppercuts, hooks, big shots landed from Bek the bully. This hasn't been an amazing performance, I wouldn't say. It's been a solid performance, but not an amazing one. And I think that Bektomir Melikuziev is probably going to want to get an emphatic finish here to the fight in round number 8. It looks like we're once again going to be getting an intervention by the doctor. It's about the 3rd time he has come in to look at Melikuziev's eye. Now what's going... Oh, that's it. The doctor has told the referee that Bektomir Melikuziev cannot continue, so the fight has been stopped at the beginning of the 8th round. No action actually commenced in the 8th round. The fight has been stopped by the doctor, even though they had actually managed to get the bleeding under control. Bektomir Melikuziev wasn't actually bleeding. They'd used Vaseline to cover or to close the cut. But the problem with that situation, as far as the doctor was concerned, was that the laceration on the eyelid was too big to allow the fight to continue. I have to say, it was pretty big. It was like half of his eyelid was hanging off, to be honest with you. It was a very large gash. That eyelid was cut deeply. The cut, honestly, took up more real estate. There was more cut real estate on his eyelid than there was actual eyelid at this point, if that makes sense. In other words, the cut itself was actually taking up the majority of his eyelid. It was deep. It wasn't bleeding a ton, but the reality is it seems like not that big of a deal. But I have to imagine that if his eyelid was to become completely detached, that would be not only dangerous, but probably an extremely painful and more complicated recovery than what it actually sounds like. And you don't want to be messing around with injuries to the eyes, because the reality is that if something like that was to happen, it could potentially end a fighter's career and cause him lifelong problems, in the sense that if he couldn't see or had compromised vision out of one of his eyes, So I think the doctor has probably done the right thing here, stepping in to stop this fight and preventing any more damage to be done to Bektomir Melikuziev's eye. He will probably feel like he could have gone on because he's a tough man. He's a warrior. He will probably feel like he could have gone on and continued the fight, but it's not to be. So Bektomir Melikuziev and Pierre de Baume, Uzbekistan against France. The fight ends on a doctor stoppage after 7 completed rounds. We will have to see how this one plays out on the scorecards. My personal suspicion is that the doctor stoppage has probably favored Bektabuli. I think Bektabuli probably will be the beneficiary of this doctor stoppage. I think he will probably win the fight on points. But let's see. Who do you guys, let me know in the chat, guys. Who do you have winning this fight? I think Bektabuli probably has won this fight on points. But let me know, guys, what you think is going to be the outcome here. How are the judges going to score this one? I will update you. I will read you out the verdict as soon as they announce it. But like I say, a close competitive fight, but one in which I feel realistically like Bektomir Melikuziev probably is the deserved winner in this one. Probably will go on to get the verdict. Let us see what the judges have to say about this one. It could be, I think, a fairly quick and clear-cut decision. But let's see what happens. I think that the cut, as I say, probably actually affected the cut on the Pierre de Baume actually probably affected him more, even though Melikuziev was actually cut more deeply. So I feel like the decision here should be fairly quick and forthcoming from the judges, but it does not always play out in boxing the way that you expect it to. So let's see what happens here, guys. Let's see what happens. All right, guys. Both fighters are still in their corners, actually. They haven't called them to the center of the ring yet. They haven't actually called them out to hear the official verdict. Melikuziev celebrating in the center of the ring, nearly knocking over one of the ring girls as he waves his arms in the air, not looking where he's going. But he is the likely victor here. So we have one more fight coming up, guys, if you are following along live before the main event. Arnold Barbosa Jr. against Sean Mccom in the super lightweight division is the co-main event to Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. Arnold Barbosa Jr., by the way, 29-0-0. Sean Mccom, 18-1. This one is coming up next. It's a 10-rounder as well. Depending on how long that fight goes, I think we're probably around 45 minutes to an hour away from the start of the main event between Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Now, Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, guys, is going to be an extremely interesting fight as far as what's going to happen. I think it's going to be fairly predictable as far as who's going to win, but I think it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out because Ryan Garcia could go the distance, get KO'd, or potentially get himself disqualified. And then on top of that, there's, I guess, a possibility that he somehow springs the upset. All right. Here we go. They're scoring the 8th round because it started, but nothing actually happened in the 8th round. All right. 79-73 on 2 of the cards. 78-74 on the 3rd card. Unanimous technical decision. Bektomir Melikuziev. So he wins on a unanimous technical decision. Improves his record to 14-1 with 10 KOs. Pierre de Baume was a game opponent, but Bektomir Melikuziev ultimately was too much for him. I have to say, though, I don't think this was an incredible performance from Melikuziev. I don't think he's ready to go on and beat Canelo Alvarez. Let's say that. I don't think he's at the top or near the top of the super middleweight division, if I'm being completely honest. I thought this was a decent performance. I didn't think it was an amazing performance by any means. And I think Bektemir Melikuziev needs to make some significant improvements. He's got potential. I believe he can be a contender in this division, but he's not going to beat Canelo Alvarez with a performance like that. So he has a lot of improving still to do before he's going to be, I think, one of the top names in the division. So Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney, by the way, guys, coming up in just one fight's time. One fight between now and the main event, Arnold Barbosa Jr. against Sean Mccom in the super lightweight division. Whew. All right, guys. So we had an upset on this card. David Jimenez defeating Scrappy Ramirez. That was the upset on the main card. And then Charles Conwell with a pretty much comfortable overall TKO victory over Nathaniel Gallamore. Conwell was the favorite. Bektemir Melikuziev was a significant favorite in this fight as well. So overall, we're 2-1 as far as betting the favorites, but there was that one fairly substantial upset with Jimenez upsetting Scrappy Ramirez. So who knows how that will play into the main event, but I would be very surprised if we were to get anything other than a Devin Haney victory. It's not because Ryan Garcia doesn't have skills. It's just because he seems to be not taking this fight seriously at all. He just really doesn't seem to be interested in getting the win here. He just seems to be interested in engaging in what I would probably consider to be tawdry antics and just, well, we'll see what happens in the fight. So I don't want to say too much and then be proven wrong, but let's see what's going to happen, guys. So Ryan Garcia is being interviewed again. These are not even new interviews for this card. These are old interviews that we've already seen. So guys, the thing that annoys me about Ryan Garcia is that I don't know if he's basically just lying to the audience or if he genuinely believes that he has a top training camp. But I mean, the guy at the end of the day is a serious boxer. He's not Logan Paul against Dylan Dennis. He's not KSI against Tommy Fury. But the build-up to this fight, truthfully, from Ryan Garcia's point of view, has been actually closer to Dylan Dennis against Logan Paul-esque levels of trash, by the way, effectively. But Devin Haney, I mean, cannot afford to lose this fight. I think the one with the most to lose here, believe it or not, is not actually Ryan Garcia, because his preparation for this fight and everything about it has been so poor that Ryan Garcia basically has nothing to lose going into this one. But Devin Haney, if he was to somehow get upset here, it's kind of going to be a bit of a disaster for him, because I think if Devin Haney was to somehow lose to Ryan Garcia in these circumstances, it would pretty much make him a laughingstock. And I think his chances of going on and getting fights with the likes of Tank Davis, with the likes of, who knows, even Shakur Stevenson at some point with I guess that's a different story, but with Matias, like all of these fights that, with Tio, all of these fights will be out the door if Devin Haney somehow gets upset in this fight, which I don't expect him to. I don't believe that he will. But guys, let me know, guys, what you are feeling with this one. If anybody actually thinks that Ryan is going to be able to pull off the upset, I will give you a big shout out. I'll give you guys a big shout out after this one, because I do think that Ryan Garcia is in a world of trouble here. Whew, anyway. 2 more fights to go, guys, before this card. I would probably give the card so far a 6.5 out of 10. I think 7 generously, but probably a 6.5. The Jimenez Ramirez fight was good. The other 2 were just okay, probably a 6 out of 10. The Jimenez Ramirez fight, I would probably give an 8. So maybe averaging it out to a 6.5, 7 out of 10 so far, but we'll see what the next 2 fights are able to do. Yeah, I agree with you, Mithrandir. I think influencer boxing is really, unfortunately, a real shame. I'm not a fan of it at all. I have been to a Jake Paul fight live And a lot, like I said, a lot of serious boxing people were actually there, but I mean, it is what it is. But I like serious boxing. I like the serious sport side of it. I like the showmanship and the antics to a certain degree, but it has to be underscoring. For example, Tyson Fury against Deontay Wilder, because there's real legitimate danger in that fight. I think a little bit of foolishness to sell the fight. It works because you know that there's real threat on the line here. But Ryan Garcia, I mean, Devin Haney, there just isn't any real drama. So they're trying to create a shortcut when instead Ryan Garcia should have been preparing to try and win a real boxing match. But we'll see. Yeah, Ryan Garcia's left hook. I mean, I'm really curious what we're going to actually see from Ryan Garcia. Like how he's actually going to look, whether he's actually going to come out here and really go for it, or whether he's just going to, I don't know, do something crazy and maybe even get himself disqualified. But at any rate, Sean Mccom against Arnold Barbosa Jr. This is the next fight. It is the last fight before the main event. It's a 10-rounder. And we're going to get this one underway now, guys. Yeah, I agree, Mithrandir. That is exactly the point. It isn't wrestling. At the end of the day, it's a real sport. It's not a soap opera. It's not wrestling. And Ryan Garcia probably would be more successful, I guess, on a reality show, on a soap opera, or go into professional wrestling. I mean, that's really the reality of it. And like I've said repeatedly, the proof is in the pudding, where fan interest in this fight hasn't increased in response to Ryan's behavior. So, Barbosa making his way to the ring now. Arnold Barbosa Jr. Arnold Barbosa Jr., the favorite in this fight, I believe, making his way to the ring now. 29-0. He's wearing the gray and blue of the LA Dodgers. Making his ring walk here, or at least leaving his dressing room, making the walk through the corridors of the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Arnold Barbosa Jr. Let's go, guys. Joe Martinez. The bell will be ringing in just a few minutes, but Joe Martinez announcing the entrances of both fighters in the super lightweight division, Arnold Barbosa Jr. and Sean Mccom. Sean Mccom entering the arena first. I have to be fair and say that the seats in the section of the arena that you can see close to the ring, the ringside seats and the portions of the lower bowl that you can see, have filled out quite a bit more than what they were earlier in the card. Sean Mccom making his way to the ring now, wearing a very interesting outfit, I have to say. It's a kind of furry orange, white, and neon green outfit. I'm not really feeling this one, I have to say. It looks like he's just wearing a safety vest. It's not a great look, in my opinion, but we'll see if he can fight better than his outfit looks. Sean Mccom, the underdog here. He's now in the ring, like I say. He's wearing a bright orange hood, a white shorts with neon orange and neon green trim. Yeah, I agree, Mithrandir. I don't think he's going to pull this off, but we'll see. Jacob Valdez, how are you doing? I appreciate you tuning in. I don't think Mccom is world level, I will be honest, but we'll see. I mean, in the last fight, the cuts kind of even things out a little bit up to a point. So you never know what can happen in this one either. Barbosa making his way to the ring now. Like I said previously, he's wearing gray and blue, the colors of the Los Angeles Dodgers. The former Brooklyn Dodgers, obviously. I guess it's also probably partially a tribute to the former Brooklyn Dodgers, given that the fight is taking place in Brooklyn. But Barbosa is a significant favorite according to the fan poll. 72% saying or rather 72% saying Barbosa, only 28% favoring Sean Mccom, and I think that probably is about right. That's probably more or less how I feel as well, but we'll see. All right, guys. So Barbosa and Mccom both in the ring now. Their respective teams are in the ring. Joe Martinez will announce the particulars, and then we will get this one underway. Barbosa probably improves to 30-0 in this fight. But let's see. All right, guys, let's see. Arnold Barbosa, Sean Mccom, co-main event, 10 rounds. Joe Martinez reading out the introductions of both fighters. We'll get this one underway, and then we'll get into Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. So this is also for a WBO minor belt as well. 3 judges at ringside: Benoit Roussel, Tom Schreck, and Don Trellis. Steve Willis is the referee for this bout. All right. Sean Mccom being introduced now. He's fighting out of the blue corner, and his record is 18-1. He has got 5 KOs only, though, so he is going to be realistically in trouble here because, number one, he's not going to get a decision on the scorecards very easily, and number 2, he's going to struggle to get the knockout, which is why Barbosa is a significant favorite in this one. Barbosa, I think, does have vulnerabilities and doesn't actually have a huge KO ratio himself, it has to be said, especially when you consider that he does have, this will be his 30th fight. But I think overall, he's the better prospect. And I think it's going to be unlikely that he gets upset in this fight. Both fighters have now been introduced by Joe Martinez. The referee has called them to the center of the ring. Both guys look pretty calm, relaxed, and focused. So the body language of both guys, pretty good. The fighters touch gloves. They go back to their corners. We are going to get round 1 underway here in just moments, guys. Barbosa pacing back and forth in his corner. Mccom, the Northern Irishman, trying to pull off the upset here. Round 1 is underway as Barbosa and Mccom come out of their corners and meet in the center of the ring. 10-rounder. Mccom fighting out of the southpaw stance. Very much the thinner fighter, very much the more frail-looking of the two. Barbosa, more compact, shorter, but also more muscular. Barbosa is in the gray. Mccom in the green and orange and white. I guess they're the Irish colors, but I didn't really pick up on that because they're of the fur and the fact that they're the wrong shade. But be that as it may, we are into this first round. Mccom using his jab out of the southpaw stance effectively here so far. Barbosa trying to find an opening to get through to the inside. Mccom snapping out the jab. Faster hands, more volume is coming from Mccom at this point. Right hand, or rather left hand, straight left out of the southpaw stance, connects on the chin of Barbosa. Mccom landed a nice shot there, but Barbosa still coming forward. Mccom trying to keep him onto the outside. Nice long arms, nice good reach from Mccom. Doubling up, tripling up the jab from Mccom. He's doing well so far. Barbosa not being exceptionally active up to this point in the round with about a minute left in round number 1. It's Mccom who's landing more shots, who's being more active, who's coming forward, doing the better work. Wobbled a little bit there, gets pushed back up against the ropes. I think that was a tangling of the feet, though, not actually due to a punch. Mccom coming forward, or rather being backed up by Barbosa, who's coming forward. Barbosa, nice right hand from Barbosa, connects on the chin of Mccom, but Mccom, he's not afraid to let his hands go. Barbosa connecting with big right hands now. Mccom, he's swinging as well. He's letting his hands go. He's on the back foot, but he's really using those long arms to great effect is Mccom. Body work now, a little bit of tripping and tangling over the feet, nearly sent Mccom down to the canvas, but Barbosa just keeps walking forward. He's using his compact size very effectively to make it difficult for Mccom to find an opening while walking forward, keeping that high guard nice and tight, but not a lot of volume, I have to say, coming from Barbosa. Not a super great round from Barbosa, truthfully. I thought Mccom probably did just enough to edge that one. Nice work of the jab. Not a super great round from Barbosa. Now, I don't think it's anything to panic about at this stage. That was only round number 1, but Barbosa looked a little bit slower, a little bit flat-footed, and he was struggling a little bit with the snapping jab from Mccom. But let's see what will happen here, guys. Like I said earlier, I think Mccom might have a difficult time winning a points decision, but if he can really separate himself from Barbosa, really use his jab effectively, and dominate these rounds, then he gives himself a chance. That reach, though, the reach advantage of Mccom is very, very noticeable as far as using his jab and then being able to pull his head out of range, because Barbosa with the shorter arms. Kevin Cox, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody who's tuning in here, guys. Mccom using his jab again effectively as we are in round number 2. Mccom jabbing, 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 slapping right hand to the body. Very good combinations and hand speed here from Mccom, I have to say. Barbosa looks like he's frozen a little bit with the speed of the work that's coming at him. And Mccom, nice use of the jab there. Mccom is moving, using his feints effectively, using his jab. Barbosa is struggling up to this point. Barbosa is not having much success walking through Mccom, but he's also not moving a lot himself. Barbosa is very flat-footed, very stationary, trying to walk forward in a straight line, and it's not working effectively for him so far. Mccom pivoting around the outside, teeing off with that jab, using the right, or rather the left hand out of the southpaw stance. Nice combinations there from Mccom. Barbosa went over the top with a left hand, and he missed. There was some heat on that shot, but it did not connect. Mccom again now using the jab, using the right hand, left hand combinations, 1-2, footwork, speed. It's just the movement of Mccom that's giving Barbosa pause for thought. If Mccom can keep this up, then he is on his way to a fairly impressive performance thus far. But Barbosa is walking forwards now. He's got Mccom now backing up. Mccom, though, still snapping out that jab. Nice jab working from Mccom. Barbosa just doesn't have the reach, and he doesn't have the movement, and he doesn't so far have the power to keep Mccom honest. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, connecting there onto the gloves. All of those shots connecting from Mccom as he just lands his gloves onto the gloves of Barbosa. Barbosa coming forward, though. Barbosa is trying to use his jab to set up the right hand, but none of these shots are actually having a lot of effect now. We got 20 seconds left in round number 2. So, guys, what you're seeing here is Barbosa trying to walk his way through Mccom's jab and his straight left hand. But now Barbosa has Mccom back up against the ropes. Straight right hand connected. Another straight right hand missed, but Barbosa now at the end of round number 2, he managed to back Mccom up against the ropes. He targeted him to the body, but unfortunately, from Barbosa's point of view, the bell rang, and he wasn't able to get anything more effective done at the end of the round now. I agree, Mithrandir. Something needs to get done here. Kevin Cox, I appreciate that. I am going to keep doing these commentaries every week so you guys can tune in for them. And the more we do these, yes, I will keep improving as well. So let us get into the third round here. But so far, I've actually been pretty impressed by what Sean Mccom is doing. Like Mithrandir said, I didn't really rate him as a world-level fighter, but so far, his movement, his jab is actually giving Barbosa a lot of problems. And Barbosa's instead looking flat-footed and slow and not particularly powerful either, it has to be said. Not even like Bektemir Melikuziev in the last fight, who you could see had really heavy hands. That's not even what Barbosa looks like so far. So round number 3 is underway here. This one is a 10-round fight, guys. And Arnold Barbosa is on the front foot. But as has been happening throughout much of the fight, he hasn't been able to find his range very effectively. He hasn't been able to get inside those long arms of Mccom. Sean Mccom needs to be very careful to keep moving, though. He needs to use that foot speed, the foot speed advantage, and he needs to use those long arms and keep himself on the outside. Whew. Barbosa working the body of Mccom now, but Sean Mccom is just firing straight back. He just needs to be careful not getting caught in these exchanges, because as long as he can keep moving his feet, but now Mccom backed up against the ropes, and Barbosa going to the body with hooks to the body. Hook to the head connects there, but Mccom not backing down, letting leather go of his own, firing back. All right, guys. What happens here is that Sean Mccom needs to keep moving his feet. If he decides to suddenly become stationary, it's going to give Barbosa a significant potential advantage as he's able to work Mccom over to the body. Nice right hook connected on the chin of Mccom. Barbosa has got heavy, heavy hands. You can really see in this round some of the power that he could potentially detonate, but Mccom's movement up to this point has given him a lot of problems. So far, Mccom has slowed down a little bit in this third round. We're starting to see Mccom having to stand in the pocket and exchange a little bit more. Now both guys are up against the ropes. Barbosa having his best success of the fight so far. Still just trying to walk forward in a straight line. But Mccom is on the back foot, using movement nicely and being able to keep himself at a distance, at range. It's not the time for any call-outs at this point, Mithrandir. I agree. I think this performance needs to step up quite a bit before we start thinking about that. Now, Barbosa just landed a nice left hook, or straight left hand on the chin of Mccom. But every time he does, Mccom just fires back with 1-2s of his own. 20 seconds to go in round number 3. Left hand connected there. Barbosa and Mccom in the center of the ring. Mccom using some nice defense, pivoting out of the way and using that southpaw jab, and then pivoting to the side. It's causing Barbosa a lot of problems. Depending on how that round has been scored, Mccom might be building a nice advantage here. Now, the issue is that Barbosa is beginning to build just a little bit of momentum here as far as Mccom's concerned. Barbosa is building a little bit of momentum, and Mccom needs to be careful not to stop moving around the ring. But he's so far been having his way with Barbosa, all things considered. He's so far been doing a pretty good job of making Barbosa look slow, look awkward, look a little bit clumsy. But let's see, guys, what the fourth round brings, because we have got round 4 coming up of a 10-rounder. Okay. Here we go, guys. Round 4 underway. Let's go and see what happens now, guys. Barbosa trying to walk Mccom down. Looks like Barbosa is trying to move in and out of range to bait Mccom to come forward a little bit more now. But let's see if it's successful. We're seeing a little bit more movement, a little bit more foot movement, I should say, from Barbosa. Tim G, I agree. The Golden Boy fighters haven't put in great performances across the board. Not all of them have lost, but the performances haven't been as one-sided as the odds suggested that these fights would be. So it's not been great for Golden Boy, and I think it's probably going to get worse when Ryan Garcia loses to Devin Haney, but we will have to see. So Barbosa now has Mccom up against the ropes, but he's not able to land any real effective work. Just snapping that jab out, not being able to find his range. Right hand misses. Mccom just pivoting to the side, using that southpaw jab, using that left hand, just doing a very good job of keeping himself out of range while Barbosa is made to look slow and plodding coming forward. All right, so Barbosa is now getting backed up by Mccom with that jab. Mccom going to the body, but he misses. Now he connects. Barbosa firing back. Barbosa firing back to the body, but Mccom's head movement, body movement, his feet, everything, he's still managing to give Barbosa a lot of problems with his mobility. And I think that is something which Mccom, if he can keep it up, is going to have a very good chance of winning this fight if he can keep performing like this. Barbosa walking forward, using that jab, not connecting. Tries to land with a left or right uppercut, misses. Mccom now dancing, using feinting, using good movement in the center of the ring. Mccom eats some leather there, but on the whole, he's winning these exchanges. Barbosa tried to connect with a big overhand left, but it missed clean. Mccom now 30 seconds left in round number 4. Mccom using his jab, using his left hand. Barbosa now has him backed up against the ropes, but it's Mccom who's using the more volume. Not a great performance. I agree, Johnny Ringo. When Garcia is the Golden Boy, you should change your name. Well, we will see what happens to Ryan after this fight, whether or not who knows when we will see him again, depending on how this performance goes. But let's find out. So, round number 4 is in the books, guys. Still Sean Mccom looking pretty solid in there, if I'm honest. Barbosa just hasn't really shown anything to suggest he's an elite level fighter, to be completely honest with you, in this performance. If you've only ever seen this one fight, you wouldn't really think that Barbosa was anything special just based on the way how he's fighting here. So Devin Haney is in the locker room, warming up, just hitting the pads. Now he looks good here, very focused, very calm. Ryan Garcia is just sitting there watching. He looks very twitchy, Ryan Garcia. Not warming up on the pads. Seemingly just watching the TVs in the back. Ryan Garcia does not look great. I'm going to just be honest. All right. Let's go round number 5 here. Mccom coming out, using that southpaw jab yet again. Barbosa struggling to find his range. It's both the southpaw stance and the reach and the movement. All three of those things are giving Barbosa a lot of problems, and you can see some significant marking up underneath the eye of Barbosa. Not a cut, but some significant bruising underneath the left eye. Barbosa just coming forward. Mccom on his bike, but his movement has been very effective. Mccom now missing with a jab, missing with a straight shot, but it just underscores the reach advantage that he has and the way that he's able, when he's accurate, to keep Barbosa on the outside at a distance where Barbosa can't land anything of his own. Barbosa tried to connect with a right hand. It missed. Mccom landing. Mccom and Barbosa trading shots here, but Barbosa just has not landed enough, in my opinion, to realistically be winning these rounds on points. Barbosa connected with a right hand there. One of the solitary shots that he's actually managed to land in these exchanges. Missing again with the jab. Mccom, nice head movement, nice feints. Again, you can see that hand speed. Tried to go to the body in with a straight shot, 1-2 combination. Both of those punches missing from Mccom. 1:15 now left in round number 5. Barbosa connecting to the body of Mccom. Mccom wobbled a little bit, but I don't think it was from a punch. I think he tripped. But now Mccom is getting backed up against the ropes. Barbosa coming forward, stalking his man behind the high guard. He needs to let his hands go here. He's really not being very aggressive, his Barbosa. Even once he's managed to close the gap, Mccom hasn't needed to really get on his bike and move around because Barbosa just hasn't been throwing a lot of shots Mccom's way. Or rather, now they're in the clinch. Barbosa is managing to effectively target the body of Mccom here up against the ropes. 35 seconds to go in round number 5. We're about to be halfway through this one where Sean Mccom appears to be ahead on the scorecards. But Barbosa now having some success closing the distance. Not tremendously, but he does have Mccom back up against the ropes. Barbosa, like I say, he's marked up around the eye. 12 seconds now left in the round. Barbosa coming forward. Mccom, slick movement. 5 seconds left in the round. That's it. Round over. And we are 5 rounds away from the main event, guys. 5 rounds left. And this is actually turning into a bit of a nightmare for Golden Boy and Oscar De La Hoya as far as their prospects. Especially if you assume, like I do, now you should never assume, but even so, especially if you assume like I do that Ryan Garcia is ultimately going to lose this fight, then things are not trending in a good trajectory for Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins and Golden Boy Promotions, especially when you consider, as Johnny Ringo says, that Garcia is the biggest fighter that they have in their stable. They did just pick up cruiserweight title a few weeks back with Zurdo Ramirez, but the reality is that the biggest fighter in their stable, Ryan Garcia, is probably going to get cleaned out and by Devin Haney in the main event in just a few moments' time. But we will see. We will see. There's been upsets on this card already. But Mccom is winning 4-1 on Chris Mannix's scorecard through 5 as we get round number 6 underway here, guys. Barbosa coming forward and trying to establish control of the center of the ring. He's trying to find an opportunity to connect with Mccom and trying to basically just walk through this barrage of shots which is coming his way in terms of high volume, accurate punches, and now he's managed to back Mccom up against the ropes. But Barbosa is not able to actually capitalize on this opportunity, targeting the body of Mccom. Mccom not looking in any real trouble, even though he's against the ropes, being very calm, very cool, very collected. Mccom ate a couple of body punches, but he came out of the exchange landing 1-2s, using his jab, going to the head of Barbosa. Barbosa really needs to pick it up and do something here because he is going to lose this fight at this point unless he can probably get a knockout. Not because he's so far behind, but because there's just nothing to suggest that he's giving Mccom any kind of serious problems here. Mccom is just having every success as far as being able to come forward, or rather on the front foot or the back foot, whichever he tries, but it's just his range control, his jab, the southpaw stance, his movement, his speed, everything about him is freezing Barbosa in place, who is being made, as I've said repeatedly, to look flat-footed, slow, and not particularly powerful either. So there's really very little in Barbosa's favor at this point as far as his ability to potentially win this fight, which he is the favorite to do so. 72% of fans in the pre-fight poll predicted Barbosa to win this fight, but he is on his way to losing pretty comprehensively on the scorecards. We've got 1 minute to go in round number 6. Mccom using that jab again. Barbosa tries to fire back 1-2 combinations, but again, Mccom is able to successfully get out of range, reestablish range, and then use his own 1-2 to keep Barbosa at a distance. So, like I say, Barbosa just not getting enough work done, not really posing enough of a threat. Oscar De La Hoya, not going to be impressed with this performance. A lot of people, I think, are going to be disappointed that Barbosa is not really living up to the prospect tag in this fight at all. This might be the best performance of Mccom's career up to this point as well. Certainly one of his best performances. His movement has looked exceptional compared to Barbosa, but it's not been a great fight from Barbosa's point of view. He's got Mccom up against the ropes, but the bell goes without any significant effective work being done from Barbosa as far as I'm concerned. All right. We've got 4 rounds to go in this one, guys. It looks like, it's difficult to say, but it looks like Ryan Garcia, it looks like this fight will probably go the distance. Mccom has not looked like he has been in danger of stopping Barbosa at any point. Barbosa, for his point, has definitely not looked like stopping Mccom. That is true, actually. There's been quite a few upsets this weekend. You are right, Tim. Hey, maybe we'll see an upset in the main event. You never know. Maybe we will get an upset in the main event. Maybe Ryan Garcia somehow pulls it off. Is it likely? I doubt it, but we will see. Round number 7 now, guys. Commencing. Sean Mccom with that very, very wide stance, but because he has long arms, he's managing to actually be able to keep himself out of range. Mccom using the left, the straight left, using the jab, using the threat of the jab. Not all of these jabs are landing, but the jab up top and then followed by the straight left to the body, giving Barbosa some significant problems. Barbosa on the back foot. Mccom coming forward. Barbosa gets hit on the chin by that southpaw jab once again. Mccom using some nice body movement there to get out of the way of shots from Barbosa. Barbosa walking forward. Ryan by KO Kraft Costanza would be hilarious. Well, you never know. It would not absolutely stun me, but I would be very surprised if that was to happen. I think Devin Haney, unlike many of the fighters on this card, is a proven commodity. So I would be very, very surprised if Devin Haney was to lose this one. Okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, guys. Barbosa and Mccom. Barbosa is getting schooled here, though, to be completely honest. Mccom is just looking way, way too slick for him, and Barbosa just has no answers at this point. Mccom just walking Barbosa down, not even letting his hands go, really, but Barbosa just has no answers for the puzzle of Mccom's speed, southpaw, stance, reach. hand speed, foot movement, the whole deal. Mccom is just looking way, way slicker in every department. Barbosa comes forward and he tries to connect, but Mccom, whenever Barbosa closes the distance, Mccom is willing to come back and trade with him when he has to. It's not his forte. It's not what he wants to do, but he is able to exchange comfortably. So Mccom now has got 30 seconds left in round number 7, and then we have the main event coming up after this, guys. So this is the co-main event, the penultimate fight. Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney is coming up next, straight away after this one. Barbosa is just getting teed off on now. Mccom is backing up, and then whenever Barbosa closes the distance, Mccom either pivots out of the way or he manages to land a couple of combinations. All right, Zombie Dome. Ryan is probably trolling. I don't know. I think he's probably trolling in his mind, but the reality is that he did miss weight. He did not look really, really and truly well prepared for this fight. And it doesn't seem to be affecting Devin Haney either. So, nor does it seem to be really driving ticket sales or interest in the fight. So if he is trolling, I think Ryan Garcia probably feels like he's trolling, but I still have a hard time believing his preparation for this fight has been good. Barbosa's corner is telling him that they need to back Mccom up and they need to use the jab more. But the reality is at this point, they need probably a knockout. The movement of Barbosa, or rather the movement of Mccom, has been far, far too slick for Barbosa, who I think probably needs a stoppage or at the very least a knockdown now to be able to get this fight to turn in his favor on the scorecards. But we have 3 rounds to go in this one regardless. Round number 8 is underway. Mccom is again using his reach very effectively. He's been able to just dictate the pace of this fight. Mccom on the back foot, Barbosa coming forward. Mccom using that 1-2 combination straight down the pipe to mark that cheek up of Barbosa, substantially marking up the cheek. Both sides of Barbosa's face marked up with bruising. You can see that he's been hit a lot. It's from an accumulation of punches, not from a single head clash. All right. Yes, that is true, Zombie Dome. It's true. We shall see what Ryan Garcia is able to do and how he's able to potentially channel his hardships into a performance in the ring, or maybe a lack of performance. We will see. We will see. All right. 2 minutes left in this round number 8, guys. Barbosa is managing to come forward, yes, but he has not landed any significant strikes. So he's just not able to find the range, the reach, and the punch output to do any substantial damage to Sean Mccom. Sean Mccom, even on the inside, is willing to trade in exchange when he needs to. But just there, he's able to get back onto the back foot, get to the outside, cover up, and Barbosa just hasn't been able to get through and do anything anything significant. All right, guys. Barbosa walking Mccom back into the corner. Mccom just firing back, though. A lot of these shots are hitting the gloves of Barbosa, it has to be said. Now Barbosa managing to connect onto the chin of Mccom, who had his hands down momentarily. A minute left to go in round number 8 here. Barbosa using that jab, or rather Mccom using that jab. Barbosa coming forward relentlessly, it has to be said. But Mccom just on the back foot looking very solid. Now some combinations from Mccom connecting predominantly with the gloves of Barbosa. Barbosa using his straight right hand, popping the chin of Mccom back up against the ropes, but Barbosa just walking forward, not applying enough controlled, educated, and effective pressure to keep Mccom off of him and stop him from using that jab to, I think, probably win these rounds. But let's see. 26 seconds to go in round number 8. Mccom is getting pressed up against the ropes now at the side of the ring, but again, he's moving his head, his body. Barbosa just isn't able to land enough effective work. Trying to tee off to the body now of Mccom. What's going to happen here, guys? Round number 8 comes to a conclusion, and Sean Mccom goes back to his corner. He raises his arm. I think he's got to be feeling pretty confident, pretty good about how he has done in this fight. Bam Rodriguez against Estrada, by the way, coming up June 29th. That is a fight at the lower weight classes, which I'm actually very excited about. Definitely will be covering that one. Bam Rodriguez and Estrada, June 29th in Phoenix. I agree, Mithrandir, unless the judges, and to be fair, I think the judges have actually been reasonably good tonight. So unless the judges have got a horrible robbery in store for us, I do think that Mccom probably has this fight in his hands unless he either gets stopped or dominated in these last 2 rounds, which I don't think that he will, since the fight itself has been pretty consistent so far. All right, round number 9 is underway, guys. Sean Mccom against Arnold Barbosa Jr. Barbosa Jr. seemingly needing to win this fight, or rather seemingly needing a KO to win this fight. Let's see if he can get it. He tries to establish control of the center of the ring, but it is actually Mccom who is being more aggressive, being more liberal with his use of the jab. His straight left hand out of the southpaw stance, connecting twice on the chin of Barbosa. Barbosa walking forward, not letting his hands go, though. He needs to let his hands go, or he needs to land a very big power shot that can change the trajectory of the fight. Tim G, I agree. This is not great matchmaking. Draw is a possibility if Ryan Garcia has trained well. Well, we will find out in just a few moments' time, guys, because we have round 9 of this fight, which is underway right now. Round number 10 probably coming up, and then Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney, I would guess, in about 25 minutes time from now for the opening bell of that fight. Probably around 25 minutes from now. We will see. But Barbosa trying his best to walk forward and connect with something, but Mccom using nice head movement, nice 1-2 combinations, looking slick, looking very smooth here. Mccom is just slapping away. Sean Mccom is on his way, I believe, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. He's on the back foot, but he is controlling the fight. He is the ring general here. He's exhibiting exceptional control of this fight without actually coming close at any point to a knockout. So that's one thing that Sean Mccom, I think, could have done better, or potentially might be knocked or docked points by the judges, is the fact that none of his work has been particularly damaging. They have been point scoring. They have been accurate. And defensively, he's made Barbosa miss a lot. 1 minute left now in round number 9. Jab pawing away from Mccom. Mccom using that jab very effectively, as he has done throughout the entire fight, to keep Barbosa at range. Barbosa missing, and Mccom coming back, using his jab, throwing some hands out there. Let Barbosa come forward and eat those shots. 30 seconds left to go now. Barbosa standing right in front of Mccom, not able to let his hands go, not able to get his range, but he needs to, at this point, be a little bit more reckless. He can't be affording to be so conservative now. He needs to let his hands go. So Barbosa coming forward. Now he connects on the chin of Mccom. Mccom ate a couple of shots there on the chin, but it might be too little too late in this round. Now Barbosa coming forward, still landing a nice shot to the body. Mccom firing back. Woo! Round number 9 in the books, guys. Arnold Barbosa Jr. on the way to being another upset on this card. Scrappy Ramirez got upset. Now Sean Mccom is 1 round away from upsetting Arnold Barbosa Jr. I agree, JJ. Mccom is completely dominating this fight at this point. Barbosa needs a KO to win this one, and not even a knockdown. He needs a knockout. Even a knockdown in this round is not going to get it done. Now, Mccom has been very efficient on the back foot the entire fight. All right. Let's go. You're rooting for Mccom, Mithrandir. Well, I think he's probably going to win this fight unless he gets stopped here I hope he doesn't for his sake, because he's deserved this victory with a very solid and impressive performance. Representing Northern Ireland, Mccom is ahead on Chris Mannix's scorecard, 88-83 as round number 10. The final round in this fight gets underway. So we have got Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia coming up next after this one, is Mccom using that jab, popping out that jab very efficiently, very effectively. All right, guys. Mccom, 1-2 combination. Barbosa firing back. Barbosa going to the body, fighting with more intensity in this round. He knows probably that he needs the stoppage. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough intensity to be able to turn the trajectory of the fight in his favor? Not at this rate. He needs to close the distance and really let his hands go. And this is where Barbosa's power or lack of power might catch up with him here, because he just hasn't been able to land anything to slow Mccom down. Now, Mccom is allowing himself to be caught just a little bit more, and Barbosa did come through clean with a left hand, which connected straight on the eye of Mccom. Now we have 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go in the final round here. 1-2 combinations landing on the forearms of Barbosa. Mccom trying his best to keep him off him. Both fighters on the inside. Barbosa trying to connect to the body. Body shots getting through from Barbosa. Big uppercut misses to the head. Mccom up against the ropes, but firing back. Barbosa bulldozing in with his head, using his forearms, trying to target the head of Mccom, trying to get a stoppage, but it might be too little too late, because Mccom is still dealing with this offense very effectively. Mccom is 1 minute and 14 seconds away from winning this fight, unless something very shady happens on the scorecards, or again, unless he gets stopped in 1 minute and 8 seconds. Barbosa lunges in, but Mccom manages to get his head out of the way, get back up against the ropes. Barbosa uppercut gets through, it connects. Mccom now back up against the ropes. Barbosa closing the distance, not letting his hands go nearly enough. Switching stances now, Barbosa to the southpaw stance, back to the orthodox. 45 seconds to go. He really needs to let his hands go here. With all of the calling out that he's been doing, this is an embarrassing performance, it has to be said, from Barbosa. 30 seconds left to go in the round now, and as good as Barbosa, or as bad as Barbosa has been, Mccom has been exceptional in this fight as far as keeping the distance, maintaining the distance, and actually being able to cause Barbosa a world of problems. But Barbosa manages to get through there with 15 seconds left. 1-2 combinations to the head, hooks to the head, but Mccom is not backing down. He's exchanging. He needs to be very careful here. He does not want to get KO'd with 10 seconds left in the fight. Don't get into the phone booth and exchange would be my advice to Mccom. 10 seconds left in the round. 5 seconds. That is it. Whoo! Sean Mccom very likely pulled off the victory. Well, in my opinion, he did get the victory. We will see if he actually wins the decision on the scorecards, but he really, really, really deserves a lot of credit in this fight. He was a huge underdog. And we have 2 big upsets on this card, guys. Scrappy Ramirez losing, and Arnold Barbosa probably losing this fight. I don't know if he officially will be. I don't know. I just hope that there's a fair verdict here. I'm rooting for Mccom to win this one because I believe he deserves to, and I believe he should be given the decision. Hopefully he will be. So guys, if you are tuning into the chat, or rather to the stream, to my commentary, first of all, I appreciate you, number one. Number two, if you are not watching this fight live on DAZN or wherever you might be watching it around the world, we are now set for the main event, Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia. As soon as we get the official verdict from this one, we will be into the main event. I would suspect probably in about 15 minutes time. It's 12:45 here on the East Coast, a bit of a late one, but I believe we're about 15 minutes away from the start of the main event. Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia. Let's see how this one will play out. There's been so much talking. It's time for the action. All right. We're just waiting for the official scores now for Barbosa Jr. against Sean Mccom. If Sean Mccom wins this fight, by the way, it will probably be one of the upsets, the biggest upsets in the last few weeks, number one. But number two, he will improve to 19-1, whereas Arnold Barbosa will drop to 29-1. And it does show you the danger of having a padded record here, because he did not fight like a great prospect here at all. For all of the calling out that he was doing, you would never know that he was any kind of prospect watching this one. Certainly not an elite level guy. All right. Let's go, guys. Main event time coming up in just a few minutes. Woo! Official scorecards, guys. I'm expecting a McCann victory. Let's see what happens. Okay. Here are the totals, guys. 98, 92. Uh-oh. Mccom. Interesting. 96, 94 Barbosa. What? 97, 93. By split decision. No way. No way. Barbosa gets the split decision. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That is crazy. Guys, that was crazy. 98. Guys, what? Anyone in the chat think that was a good decision? If you do, fair enough. But from my point of view, that was outrageous. Terrible decision. Barbosa should be ashamed of that, truthfully, because Barbosa is saying he thought he did enough to win the fight. There's no way he thought he had won that one. You could tell from his body language after the fight that he thought he had lost. That was an outrageous decision. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Sean Mccom deserved a lot better. He lost because of the flag. I hope it wasn't something like that. Like, I mean, what a terrible, terrible decision. And, I mean, he won't be ashamed. You're right, Mithrandir. But the reality is he should be ashamed, because he did not deserve that. That was a gift decision. That was one of the more fortuitous decisions. I mean, my goodness. That was worse than Richardson Hitchens by far. I mean, a lot of people felt that fight was a robbery. I thought that one was close. I didn't feel like it was a robbery. This fight was much worse than that, as far as I'm concerned, as far as a decision. This was terrible. Commentators are saying that this fight could have gone either way. To me, I don't think so. I think Barbosa lost that one clearly, and I really don't understand the scoring as well. But as soon as the first scorecard said it was for Mccom, I mean, come on. I knew it was going to be a split decision, but man, a terrible, terrible decision as far as I'm concerned. Barbosa just looked flat-footed. He looked slow. Admittedly, Mccom didn't land a lot of power shots, but I mean, I don't know what the judges were looking at here. Arnold Barbosa, that was a terrible decision. Yeah, that is exactly right, Mithrandir. But the reality is, Tio is probably, I mean, based on that performance, Tio would absolutely wipe the floor with Barbosa. Ryan Hong, I agree. That was terrible. I hope that Barbosa actually gets to fight Tio after this, just so that he can lose horribly on the basis of that. I mean, I feel bad for Sean Mccom, because he deserved to win that fight. He had come over from Northern Ireland, and Barbosa got an absolute gift decision. 98-92 means he lost the fight while he was warming up in the locker room. Yeah. Well, as Teddy Atlas sometimes liked to say, I think he needed a knockout to get a draw. That's something Teddy Atlas says a lot. So Eddie Hearn is being interviewed, and he he thought that Mccom won the fight. The crowd thought that Mccom won the fight. That was a crazy card or set of scorecards. How can the judge? I mean, another Teddy Atlas quote, which I think applies here, is it's either corruption or incompetence, and nobody can be that incompetent. And I'm tempted to agree here. The judge was either not looking at the fight or he very clearly was looking at it with his golden boy beer goggles on. It was almost like if Barbosa landed a punch, the judges weren't even scoring any of the work that Sean Mccom did. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting to this one, but I thought that was a very, very poor decision. I thought Sean Mccom deserved to win this fight. At the very least, Eddie Hearn and Adi Oladipo are saying it was a bad decision. So at least they're not trying to tell everybody that it was fair. Mazit, the fight, the main event is coming up any minute now. So we are just getting ready for the main event right now. We are basically Rolly Romero versus Barbosa level shenanigans. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, boxing will always, I guess, have bad decisions, but that doesn't mean that fans shouldn't be annoyed about them. Like, because as long as people just shrug their shoulders and say, oh, well, it's boxing, then it makes it easier for them to happen. But when people actually call out these bad decisions, at the very least, it means that pressure will be on there for a rematch. And for Sean Mccom's sake, I mean, realistically, I don't think he probably will get a rematch, but he should, because he won this fight. All right. We are, and I might even make a separate video about that because it was such a terrible decision, but be that as it may, let's move on now, guys, into the main event. Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. This one has certainly had a very colorful buildup, but we are about to get all of that behind us, put all of that behind us, and get to the action in the ring. Some last minute odds for you guys. Devin Haney, a -800 favorite. -800. Ryan Garcia, +550. I don't want to advise people to make bad gambling decisions, so use your own judgment. But Devin Haney, even at -800, I feel is a pretty safe bet in this fight. I mean, realistically, I will admit that we've seen a couple of big upsets on this card, but this would be the biggest upset of them all because Devin Haney, unlike Arnold Barbosa and unlike Scrappy Ramirez, is a much more proven commodity. Ryan Garcia is not a live underdog, Chris Mannix. I personally disagree with that. I do not think he is a live underdog. I think Devin Haney is going to win this fight very comprehensively, but we will see. Maybe I will be wrong. Maybe I will be wrong. I think Ryan Garcia could be a live underdog. I think he has the skills. But the way in which he's probably prepared for this fight, we will see. Ghetto Genius, Ryan going to rock his world, you hope, but maybe not. Well, we will see. That is true, Myth Randier. You are right. Ryan Garcia's antics are not good for the sport either. And truthfully, it's made me not even want to cover the build-up to this fight as much, just because I've found it so tiresome. And I think, unfortunately, it really appeals to the lowest common denominator. And like I say, an element of showmanship, an element of trash talk, an element of all of these things. I find it enjoyable, but not to the extent that Ryan Garcia has taken it. I just think it was just so over the top. But we are going to find out now, guys. In moments from now, let's get your final predictions into the chat, guys. Who has this fight going for Ryan Garcia by knockout? Who is going Ryan on points? Who is going Devin by KO? Anybody for Devin by KO? Devin on points. I'm going for Devin Haney on a points decision, a dominant points decision. I'm going to say Devin Haney wins this fight on points. in a similarly one-sided manner to how he beat Regis Prograis. But let's see what you guys are saying. If anybody actually thinks Ryan Garcia is going to win this one, how is he going to get it done? Is he going to get it done on points? Is he going to get it done by KO? Anybody think Devin somehow gets Ryan out of there quickly? That's something which I think would also surprise a lot of people, almost as much as Ryan winning the fight. All right, guys. What's up, Austin? How are you doing? I appreciate all of the help, Austin, as well, and the shout out to the channel and everything. And I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. If Haney wins, it will be by stoppage. Ryan said KO in 2 rounds. Devin on points. Happy to see Devin get the KO as well. Jack Oliphant lost as well. Yeah, there's been some upsets, to say the least. So you never know. You never know. Ghetto Genius, I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, if you are so inclined to hit the like button, that would be great. I would appreciate it tremendously. It, of course, helps to grow the channel, but all of your support, guys, just by tuning in is appreciated. I just enjoy doing this. As much as you guys enjoy watching boxing, I enjoy covering boxing, watching boxing. Whew. I appreciate that, Austin. Yeah, message me then on Instagram. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you trying to help me out grow the channel here. That's very much appreciated. Feel free to message me on Instagram. But guys, we are basically just killing time here until the start of the main event. So I was a little bit slow in my behind in my prediction for when I thought this one would get underway. I thought it would get underway around midnight, the actual opening bell, but we are just a little bit behind that scheduling. Woo! Final promo package airing for this one here, guys. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney saying in the final promo that he wants people to give him credit when this fight is all said and done. I don't know how much credit he is going to get for this one, truthfully, because if Ryan Garcia gets beaten easily, I really don't know how much credit Devin Haney is going to get for this victory, but we will see. We will see, guys. Brooklyn, New York, the site of this fight. Woo! I appreciate that, Mithrandir. And you know, Tim Tszyu will definitely beat Crawford. No, I'm not sure. Tim Tszyu realistically is not ready for Crawford at this point. I don't think. He needs to get the belt back from Fundura and the other belt as well, which he never actually held. But we'll see. Devin's straight right hand will land all night. Yeah, I think so. I think so, but we will see. Sean Porter, change of suit, now wearing a green suit. All right. Just getting some final little words from the panel here. Clarissa Shields, Kate Abdo, Sean Porter. Just going over the last little details of this fight. We're seeing Ryan Garcia. Ryan is in the locker room. Derek James at his side. Let's see what Ryan actually looks like in this fight. There's really so many different ways this could go. Ryan could look good. He could look terrible. He could surprise people and get a KO. I really don't know what Ryan is going to do once the opening bell goes. Devin Haney pacing back and forth in his locker room now. If Devin Haney wins this one, I really hope we get to see him in against Teofimo, Matias, or Tank at some point this year. This fight against Ryan Garcia, I understand why it's being made from a commercial point of view, but I hope that Haney against Lomachenko was a great fight. Two of the top guys, but both this one and the Prograis fight, I made Devin Haney a significant favorite. So I'm hoping that we will get either Tio, Matias, or Tank at some point later on this year for Devin Haney, assuming that he wins this one. Ryan Garcia praying in the locker room. Just getting ready for the wing rocks here. Loma beat Haney. Well, I think so. I know not all of you guys. Mythbrand here, I know you don't think so, but in my opinion, Lomachenko did beat Devin Haney. At some point, I'll rewatch the fight again. I've seen it a couple of times, but not for a while now. Lomachenko's been very quiet since that fight, but I am making him a significant favorite over Kambosos, but we will see. Pero is in with a chance against Matias in June. Yeah, we'll see. I will be definitely making a preview prediction for that one closer to the time. Matias probably would be the favorite for me, but Pero maybe does have a chance in that one. We will see. I have to watch more footage in preparation for that fight, but let's see. Now, Clarissa Shields is saying Ryan Garcia is going to come out aggressively in the opening of the fight, and I expect that he will as well. I think Ryan Garcia is probably going to come out very aggressively at the beginning of the fight, and I think part of the reason he's going to do that is because I suspect his preparation hasn't been as good as he's pretending it basically it was. And I think Ryan Garcia will try and come out and take control of the ring at the beginning of the fight, but I think he's also partially going to do that because he knows deep down that he's going to be in a difficult position to actually be able to win this one. So we will see. Pero should be more worried about not ending up in hospital. Well, unfortunately, that is something that you do have to be concerned about when you face Matias. And it's no joke, really, unfortunately. So Matias is certainly a dangerous puncher. All right. Clarissa Shields, Sean Porter, Kate Abdo giving their final predictions for this one, guys. Let me know in the chat as well any final predictions that you have, any thoughts that you guys want to share before we get the opening bell underway for this fight as far as who is going to win. I agree with Clarissa Shields. I think Devin Haney is going to get aggressive Ryan Garcia coming at him in the opening rounds, and I think Devin Haney is going to deal with it, and I think he's going to go on and dominate this fight. But let's see. A hey-oh for Devin Haney. Yes, Devin Haney is going to win this fight, in my opinion. But let's see. Let us see what happens. Interviewing Devin Haney in the back. He's just saying it's no different, this fight, because of the fact, basically because of the history between them and the amateurs. But Devin Haney is saying that this fight is no different. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Devin Haney. He looks cool, calm, and collected. He's rehydrated a lot. Devin Haney, I think, has acquitted himself pretty well with all of the noise surrounding this fight. He's being interviewed in the back here. I do wonder if Devin Haney is going to try and go, Mikaru, Ryan promoted the hell out of this fight. Well, he certainly made a lot of noise surrounding the fight, and I don't know how effective it's been as far as actually getting people to be interested in it. But at any rate, Ariel Helwani is now interviewing Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia actually looks very bloated in his face. Let's put it that way. He looks very bloated in his face. He almost looks like he has a little bit of a double chin going on, very slightly. And the reason why I mention that is because he missed weight by 3 pounds. And the fact that he looks bloated in his face, not a great look, I think. Yeah, I agree, Myth Randir. I thought that Devin Haney did very well in that fight. Now, if anything, I think that Lomachenko is probably underrated by a lot of people. I think a lot of people probably don't realize or give him credit for how good he actually is because of the fact that he is not really a star outside of boxing. Commercially, not a lot of people are interested in Lomachenko compared to some of the more trash talking names. But it was my issue with that one was just that I felt like Devin Haney was the beneficiary of a bad decision. But be that as it may, he needs to get through Ryan Garcia in this fight. JYD, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Message me on Instagram, Austin, after the show, and we'll talk. I appreciate you trying to help me out here as well. I appreciate you trying to help me out as well. So yeah, message me on Instagram afterwards, and we will talk. All right, guys. Loma is one of my favorite fighters, by the way, currently at the moment, even though he's been inactive recently. So I want to say I'm a little bit biased as well when it came to that fight. Yeah, Clarissa Shields, it wasn't the most flattering outfit, in my opinion. It's easy to say that when I'm sitting at home and I'm not on TV, but wasn't the best, in my opinion, either. JYD. All right, guys. Ryan Garcia making his entrance to the ring. Let's go. This is the main event of the evening. Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. Here we go. Ryan making his entrance to the ring now with a very dramatic promo package. The lower bowl of the arena looks like it's filled up quite a bit, and it's hard to tell because the lights are very dark. So it's difficult to say whether the lower bowl has filled up because they have moved all of the fans down from the upper decks into the lower bowl to make the lower bowl look full on TV. That is a possibility. At this point, it's, I suppose, somewhat irrelevant because Ryan Garcia is now making his way from the locker room, accompanied by his father and also Derek James, his trainer. Kevin Cox, I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Ryan Garcia wearing a plastic crown on his head and a white robe. He is very sweaty as well. It has to be said. Ryan Garcia, according to the fans, Ryan Garcia, see, this is maybe water retention. Yeah. This is something that's a little bit of a mystery to me. The fans poll has Ryan Garcia as a 57% favorite in this fight, and I'm a little bit mystified by that, I have to be said. Now, maybe I'll end up with egg on my face if Devin Haney ends up losing the fight, but Ryan Garcia being a 57% favorite according to the fans, that is to me a slightly bizarre, but I will say that the DAZN fan poll also had Francis Ngannou as a favorite over Anthony Joshua and had Barbosa over Mccom and had Ramirez over Jimenez. So a lot of the fan polls have actually been wrong recently. I will say that as well. But Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, let's go, let's go, let's go. Guys, let us get this one underway. I really don't think that Ryan Garcia should have missed weight for this fight. I will say that. I know there was some talk, and Boots Ennis, or not Boots Ennis, Bozy Ennis was talking about he missed weight on purpose, possibly to even give himself some sort of strategic advantage. But the reality is it's cost him his shot at the title. It has cost him supposedly quite a bit of money. And so we will see how this one plays out. So just send me a message on Instagram as soon as the fight is over, Austin. Boxing fans are such trolls. Mythran here. I agree. JYD, this is going to be mental. Yes, I think so. I think Ryan Garcia, I don't even know what he's going to do here. I don't even know what this is going to look like. We will see. Ryan Garcia taking off the crown off of his head. But, I mean, realistically, I have no idea what we are going to see at this point. Like, anything could happen here. Oliver McCall vibes. Do you mean the first? Are we talking about against Lennox Lewis? The first fight or the second fight? Ant B, Haney should win, but the first 3 rounds will be interesting to see what Ryan looks like if he's competitive. Yeah, I agree. I'm very interested to see what these early rounds look like in particular. I think that Devin Haney, and that's another thing about this fight as well, which is kind of bizarre to me, is why it's happening in New York at all when both of these guys are from the West Coast. Yeah, when he broke down. Yeah. That's what I assumed you meant, JYD. And, well, I agree. I think that it's possible that Devin Haney might be in for a very bizarre performance from his opponent here. But that's, I think, what makes this one weirdly compelling, is that I genuinely don't know what Ryan Garcia is going to do once the bell sounds for this fight. Like, anything could happen. It might be a perfectly normal competitive boxing match that goes 12 rounds relatively uneventfully. It could be a wild and crazy 3-round fight in which Ryan gets disqualified, and anything could happen here. I really have no idea. I agree, though. I think the Oliver McCall comparison is interesting. And yes, if you're referring to when he was crying in the ring, I think that is something which could conceivably happen in this fight. I don't know. But Devin Haney, at any rate, looks very calm, confident, cool, under control. Vegas venue is for more Canelo-level fights. Well, this one is probably not a Canelo-level fight, realistically. 2 rounds will be good, JYD. I mean, there are a bunch of different venues in Vegas as well, but at any rate, this fight is taking place in New York. And like I say, in fairness, it does seem like there's a pretty full crowd in the lower bowl. Yeah, so if Ryan Garcia starts crying in this fight, not only is that going to be embarrassing, but I think it's going to be further fuel to the fire for the people who thought that he really shouldn't have been in the ring here at all. But let us see what will transpire in this one, guys, and whether or not Ryan Garcia is able to surprise us. Maybe he will. But one thing I will say about this is I don't think Devin Haney is underestimating or taking Ryan Garcia lightly. So I think if his aim was to try and throw Devin Haney into a sense of complacency, I do not think that has worked at all. So Devin Haney now making his way to the ring. I feel like Devin Haney could have made a little bit more of an effort with his ring gear here, I have to say. I feel like the white, or rather the gray tracksuit hoodie thing that he's got going on with the gray shorts, in my opinion, kind of boring. I feel like he could have probably done something a little bit more interesting with this outfit. Not really my vibe, to be perfectly honest. I think he could have worn something. And then Emmanuel Stewart also. That was something that Emmanuel Stewart actually did away with when he was training Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis used to wear a lot of baggy, black, gray, dark colors. Emmanuel Stewart was a big fan of his fighters wearing the bright colors. I prefer that as well, but that's just a stylistic choice, just my opinion. Golden Boy has bigger plans coming up with Cinco de Mayo coming up. Well, maybe so. Maybe so. All right. I appreciate that, Drummer. Thank you for tuning in, Drummer, as well. Ryan must overpower Haney. Well, yeah. Can he do it? I don't know. Might he do it? I don't think he will. But it's one of those situations where at some point you start to think he can't possibly be as crazy or unprepared as he looks. But if it turns out that he is, if it turns out that Ryan Garcia is as unprofessional as he appears to be, then I think him and his entire team deserve to be quite ashamed of how they have treated the fans and, frankly, treated Devin Haney as well. in preparation for this fight by being extremely unprofessional, but you can see Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins in the background. Two others who I think have Bill and Bernard going at it. Well, Bernard Hopkins against Devin Haney, or against Bill Haney. That sounds like something that would be coming up on the undercard of Mike Tyson against Jake Paul. So hopefully we won't get that as well. All right. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney, or rather Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins, I think, are just as much to blame for this as anybody else if it does turn out that Ryan Garcia is in as much of a bad place as we think he is. But at any rate, let's see what ends up happening here, guys. We're now moments away from the opening bell. Joe Martinez reading out the particulars. Both fighters in the ring, pacing back and forth. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, ready to go. Devin the Dream Haney. Joe Stunner Boxing made a video about this yesterday, and he actually said, and I agree with this, that Derek James should probably also be ashamed of himself for being involved in this situation. Drummer, that is actually a good way of summing it up. I agree. So, Ant B, Ryan Garcia, no, I don't think he looks very calm, truthfully. It's hard to tell. I'm not a body language expert, so this is just my unprofessional opinion. But I think Ryan Garcia looks very twitchy. He looks he's moving around a lot. He looks, I would say, either anxious or twitchy and agitated. He's very sweaty looking as well. He looks also quite soft, to be honest with you. And what I mean by that is he looks not really muscular. He looks soft and yeah, water retained, as Austin said. Ryan it doesn't look good, in short, in my opinion. But that's just my unprofessional opinion. I don't think Ryan looks calm. I think he looks agitated. Not as agitated as he was at some of the press conferences, it has to be said, but drowsy. JYZ, you think he looks drowsy? What do you guys think in the comments? Does Ryan look with it? Does he look out of it? Does he look focused? I don't think he does look with it. I'm going to be honest. Devin Haney looks good, though. He looks calm. He looks normal. You can see the difference in the physiques as well. Devin looks a lot leaner, whereas Ryan looks like he's either retained a lot of water or carried. Yeah, a melting candle. I personally agree with that. I don't think Ryan Garcia looks great. Let's see what Devin can do here, guys. The first 2 rounds will determine what this whole bout is about, Drummer. I agree. Mikaru, I think that Devin Haney looks more lean and muscular, whereas Ryan Garcia looks softer, more watery. He probably looks more full, if you get what I mean. Like, he looks basically either fatter or more bloated with water retention. Ryan looks bigger in that sense, but Devin looks leaner. Okay. Devin Haney looks very calm and focused, though, and I think Ryan looks agitated, soft, and like I say, he's either retained a lot of water. He's looking very fired up in his corner, and we will see. All right, guys, we are getting ready. Let me get on with the commentary, and I will give you guys my very best at the play-by-play here. First bell, opening bell, underway here. All right, guys, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, we are underway. You guys have been waiting for it the whole time. Ryan Garcia coming out immediately and trying to take control of the center of the ring. Devin Haney on the back foot, as we suspected. Many of us suspected that he probably would be. Neither guy has really thrown a shot at this point in the round. Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. Ryan is walking Devin down. He's coming forward. Devin is on the back foot, using his jab. Devin got caught a little bit off balance there, trying to lunge in with the jab to the body. Ryan now coming forward. Ryan trying to let his hands go on the inside, but he didn't really connect with anything. Oh, Ryan actually did connect with a hook on Devin there. Devin is actually wobbling here. Ryan did connect on the chin. I have to be fair and say Ryan rocked Devin just a little bit there with that left hook. Devin had to hold on and cover up, and Ryan actually has Devin up against the ropes. Devin managed to recover, but he did get rocked there. Needs to be careful not to get caught again. Ryan coming out very aggressively, and he did manage to catch Devin clean on the temple with a left hook. Now Ryan coming back, firing forward with a left hook again. He's got Devin up against the ropes, and he's really unloading here. So I'm on East Coast time, Austin. So yeah, just hit me up with a message. But let's not underestimate the fact here, guys, that Devin Haney was legitimately rocked here. Tom is right. Haney is in trouble. All right, guys. Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney just coming forward. Man, I am surprised that Ryan was actually able to rock Devin like that. Devin looks shaken. I don't think he was expecting to get caught like that. But what's going to be interesting is whether Ryan can actually follow up, because now Devin is coming forward and applying the pressure. And Ryan is being backed up a little bit. So it's no longer just the relentless offense from Ryan Garcia here. Devin is being backed up, or rather, Devin is backing Ryan up. Devin Haney now coming forward. Ryan Garcia backing onto the back foot. Drummer, I agree. Ryan really tried to empty the gas tank in the opening minutes of the fight. He did rock Devin Haney in the opening minutes, but opening seconds really rather, but now he's on the back foot. And now Devin is coming forward and walking him down. Devin is actually the one who's looking stronger here with 15 seconds left in round number 1. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not it was just a case of Ryan trying to empty the gas tank in the opening round. 10 seconds left now in round number 1, guys. Devin Haney just being very calm, very cautious. Ryan tried to go for that left hook again, but this time Devin Haney was ready. Could it be Hagler versus Hearns? Well, it's going to depend on whether that was the best Ryan Garcia could do, whether he knows that he's tired and whether he knows that he doesn't have the stamina to go the full 12 rounds. And so he's just trying to maybe do all he can to get an upset in the first 2-3 rounds. But Ryan noticeably tired after that. So let's listen into what Bill Haney is telling Devin in the corner. Okay, so Devin, or rather Bill Haney is telling telling Devin in the corner that when Ryan rushes in, Devin opportunity to counter will be open. So in other words, they're saying when Ryan rushes in, that's your opportunity to counter, but you need to be able to duck or roll underneath the hook. And I agree with that because Ryan's left hook absolutely rocked Devin Haney. Devin Haney was in trouble here. That was not something that I expected. Ryan running to Vegas afterwards. Yeah. Ryan gassed by round 6. Okay, guys. Now we have round number 2 underway. The pre-fight odds have now shortened considerably. Devin Haney is now only a minus 650 favorite as opposed to a minus 800 favorite. The crowd at ringside very excited by that left hook from Ryan Garcia. But Devin Haney is now going to be a lot more careful of that punch. Very disappointing start to the fight for Devin, I have to say. Ryan now is trying to land that left hook at will, but the problem he's got to be careful of is he's just missed with it twice. 2 big left hooks just missed, and Devin Haney is going to be able to time that the more Ryan just keeps letting it go at will and missing, but we will see. 2 minutes left to go in round number 2 now. Devin Haney coming forward. Ryan Garcia looking to land that left hook. That's basically the punch that Ryan Garcia is looking to land here. Devin Haney is actually doing what I said that he shouldn't do in one of my prediction videos for this fight, which is he's allowing Ryan Garcia to get too close to him without holding. Devin Haney, I think, needs to be very careful that he doesn't allow Ryan to get too close without holding. Devin needs to either clinch and hold like he's doing now or keep Ryan at the end of his jab. Drummer, I agree. Haney will get the timing right. Well, he will get the timing right provided he doesn't get clipped and actually knocked down because he was very close to being knocked down. But we will see. So now nice jab from Devin Haney. Ryan firing back with a jab of his own. Ryan can't connect. Devin coming over the top with a right hand. All right, guys. Devin Haney now coming forward, using those long arms, but not using the reach as well as he could be, in my opinion. Ryan Garcia Almost got tagged with a jab. Now, Devin Haney not looking as comfortable as he did against Regis Prograis in the early portion of that fight. Devin, again, he's sort of standing at this middle distance, which I don't really like from him. I think this is not where he wants to be. I think he needs to keep Devin at, or rather keep Ryan at a further distance than this. But now some clinching going on the inside. No punches actually landed in that previous whole section as I was describing what was going on. No punches actually landed. Now another clinch. These clinches on the inside favor Devin Haney. This is where he wants to be. This is his domain, as Teddy Atlas likes to say. He wants to either be in the clinch or on the outside. He doesn't want to be in these exchanges in the middle. We've seen him rocked before when he tries to exchange on the inside. I appreciate that, drummer. Thank you very much. Ryan Garcia is just holding his left hand straight out. He's not actually throwing it. He's literally just hanging his jab out there. And Devin Haney now using head movement to duck underneath the jab, the left jab of Ryan Garcia. Very cautious from Devin Haney in that round, it has to be said. After he got rocked in the last round, he was very cautious in this one. Now let's hear what Derek James is saying to Ryan Garcia. Derek James's advice to Ryan Garcia was boom, 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 while shadowboxing. And then he gave him some other instructions as well, but not great advice from the corner there. Boom, 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 boom. And then some instructions, or rather some boom, 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 and then some shadowboxing. And then he gives him some advice after that, in fairness. He's sweating because he can't wait to go to Vegas. Well, Ryan Garcia came very close to pulling off an enormous upset here. All right. Round number 3, guys, getting underway. Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia just looking to land that left hook now. Devin Haney, overhand right connected there from Ryan as well. Again, the odds have shortened a little bit. Devin Haney now only a -600 favorite. Devin coming over the top with the right hand, connecting on Ryan Garcia's chin. Now Devin Haney with a jab to the body. Ryan still coming forward, though. Ryan going with a left uppercut to the body of Haney, then an overhand right, double overhand rights. Devin Haney's able to get underneath and dodge both of them, but Ryan Garcia is looking very dangerous, and we are only in the 3rd round. If he can keep this up, who knows what will happen in this fight as it goes on. Now, Devin Haney, happy to work in the clinches, but the other thing here is Devin Haney is not dominating. Oh, Ryan Garcia missed there. He swung that big left hook, and he missed. Now, Devin Haney tries to land a left hook of his own. He misses. This is where you're seeing that Devin Haney is not quite as slick as Floyd Mayweather, not quite as three-dimensional with his game. He is, I think, being caught out a little bit here by Ryan Garcia's power. Devin Haney appears to have landed a low blow on Ryan Garcia at the break there. Ryan is now complaining. It doesn't seem like he wants to actually have a huge break in the action. Ryan Garcia was complaining of a low blow from Devin Haney there. Devin now getting back into where he likes to be, which is into the clinch. Ryan Garcia getting teed off on there with a couple of left hands from Devin Haney. Ryan now eats another left. The referee has got to do a good job, drummer. I agree with you. Now some rabbit punching from Devin Haney. He hit Ryan on the back of the head in the clinch. Devin looking a little bit frazzled here. I have to say he still doesn't look very comfortable. Now Devin connected. He's got Ryan wobbled. Devin connected with a left hand, or a straight left. That rocked Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia was hurt by that, but now Devin is deciding to go into the clinch. 45 seconds left in the round, and rather than put his foot down and try and get Ryan Garcia out of here, Devin Haney immediately opted for the clinch. Now he jabs Ryan in the body. Devin Haney is being very patient here. Another clinch, safety first approach from Devin after he seemingly had Ryan Garcia rocked. Ryan did not like that big shot landing from Haney, showing that Devin Haney does have some power as well. Left hook misses from Ryan. More clinching. Devin Haney managed to... How is the tempo of this fight, drummer? Well, it's very, very low volume. The punches are being thrown very cautiously. I wouldn't say that it's being fought at a slow pace, but there's a lot of feinting, a lot of shots being missed. It's probably in the middle, not at a super slow pace, not at a super fast pace. Tom Haney has turned it around. Well, he rocked Ryan in that last round for sure. He rocked Ryan in the last round, and Devin Haney didn't capitalize, though, as much as he could have. I will say Devin Haney rocked Ryan, had the opportunity to actually connect and do some more damage, but he did not follow up on it. So we will see. He tried to fight his way through the Barclays to fight in Vegas. Yeah. Devin Haney rocked Ryan, and Ryan was wobbled there for sure. He didn't like it. All right, round number 4 is underway here, guys. Very messy fight so far, this one. It's been very messy, with Devin Haney and Ryan now getting caught in yet another clinch. Has Ryan tried going to the body yet? A little bit. But now Ryan looks a little bit shaken up and frazzled after getting rocked that time from Devin. Ryan's letting his hands go quite freely, and Devin is trying to pick his shots and be a lot more selective. Devin is trying to really pick and choose what punches he throws, whereas Ryan is now starting to swing more wildly. Who's controlling the ring? Neither. I'd say Ryan is being more aggressive and letting his hands go. Devin's trying to sit on the outside, so probably neither is a fair assessment. Both of them are having moments. Devin is coming forward now. Ryan doesn't like it when Devin actually gets aggressive and lets his hands go and connects. But Devin hasn't really done that a lot either. Now Ryan has got Devin walking, or rather Devin has got Ryan backed up against the ropes. More clinching from Devin Haney. Typical Devin Haney clinching. It's very effective. It's not pretty, but it is effective, and it's neutralizing Ryan Garcia's offense. The referee is going to have to do a very good job here of controlling the clinching, because it's a fine line between using this effectively and excessive holding. Ryan is looking scrappy and off balance. Yeah, he is a little bit. Actually, that's a fair. Ryan is emptying the gas tank. I agree. Now Devin connects with a left hand as well. Woo! Ryan, though, nice combinations. Nice one, too. It is getting more and more scrappy. Devin Haney in the clinch now. Ryan and Garcia, both of them in the clinch, but it is getting more and more scrappy. Now Ryan Garcia is turning his back on Devin Haney. He's doing his imitation of the Philly shell that he did in his last fight against Oscar Duarte. He's trying to turn his back on Devin Haney. But Devin Haney is not looking super crisp either. He's looking awkward. But he is, I would say, the fight is trending in Devin Haney's direction a little bit more. We don't want to see the turning his back Philly shell that Ryan Garcia was using there. Ryan just tried to lunge in with a couple of big overhand shots, and he missed with both of them. Crusoe, Ryan won't even hit properly. Ryan is looking worse and worse. He looked very sharp in the first round. He really did come out and try and empty the gas tank, and now he's looking less and less crisp as these rounds go on. Big left hook missed from Ryan Garcia. Devin was ready for that one. Devin is being cautious of the left hook, as he should be. But now that Ryan has thrown it a lot of times, Devin is going to be able to avoid that shot a lot more easily. And given that Devin is already a safety-first fighter, so right now as I'm talking, not a single punch is being thrown. Ryan is up against the ropes. Devin is trying to walk him down. He threw a single solitary jab to the body, but nothing is really connecting here. Haney is looking more and more confident. Someone just plonked a huge bet on Ryan. Well, he's shown that he can clip Devin. I will say that. But whether or not it turns into an upset victory, we will see. The shoulder roll, though, not a good look, I don't think. I think the thing that might potentially save Ryan Garcia here is that Devin Haney is a very safety-first fighter. He really, really doesn't like to take risks if he doesn't have to. Okay, so the odds are shortening on Ryan Garcia. Well, I can understand that, because I guess after seeing him rock Devin Haney, maybe some people feel like there's a lot of noise going on in Ryan's corner as well. Derek James and his brother. I have to be honest and say I'm not super impressed with the corner work from Derek James. Chances of a one-punch KO going down as this progresses. I am tempted to agree with you, Drummer. Round number 5 is underway. Devin Haney walking Ryan Garcia down, not actually utilizing his jab, just utilizing feints and head movement. Devin Haney using a lot of feinting, trying to draw Ryan out of position. Ryan again goes for the left hook. He missed, comes swinging in wildly, and Devin manages to avoid everything. Very hard to tell how the judges will be scoring this fight at this point, truthfully, because it's been quite a sloppy contest so far. Ryan Garcia will have obviously won the first round. Beyond that, who knows? Especially given how some of the judges have seen previous fights on this card. Devin Haney has gone back up to a minus 800 favorite, by the way, on the live odds, apparently, as he just nearly connected with a right hook on the chin of Ryan Garcia. Very cagey still so far now. Devin is stalking Ryan around the ring. He's making Ryan superior punch count. It's very difficult to tell in the sense that neither guy really wants to let his hands go. Ryan Garcia has been throwing these combinations. Devin Haney has been throwing single jabs, but the really true answer to your question, Drummers, the punch volume has been pretty low so far from both guys. Ryan is looking for that left hook, and Devin is walking him down, jabbing to the body, single jab only to the body from Devin Haney. Devin walking forward, walking Ryan Garcia down. Ryan feinting, both guys feinting. When I'm not describing punches, guys, it's because there's literally nothing going on. It's being very, very slow. Ant B, Ryan needs to connect to the body. Well, Ryan needs to connect with something. He threw a straight right hand there. Devin Haney, it's hard to tell from that camera angle whether it connected, but Devin Haney immediately got straight back in his face and pretty much ended up with a situation where both guys almost fell through the ropes. Whew. I don't think they're both gassed. I think they're just very cautious. I think Devin is a safety first fighter, and I think he's afraid of getting hit with the, not afraid, but cautious of being hit with the left hook. And Ryan is, I think, running out of gas. So I think Ryan is running out of gas, and I think Devin is just settling in to his very safety first, safety conscious fighting style that he prefers. But Ryan Garcia now is starting to, I think, get in trouble as round 5 ends of getting beaten in a one-sided points decision, like I think a lot of people feared that he might. So the way it's going, it's looking like Ryan Garcia is flagging and Devin Haney is starting to pull away on points. But the issue with this, I will say, is that Devin Haney is not throwing a lot of shots and he's not really looking dominant. Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson, by the way, are both in the crowd for this fight. Bernard Hopkins in the crowd as well. Roy Jones. All right, guys. Round number 6 is underway here now, guys. Ryan Garcia coming out with a single jab. Now Ryan trying to get some combinations off, but they're not really landing effectively. Ryan targeting the body of Devin now, which is smart. Now he goes back upstairs. Combinations to the head. Ryan is teeing off on Devin here, and Devin is covering up. Ryan is actually managing to get through and connect with Devin a little bit. Referee is calling time. Referee called time, broke the fighters up. Devin Haney actually got put under a little bit of pressure there, but now he comes firing back. He's stalking Ryan Garcia around the ring. Overhand right lands from Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia backed up into the corner. More clinching and holding from Devin. All right, guys. Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. Oof. Big left hand missed from Devin. He nearly threw himself into the ropes there. He really loaded up on that shot. Devin stalking Ryan. Devin coming forward. Ryan ducking down underneath. It's very frustrating to watch these tactics from Devin Haney because he spends so much time in the clinch, which I know that's what he does. But I do believe, given the way that Ryan's performing here, that if Devin Haney was a little bit more of a three-dimensional offensive fighter, he probably could have been causing Ryan a lot more problems than he is. Devin now hammering away at the kidneys of Ryan Garcia, who actually had his back turned. Ryan Garcia had his back nearly completely turned to Devin Haney, who was throwing right hands that were hitting Ryan in the lower back. But Devin Haney is basically doing his usual tactics, slow, steady, a lot of clinching. I will be honest, it's not the most exciting. It's not the most pretty, but it is effective. Now a jab lands from Ryan Garcia. Catches Devin Haney on the chin. Ryan keeps turning his back on Devin in the clinches, and that's what Devin was complaining about. Garcia is wearing him down. Well, Garcia is also, I think, being worn down himself slightly. He seems to only be able to fight in short bursts, which to me suggests that the reason he missed weight wasn't a calculated decision to try and give himself an advantage and be the fresher fighter. He simply didn't train hard enough and he doesn't have the stamina, which is what I suspected. I didn't think it was done on purpose to try and miss weight so that he would be in a better position. Ryan Garcia by decision. It will be very interesting to see which way this one goes. Devin landing a jab. Ryan Garcia firing back with a couple of jabs of his own. Devin jabbing to the body. Ryan doubling up and missing with a couple of jabs to the head. And just like that, we're through the midway portion of this fight, guys. Round number 6 is over. Bill Haney is telling Devin that they won that round. Hard to call, to be honest with you. I have to be honest, I'm not super impressed with the corner work of Derek James here. His advice to Ryan Garcia is literally just to shadow box. Derek James is literally just shadow boxing and then telling Ryan Garcia to pop the jab. I don't know. We will see. But I have to say, I'm not completely convinced by Derek James as a trainer. I'm not entirely sure that he is as good as a lot of people think that he is. But maybe I will be proven wrong in this fight if Ryan Garcia pulls off the upset. Now round number 7 gets underway. Devin Haney comes bulling forward, almost like he was just rushing forward with his head down, trying to get straight into the clinch. Now Devin comes with an overhand right, connects with Ryan on the chin. It's worth noting that Ryan's reach is almost identical to Devin Haney's as well. So Devin doesn't have an enormous advantage in the reach like he did against Regis Prograis. But Ryan Garcia connecting there with a left hook on the gloves of Devin Haney. Another left hook connects on the gloves of Haney. A third left hook misses widely. Derek James was exposed with Spence, no plan. Yeah, I agree. I didn't think that was great. I think it's Oh, Devin Haney is down on the canvas. Devin Haney is down. I don't know if he's going to get up. The referee is counting. Devin's back on his feet. Wow. My goodness. Now Ryan Garcia is unloading. Devin Haney is in big trouble here. My goodness. Devin Haney is hanging on. The crowd is all on their feet. The referee calls time because Devin just got hit on the break by Ryan Garcia. Now the referee is deducting a point from Ryan Garcia. The referee is deducting a point from Ryan Garcia for hitting after he had called break. And that has bought Devin Haney both valuable time and brought him back into this round where he was knocked down. Ryan Garcia was actually deducted a point. Devin catches him again. No knockdown, says the referee. Ryan is celebrating as though he's won the fight. Ryan is celebrating. I think he thought the referee waved it off. The referee was actually saying no knockdown. Now Devin is back up against the ropes, being unloaded on by Ryan Garcia. Wow. No knockdown, says the referee. A second time. He is doing his best to keep Devin Haney in the fight. Devin is in serious, serious trouble here, guys. He is not going to make it out of this round if he is not careful. My goodness. What a crazy round, because let's not forget, Ryan has been deducted a point. So we've got 50 seconds left. Devin is back on his feet now. Ryan is connecting again. Oscar De La Hoya is beside himself in the crowd, urging Ryan, and Bernard Hopkins yelling at Ryan in the crowd. They really, really want Ryan to be able to get Devin out of here. The referee is telling Devin Haney not to hold. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate you tuning in. More holding now. Devin Haney holding on for dear life. Ryan Garcia goading Devin Haney to come forward. My goodness, what a bizarre round. Devin Haney gets out of round number 7. Ryan now celebrates as though he's won the fight. It looks like Ryan is actually getting into a discussion or an argument with someone in the crowd as he goes back to his corner. Devin is badly shaken up. He was knocked down hard and possibly could have been knocked down twice more. The referee very graciously scored what could have been multiple knockdowns as slips. So Devin Haney was on the canvas cleanly once. Now, Ryan Garcia, I have to say, no matter the outcome of this fight, he is still not stable mentally. The way he's reacting after these knockdowns, he's not just going back to his corner calm and focused. He's still all over the place. I'm going to be honest, as much of this is a good performance from Ryan Garcia in some respects, this is also a very bad performance from Devin Haney. And I think maybe Showbiz was right when he said that Devin Haney was gassed. And this is very chaotic scenes here. Now Bill Haney is up on the ring apron. He's arguing with the doctor, or I don't know. He's arguing with somebody because he's trying to stand up on the ring apron and they don't want him to. So they've sent Bill back down onto the ground. But now Devin just got rocked again. Ryan Garcia rocked Devin up against the ropes again. Now Devin's back in his own corner, backed into his own corner. Well, Ryan unloads on him. Very chaotic scenes. The crowd is on their feet. Everybody's yelling and screaming. What's going on? Ryan is closing the gap again. He's getting through and connecting with Devin on the chin. By the way, we're in the 8th round here. I've lost track of where we are. Devin is in big trouble here, and I have to say, this has not been a great performance from him. As much as I thought he was going to win this fight in dominant fashion, this has been a poor performance from Devin Haney. As much as it's been a good performance from Ryan Garcia, I still think that Ryan is not all there mentally. I think that Devin has equally not performed. Now, Ryan is turning his back completely on Devin Haney here, and Devin managed to hit him in the kidneys, and they're now holding on the inside. The referee is, I think, giving Devin a little bit of leeway because of the fact that Ryan literally completely turned his back on his opponent. But Devin Haney now is walking Ryan Garcia down. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in round number 8, guys. Now Devin goes with a big overhand right, but it misses. Ryan able to duck underneath it. Drummer, I agree. This fight does prove why boxing is crazy. And I think a lot of people in the crowd are actually must have bet on Ryan Garcia to win this one, because a lot of people at ringside are cheering Ryan Garcia on. Kevin Cox, you might be right. This is not a great performance from Devin Haney so far. Devin now misses with a big left hook. Ryan on the back foot. I'm a little bit mystified because Ryan is doing some good things. He does have power, fast hands, combinations, but you can still tell Ryan's not on top of it mentally. He's still being very erratic. And I don't care that he's knocked Devin Haney down multiple times. This is still not a flawless masterclass performance from Ryan Garcia. So Ryan Garcia is definitely doing a lot better than I thought he would. But at the same time, I think Devin Haney has looked rattled, not calm and cool and composed and collected ever since he got rocked in the first round. Now Devin has got Ryan backed up against the ropes. If anything, Ryan's unconventional tactics are being very effective because I think it's making it hard for Devin, who's more of a traditional boxer, to actually figure out what's going on. Ryan is just being very unorthodox. He's fighting with his hands down. He's turning his back on Devin Haney. It's almost a case of it's so crazy that it's actually working because Ryan is basically breaking all of the rules of traditional boxing, turning his back on his opponents, dropping his hands, fighting in short bursts where he's doing nothing half of the time, and then he's throwing these combinations. But so far, it's actually working, and there's, I think, a strong argument to be made that Ryan Garcia might actually be up on the scorecards at this point. And Drummer, I agree with you. Devin has fought very predictably in this fight. It's been very frustrating to watch, truthfully, as a Devin Haney fan, as someone who likes him, and as someone who likes effective boxing. This has been too predictable for me. I think that's a very good way of summing it up, and I think that Devin Haney needs to change it up here. He needs to do something different because Ryan Garcia, and I think maybe this is something that people didn't focus on enough in the build-up to this fight. Ryan Garcia does have 3 amateur fights worth of experience against Devin Haney. And I think for all of the fact that I don't believe Ryan has prepared well for this fight, I don't believe he's in shape, I don't believe he has the stamina, he knows Devin Haney very well. And Devin Haney is, as Drummer says, very predictable. Round number 9 is underway now, guys. 4 rounds to go in this one. And at this point, it could go either way. It could even be a draw. I wonder if that is something we might get if it continues to be this close. But Devin Haney now unloading 2 punches straight into Ryan Garcia's turned back. Ryan Garcia turning his back completely on his opponent. Devin Haney landing a couple of shots. And as I say, the referee letting him get away with it because of the fact that Ryan completely turned his back. And that is true, and Ryan has a big power advantage, and Devin does not match him in that area. So Devin now trying to take center stage, center of the ring, but he does it with another Devin Haney special, the hold, and Ryan Garcia is able to get off of him, get his head out of the way, and now Devin is just walking Ryan down without actually throwing any punches. He's backing Ryan up into the corner. Ryan turns his back, forces Devin's head down. Devin now connecting with shots. Ryan connecting with shots, and it's back into the clinch. Ryan immediately looking to the referee for help, though, which is not a great look. Referee is telling Ryan Garcia off for holding Devin Haney's head down, but I don't like the visual of Devin Haney immediately looking to the referee to save him. Devin Haney has not got Ryan Garcia's power. That is clear. We knew that before the fight. I thought Devin Haney's power was probably underrated because he doesn't sit on his shots and go for the knockout. But the reality is there's a significant power gap in this fight with Ryan Garcia rocking Devin Haney repeatedly. And Devin was, I believe, saved from multiple knockdowns in that one round because the referee decided to rule them slips. All right, guys. Devin Haney now is got to stop this holding because Ryan Garcia is doing the more eye-catching work. There's really nothing from Devin Haney that's going to catch the eye of the judges. The jabs have been sporadic. They're not very accurate. And quite frankly, Ryan Garcia probably is catching the eye of the judges, I suspect, more. Oh, big uppercut land from Ryan there off the back foot as Devin came lunging in. See, this is a bad performance from Devin because he does not want to come lunging in. Now Devin is unloading on the ribs, the kidneys, the turn back. He had landed about 5 shots on the turned back of Ryan Garcia. The referee let him get away with it. Now Ryan is just coming out swinging. I think he's just annoyed that Devin was able to hit him on the back like that without the referee stepping in to do anything. So Ryan just came out swinging with very little regard for his defense. But Devin Haney, rather than countering, decided to just hang on and hold. Devin Haney digging in, repeated hooks to the body of Ryan Garcia. See, something I think Devin Haney in retrospect should have worked on earlier. He should have been working the body of Ryan Garcia sooner in the fight to try and take advantage of the fact that I don't think Ryan is in shape here, because I think if he was, you would see him fighting at a consistently higher volume throughout the fight. But I don't think Ryan quite has the stamina to be able to do that. And so I think as a result, if Devin had targeted the body earlier, I think he would be banking the rewards of that. Now Bill Haney is getting into a discussion with the referee. They're complaining about something. I assume they're complaining about Devin Haney or Ryan Garcia turning his back, but they need to forget about that. Stop complaining to the referee and sort out Devin's tactics here, because he's being very predictable. Devin, as you can see, did punch Ryan Garcia 5 times in the lower back. And to be honest with you, the referee probably could have actually gotten Devin Haney in trouble, if anything, because that was 5 unprotected shots on Ryan Garcia's turned back. Derek is just collecting his paycheck. Devin needs to come on. Where is Derek James? Derek James, in my opinion, has not done a great job in the corner, but round number 10 is underway. And the reason why I say that is he hasn't really provided much in the way of tactics. He's seemingly just shadow boxed and then said a few loud noises, basically. But anyway, Chris Mannix, for what it's worth, has Ryan Garcia down by 3 rounds. But Ryan is now exchanging and letting his hands go and connecting with Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia being very aggressive coming forward. He's got Devin in trouble. Devin is down. Devin Haney is down. You could see in his eyes, he's feeling sorry for himself. He's back on his feet. Ryan Garcia is 2 minutes and 30 seconds away now from winning this fight. If he can get Devin Haney out of there, and he very, very well might. Oscar is in the crowd, willing Ryan Garcia on. Devin Haney is holding on for dear life here. The referee has to be careful because Ryan is trying to hit on the break. But Ryan Garcia coming forward. My goodness, Devin Haney is all over the place. Devin Haney is in trouble. He's trying to hold on. This is where I think the limitations of Bill Haney, I have to be honest, as a trainer, are also being exposed, because there is nothing unpredictable at all. Okay, the referee is now warning them. The referee is saying he will deduct a point if any more of this holding continues, I believe is what he said. At any rate, he called time. That bought Devin Haney some time. Devin Haney is now coming back and attacking Ryan Garcia to the body. Ryan Garcia is turning his back on him, and that is actually causing Devin Haney a lot of problems. I have to be honest, this is actually a very crazy performance from Ryan Garcia, but it's actually being quite effective. And yeah, I agree. Devin Haney needs to really focus here. And like I say, I think Bill Haney's limitations as a trainer are being exposed a little bit here, because there's not enough variety in the game plan. There's not enough unpredictability. There's really nothing coming from Devin Haney that's given Ryan Garcia any problems. And Ryan, knowing that, has been able to be very reckless and let his hands go. And against a slicker fighter, a guy who is more unpredictable. Oh, Devin got rocked again. Devin got rocked again. Ryan is rushing in now. 57 seconds to go in the round. Devin didn't go down, but he got rocked. The ropes held Devin up. Devin is holding on for dear life. He's got to be careful here, because if he doesn't do something, the referee might step in and stop the fight. Ryan misses with an uppercut, a hook. Woo! My goodness. My goodness. Ryan Garcia is actually impressing me a lot here, guys. Ryan Garcia letting his hands go, and this is an example of a game plan, I think, that's just so crazy it might work. I would not advise anybody watching this to actually copy what Ryan Garcia is doing here, but Devin Haney and his father, Bill, have done a very poor job of being able to adapt. There's been no adaptability here, I have to be honest, and I was very, very down on Ryan Garcia prior to this fight. I said it was going to be an extremely one-sided beatdown from Devin Haney. It has been anything but, and at this point in time, Ryan Garcia has got to be a big favorite to win this one. So all those people who did actually place bets on Ryan Garcia, especially earlier on, have got to be feeling pretty good about themselves now. And let's hear what Bill Haney has to say. He needs to get something going here, come up with some strategy. Devin Haney is looking very sorry for himself in the corner. He looks like he doesn't want to be there. Very difficult to hear the music in the background, very loud, very difficult. And Aunt B, you are right. Kraft Costanza, Haney done. Well, we will see. So we're about to get into round 11, Johnny Ringo. But the reality is this. Devin Haney is getting exposed here. Not only is he getting exposed, Ryan Garcia deserves a lot of credit. Look, Ryan Garcia got a ton of criticism. He deserved a ton of criticism. He still does deserve a lot of criticism. I don't think he's prepared well. I don't think he's in shape. And I don't think Derek James has done a great job. Having said all of that, they're probably going to win this fight if things carry on like this, because their unpredictability has actually made it very difficult for Devin Haney, who seemingly This reminds me of Vladimir Klitschko against Tyson Fury in a way, in the sense that Devin Haney likes to be able to sit on the end of his jab and just control the ring with his holding. And when he's not able to do that, he holds, he cries to the referee, he can't adapt, he refuses to be aggressive, he refuses to let his hands go, and Devin Haney is in big trouble here. So round number 11 is underway, guys. 30 seconds into the round. Ryan Garcia putting in what's turning into be a very impressive performance. Ryan now turning his back on Devin Haney again. Devin Haney looking to his father outside of the ring for help here, for instructions. Ryan now coming back, firing with his combinations. The big thing here is that Devin Haney just does not have any answers. Plan A has not worked. It has failed, and they don't have a plan B, C, or D. It's just one thing, and it's not working. Ryan Garcia is coming now forward. He is teeing off on Devin Haney's chin. Devin is all over the place. He's on wobbly legs. He got hit on the eye. His eye is marked up. Ryan is standing in the middle of the ring. He is going to load up on another left hook. Mark my words. We got a minute and 45 seconds left. Bernard Hopkins and Oscar De La Hoya are in the crowd going ballistic, wanting Ryan Garcia to just let his hands go. Now Devin is actually being able to hold on just a little bit. I will say this, Devin Haney has been very effective with his holding, but that's about all he's been effective with. And as much as I wanted him to win this fight, I've got to be honest and say he doesn't deserve to. Ryan Garcia, what a brilliant performance, in the sense that he has completely ignored the rules of everything that you should supposedly do, but it's actually working. Ryan Garcia coming with a 1-2 straight on the chin of Haney. That left hook missed again. No, Devin Haney is down. Devin is down again in round 11. Referee is counting. Ryan is already celebrating in the opposite corner. He's already turned his back on Devin Haney. Now Ryan shrugs his shoulders as though to say, why do we have to carry on with this? Ryan now nearly pushes Devin out of the ring. They're in the clinch. Ryan Garcia is clowning Devin Haney at this point. It is really bad look for Devin Haney. Ryan literally looked like, why do I have to bother knocking this guy out? Can't you just stop the fight? That's literally what Ryan Garcia was saying to the referee. Ryan Garcia was literally had his back turned. He was celebrating. Ryan Garcia is clowning Devin Haney at this point. Devin threw an overhand right. It missed. Now Ryan is hitting him with uppercuts. Oscar De La Hoya has a massive grin on his face. He's buttoning up his suit. He's getting ready. Oscar De La Hoya. Ryan Garcia is now celebrating as though he's won the fight, even though there's one more round to go. Ryan and his brother are actually celebrating like he's won the fight. Ryan is dancing in his corner. He needs to be careful here. And Derek James is trying. So basically, I'm all over the place, guys. But basically, Derek James is trying to get things under control in the corner. He's trying to calm Ryan Garcia down because Ryan is celebrating with his brother as though he's won the fight. And Derek James is basically frantically trying to calm Ryan Garcia down and say, you've got one more round in there. Be careful. But this has been a terrible, terrible performance from Devin Haney. A terrible performance. And Ryan Garcia, for all of the discredit that he got before the fight, deserves a huge amount of credit. And I have to say, it kills me to say this, but Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins, who probably shouldn't have let this fight go ahead in the first place, are now going to be incredibly smug. And Eddie Hearn, I think, is going to be sick because Devin Haney has put in a terrible performance here. And Ryan Garcia now, round number 12 is underway. And Devin Haney, of course, doing the only thing that he's been able to do effectively in the fight straight away, just holding on for dear life. Devin trying now. Devin probably needs a knockout in order to win this fight. Unless we're getting a strange decision. Has Ryan lost his mind? Well, I don't know what Ryan's doing here, but Chris Mannix now has Ryan Garcia up by one round. I think in reality, the judges, if we can take anything away from the Barbosa fight, I believe Ryan Garcia is probably up by more than one round, but we'll see. This is a world champion in his prime. Well, Ryan Garcia is looking like the world champion in his prime here. And quite frankly, it's a shame that the belt wasn't on the line because he would have been a world champion if he'd won this fight. My goodness. Whew. Alan, yeah. Well, we all knew Haney was overrated. He has looked overrated in this fight, but there are 2 minutes to go, guys, in the 12th and final round as Bernard Hopkins is shadowboxing in the crowd, trying to give Ryan Garcia, I think, spur him on, try and get him to actually get Devin Haney out of there. Devin Haney is not going for it, though. There's no way to say it. Devin Haney looks defeated in there. He's just trying to do his same stuff. They're not changing the game plan up at all. He's just coming forward, not even letting his hands go. Devin Haney, as I'm saying this, hasn't even thrown a punch. Now he goes to the body with 2 body shots, but they were really pathetic punches, if I'm being completely honest. For a guy that's just about to be horribly embarrassed, Devin Haney seems afraid to let his hands go. It's been a very bizarre, bad performance, and Ryan now connects. Devin connects, but Devin is just holding on. 1 minute and 17 seconds left to go, and I will say this. If Devin wins this fight on points, I think that's going to be a very unpopular decision. I think the crowd is probably going to give Ryan Garcia deservedly his plaudits here and expect him to win. But my goodness, this has been an outrageous, shocking performance here, guys. I really don't know what to say. Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Devin is trying to survive here. My goodness, guys. Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Devin is doing his best to try and survive, but will it be enough? My goodness. 36 seconds left in the round. Devin is just trying to connect with anything. Ryan Garcia is actually looking up at the clock as Devin connects with a hook. That maybe tells you everything you need to know about Devin Haney's power, because literally as Ryan is getting hit clean on the chin, he is actually still managing to look at the clock to see how long is left in the fight. Ryan Garcia now pawing out with the jab. Devin Haney landing with the jab. Ryan Garcia sticking his tongue out. He has his hands down. Ryan Garcia literally ended the fight with his hands down, sticking his tongue out at Devin Haney. He's dancing around the ring. My goodness. I'm sorry, Johnny Ringo. I didn't want Ryan Garcia to win either. I was very open about it. I found his antics to be tasteless before the fight. I can't even get my words out. I feel a little bit sick by what I've just witnessed, but at the same time, Devin Haney and his father, Bill, did a very, very poor job here of being able to vary up the game plan in this fight. Ryan Garcia did so many things wrong, but one thing I think he did right was he was able to use his unconventional tactics. He was able to use the fact that he had the faster hands, had more power, was able to turn his back on Devin Haney and actually frustrate him, which I think was actually quite an underrated tactic in this fight. But Ryan Garcia is just celebrating like he's just won the Super Bowl and the World Cup at the same time. Like, I know he won the fight and he's very proud, but he is celebrating very emphatically. He really, really is loving himself here. He's yelling at the crowd. He's yelling at people in the crowd. He's got about 500 people around him congratulating him. Champions have to be really beaten. Well, I will be honest, Drummer, from my point of view, Devin Haney was comprehensively beaten in this fight. I think Devin Haney lost this fight deservedly, but let's see. Haney, a fantastic worker. Guys, yes, unfortunately, they didn't have a good game plan here. Haney's stock is going to go down massively after this fight. I agree. I appreciate that, Alan, about the commentary. You predicted a points win for Ryan. Okay, so Johnny Ringo, this was a great, entertaining fight. Thank you, Drummer. I appreciate that. Optic Gamer, I'm a bit sick with this one as well. Ryan dropped him 4 times. Yeah. Alan, so if Ryan win, to be honest with you, Alan, I think regardless of the official decision, you called this one right, because I didn't think Ryan Garcia had any chance of winning this fight on points. And in my opinion, I think he did. Regardless of what the official verdict is, I think Ryan Garcia did win this fight on points. Let's see Let's see, but well done to you, Alan, for calling this one, which very few people did predict. I thought it was going to be Haney by wide unanimous decision, and it's certainly not going to be that unless there's a horrible robbery. What? Okay. Majority decision. Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia wins by majority decision. So Alan in Newcastle, you called this one when very, very few people did. Drummer, unfortunately, for those of us who didn't want Ryan to win, and I was one of them, Ryan Garcia wins this fight by majority decision. No draw, no Haney winning the fight. Ryan Garcia wins this fight on points. And Alan, you were the one who called it. I did not see this one coming at all. My goodness. My gosh, guys, what? I mean, if you guys didn't watch this fight live, first of all, I appreciate you guys for tuning into my commentary. But at the same time, if you guys didn't watch this one live, do yourself a favor and go back and watch this one. There were some rounds in here that were amongst the most entertaining rounds you will see all year. And it was just because of the pure chaos of it. My goodness. Ryan Garcia upsets all of the odds and beats Devin Haney on points. Ghetto Genius, yes, you were right. Alan, you were right. I'm shocked. The scores, I have to be honest, I didn't hear them. It was very loud, and I couldn't actually hear the scores. Let me check on BoxRec for you guys and see if I can find the actual scores, because it was very loud and I couldn't hear the actual scores. But for sure, Ryan Garcia won the fight. They don't have the actual scores updated on BoxRec, so I am not 100% sure what the official scores were. My gosh. What on earth? See, it's funny that Chris Mannix is now saying that nobody believes Ryan could win, but he was saying earlier that he thought it was a 50-50 fight. So, oh, congratulations, Rod. That's awesome. Ryan says, to everyone who thought he was crazy, did you really think he'd lost it? Rick Swords, yeah. I still don't think Ryan is all there. I will be honest. I think this was a great victory for him. I still don't think he was all there, but yeah, see, Ryan's still not all there. He's still ranting and raving in his post-fight interview. He's still ranting and raving in his post-fight interview. Like it's not, he's not all there, okay? But Devin Haney is no Floyd Mayweather, and my goodness, Lomachenko I think must feel a little bit sick about that, about this whole situation. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate the compliment, but yeah, you called it. I didn't. I thought Ryan Garcia was going to lose this one, very one-sided. So you, Ghetto Genius, everybody else who said that Ryan was going to win this fight, but especially you, Alan, for saying he was going to do it on points. I really thought that was very, very unlikely to happen. And well, what do I know? I have to say this as well. I was going to bet on this fight and I didn't, because I'm not a big gambler and I didn't really want to bet on this fight. So I didn't, but I would have placed a pretty big bet on Haney. So I'm glad I didn't. So I guess let that be a lesson to you guys as well. Be careful. Whew. Wow, guys. I really don't know what to make of this. Ryan Garcia upsets Devin Haney, and it's certainly going to be his moment now. It's not great. I will say I'm not super thrilled. I appreciate that, Alan. Thank you very much. And I got to be honest, guys, I'm not super thrilled by the fact that Ryan Garcia won this fight in the sense that I don't think he's a very good role model for the sport. I don't think, he's somebody that kids who are into boxing should be looking up to. Let me hear what Devin Haney's saying anyway. So I'm going to make a whole post-fight video on this one, JYD, where I'll go over all my thoughts on the fight. But overall, I'll summarize it by saying I thought that Devin Haney couldn't adjust. He just did the same predictable stuff over and over again. His father, Bill Haney, was exposed a little bit by his inability to come up with a game plan. And I think that, on the other hand, Ryan Garcia was very unconventional with his tactics, and that actually caused Devin Haney a lot of problems. Yeah, I agree, Johnny Ringo, and I feel a little bit sick about that. And I feel bad as well because kids are going to watch this, and I mean this seriously. Kids who box are going to watch this, and they're going to see all of the stupid garbage that Ryan Garcia did in the build-up to this fight, and they're going to think that's why he won, and it wasn't. He won the fight because he did quite a few things well in the ring, and because he was very unorthodox, and because Devin Haney put in a bad performance. Drinking and doing all of the crap that he was doing outside of the ring is not why Ryan Garcia won this fight. It had nothing to do with it, and I feel a little bit annoyed that people are going to see all of that. Kids are going to see all of that and think this is what you should do and you can get away with these things. Because JYD, I agree with you. I think it was an awful spectacle, unfortunately. And he won despite all of the garbage. Exactly, Johnny Ringo. That is the thing. And I hope people understand that. He won in spite of the garbage, not because of it. And I think that is the key point here. Ryan Garcia won the fight, but he could have won it without all of the garbage. And unfortunately, it's going to be, as you guys are saying, weeks of listening to his rantings and ravings, and it's going to be a very bad example. Unfortunately, I think the bad guy won here. Austin, I agree with you. He's not a good role model at all. There's a lot of kids that train at the boxing gyms near my house, and this is not what they need to be looking at here. And especially, frankly, with the fact that Devin Haney did not perform his best, it kind of makes the hard work. It's a shame, really, because it makes the hardworking, decent fighter look foolish. But yeah, I agree, Austin. I agree with you. But I appreciate that, Alan. Thank you very much. Yeah, you must be up late. Oh, my goodness. It must be nearly 6 o'clock in the morning. It's after 6 o'clock in the morning for you, Alan. So thank you for staying up. I didn't even realize that. I was so caught up in the fight, but thank you very much. Okay, so guys, I'm going to shut this one down. We've been on for 5.5 hours. Oh, Optic Gamer. Optic Gamer, I am genuinely sorry to hear that. VA Group, you lost 500. Aunt B, I agree with you. I think this whole thing is a shame. Canelo Manguia, you lost $7, Austin. I fortunately didn't bet on this one because I probably would have lost at least a couple of hundred on Haney. Maybe even 500-600 on Haney. I was that confident. Johnny Ringo, thank you very much. Austin, thank you very much. Shoot me a message on Instagram tomorrow, Austin. JYD, thank you. Optic Gamer, Aunt B, Alan in Newcastle, thank you so much for staying up. JJ, Aunt B, Drummer, everyone else, Tata, everyone else who I'm forgetting, Rod, and congratulations on the 5K, Rod. Ghetto Genius, you called the fight. Alan, you called the fight as well, possibly more than anybody else did. Aunt B, everyone else who tuned in and watched this one. Myth Randir, if you're still on here. Kraft Costanza, everyone else who tuned in and watched this fight. Thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed doing this. I will end this stream now, but I will catch you guys next week, and I will see you, as always, in my next video. So thank you guys very much. Hope you have a great weekend.